Hey, party people. I'm starting a new series. We'll see how successful it is. It's an idea that I had. I don't know if anyone else is doing this, but I miss designing. So I'm going to design a collection. And I'm going to be doing most of the work on camera, and hopefully y'all can learn by watching my process. I have the whole fashion design process tutorials in their own playlist, fashion design process. I'm going to apply that process to a new project, start to finish. And I mean, I kind of got the idea because I miss designing. I don't have time for it. That much these days, what with YouTube and my freelance work and the book that I'm writing, the new one. And this is going to be like fashion's version of people watching other people play video games. So even when I fail, it's kind of amusing. That's the goal. That's the goal. Anyway, so, step one is always gathering inspiration. You know that I don't start sketching figures or silhouettes or any of that from the get-go. What I have done is, I haven't prepared much at all. Okay. I've gathered some materials that I'm feeling inspired by right now. So, and then I'm going to start compiling everything in this sketchbook. This is a Canson mixed media sketchbook, but here's the thing. I hate that bright blue so much. I just put a sheet of gray paper on it because I just couldn't handle so much of this color. And that's it. This is just the Canson mixed media paper. And I tend to like spiral bound books because I can easily open the whole thing. Whereas books that are bound like this, like you kind of have to like hold it and kind of, to get in here. And I don't like that so much for sketchbooks. So I just pulled a few things that are inspiring me, or I hope that will inspire me right now. This is Anna Piaggi's Fashion Algebra. I've had this book for a while. Those of you who are not aware of who she was, Anna Piaggi was an editor at Italian Vogue for a long time before she passed away. And she used to do a double truck for every issue. Sometimes it got a little bit longer than that, but it was always a double truck. And double truck means 2 pages spread like this. And yeah, she was quite famous for her layouts. And many of her best ones are cataloged in this book. I had this book for a while, but to me, she's the master of fashion collage. And since I will be doing some collage work in my inspiration book, I wanted to leaf through this and kind of get inspired. I'm also, here is a portrait of Miss Piaggi herself, always looking slightly bonkers in the best way possible. This is the Rock and Gem book that I got at, where was this? The Harvard Museum of Natural History. And beautiful textures, beautiful colors, really inspiring. I went to Boston in late December and I picked this up. It was one of my favorite purchases in Boston. And this is Jack Hanford's Professional Pattern Grading for women's, men's, and children's apparel. And I've not done a lot of grading in my life. If you watch my grading tutorial with Kathleen Fasanella, I shot that tutorial with Kathleen because I don't have much grading experience at all. She has lots of it, so I asked to shoot that tutorial with her. I picked this book up a long time ago with the intent of teaching myself grading, but I never got around to it. So I can't recommend this book as a grading book. Okay? I heard good things, but since I haven't tried it, I can't go around telling people to use this book. But ever since I shot that video with Kathleen, I have really been interested in the visual of graded patterns that are nested within each other, like fashion pattern making matryoshka dolls. And I love the linear quality of the grading. So I just pulled this book to kind of remind me of pattern shapes and whatnot. And for those of you who have been following along on my Japan travel ramblings, I've been getting really into zero waste cutting. So if you saw the pictures from the jackets that I made while I was studying in Japan in April, you notice that the plaids don't match. And my sensei had said that the Japanese traditionally, you know, in their kimono and hanten and their traditional garb, not so much modern day, they didn't match their stripes, they didn't match their plaids because that wastes fabric. Okay, getting the pattern to sit just right so that the stripes are matching perfectly. It wastes fabric to do that. And he said that cultures that make their own fabric, like the Japanese, they don't waste fabric. Their traditional dress really shows how much they retain the actual fabric yardage as much as possible. So when you look at a kimono, or any, you know, yukata jackets, you know, these look triangular because it's just open to show a little bit of the front, but they're all rectangles. And the only cuts that you actually make are around the neck. Look at all these shapes that are rectangles and triangles pieced together. And the beauty of the garment comes in the surface design, whether it's textural or pattern, and the drape that happens with the stiffness or drapiness of the material. Similar can be found in India. You know, Indian garments, they're long rectangles of fabric that are draped artistically around the body. The Scottish, they make their own tartans, and traditionally the kilts were just an elaborate series of folds and not the cut and sewn things that you see modern day. And I found that really fascinating because, you know, I'm really into sustainability. If I could take like a 6-week zero waste cutting course, that's my fantasy right there. And another aspect of the sustainability thing is the repair manifesto, the actually fixing garments and wearing them some more as opposed to just throwing them away, which is a huge part because our landfills are disgusting, right? And so one part, I mean, outside Japan and Western countries, you know, you talk about mending. There are all these like design lab studios, denim lab studios happening where you can take in your denim jeans and they'll repair them for you. Like those kinds of places are getting trendy. These sewing co-ops are becoming more popular, so you can go in and you can use their machines. You don't have to have a machine at home to get into sewing. That's becoming more popular in the US, and I love that. Boro is different, but in that same vein of repairing and continuing to wear a garment, that whole thing that I love. Boro is all about, you know, patching fabric on top and fixing. Obviously, this needs to be fixed some more. But a beautiful aesthetic that appears as you patch and then you keep wearing. There's another hole, you patch again in all these beautiful fabrics, patching, reworking, and then a little bit gets worn, so you patch just a little bit. You have these beautiful hand stitches that become part of the texture and the design. Things get worn off again, you patch again, and you just develop this collage. And I had this idea. What if you sold patches of fabric with the garment. Like, you know, when you get a shirt or a coat and it comes with extra buttons, so later on when a button falls off, you have the identical one. What if you sold patches of fabric that complemented the garment? Okay, see how these are not all identical, but they complement each other in the same family of indigos and whites. What if you added, you know, you tagged onto the garment patches of fabric so that if your elbows got worn, or what's another area, like armpits get worn and things like that, where places, you know, back of necks get sweaty and kind of dingy, that you could start your own borrow process with these garments and kind of help you get started with these fabric swatches that, you know, you sell with the garment. You attach them, and then, you know, people can kind of keep adding as they keep wearing the garment. So that was that was an idea I had because it all came from doing chores. I was ironing my husband's shirts and gathering up stuff for him to for me to take to the dry cleaners for him, and there was one new one. And the buttons that got sold with it were still in the pocket. I was emptying all the pockets, and they were still in there. And I was like, huh. And I have a whole bin of these buttons that I take from my husband's jacket and shirt purchases. So later on, I can add, you know, attach them if he loses one. He's really not the type to remember to hold on to those buttons. Okay, so I have this whole bin. And so I started thinking about that and how, you know, you could add a patch of similar fabric, but you could also add something that was complementary. So this is something that's patched with identical fabric, and because of the age of the things and the sheer quality, you're getting this patchwork effect, whereas these are complementary, things that match but do not, I mean, they go well together, but they don't match perfectly. So I had that, you know, and I'm obsessed with aprons. I'm trying to make aprons a thing that people wear outside the house as an accessory. I'm trying to make it a thing. I'm going to start making it a thing. Anyway, so another thing that I like about Japanese garments is the shapes are the same whether they are for men or for women. I mean, of course, there are subtle differences in sleeve length, and for the men, the armpits are closed up, whereas they're open on the women's, things like that. And of course, the colors and the fabrics and stuff, but the shapes are identical. And, you know, you can really only tell that something is made for a woman or for a man by the, you know, the size sometimes, and the colors really. And I'm really into unisex. I have been for the past few years. If you watch my design process series, you know that the whole Lux Utility project is a unisex collection. If you follow me on Tumblr, you know that a lot of the images that I reblog are from my favorite, like, queer-friendly, androgynous fashion websites. And so I'm really into that. So I think I am going to go ahead and make this collection unisex. I do make an effort to use gender-neutral pronouns on my videos. And, you know, there are two things happening in fashion right now that I love, okay? And they're kind of related, but they're not, all right? Okay, you decide, whatever. For men, I'm seeing that men are increasingly becoming more daring with their clothing choices. The Industrial Revolution is over. Not everyone is wearing a black suit with a white shirt anymore. And I love that. I love that men, I hate toxic masculinity, just kick it to the curb. And, I love it when men wear pink. I love it when men wear patterns. I love it when men decide they're not going to wear a suit. I mean, I love a man in a suit. Love it, love it, love it. But I love that men are making more unconventional clothing choices. I love it, and I highly encourage it. And yeah, sometimes people, you'll see people and you might think they look a little bit stupid, but that's your opinion. I think that we should, as a society, encourage people to kind of wear what they want. I'm just like, you're not hurting anybody. Do what you want, right? If you're hurting other people, stop doing that. And the other thing is that I see an increase in women wanting a kind of uniform that men are allowed to fall back on. Like you see men, it's like, yeah, you can wear a suit to a lot of functions. You can wear a tux to most other dressier functions. And then you have like a business casual uniform of a button-down shirt and khakis and loafers. And men can wear the same thing day in and day out and nobody bats an eye. But women have this pressure on them to be pretty, to be performative visually. And women are gravitating towards more of a uniform. You're seeing more articles about women who've decided they're going to buy, 10 white shirts and 10 pair of black pants and just wear that every day and not think about clothes, except when they want to, when they expressly decide to dress up. And I have been dressing that way for a few years now. I don't know if you noticed, but I shoot almost every single video in a long sleeve black t-shirt. In school, I go to school every single freaking day in a long sleeve black t-shirt and jeans, except for finals week, I dress up a little bit. And then I wear funny shoes, okay? Yeah, and so those of you who met me at the meetup, I was wearing the same thing. Those of you, if you've ever seen me give a presentation and one of my speaking engagements, I'm wearing the same exact thing. Long sleeve black t-shirt, jeans, and funny shoes. And yeah, so unless I'm really going to a party and dressing up, that's what I wear. So women you find gravitating more towards a uniform, and men are gravitating towards exploring more unconventional fashion. I love it. I love it so hard. And so all these things are in my brain percolating. Because as I see this, gender, binary, societal pressure, there's all this stuff, and people have these bodies and they should be dressing them however they want. That's kind of my whole thing. The whole thing about these videos is I was gonna just work and have y'all watch me work and not talk that much. Yeah, great. I love another thing that I find inspiring about Japanese garments is this concept of adjustable fit, because they're just these long rectangular robes. And my sensei said that women's kimono are so long and folded in the middle so that they can be let out, like folded less as someone gets taller, and they can be shared. Although men do not wear their yukata in the same way, and that bothers me, but let's just go with the whole adjustable fit business. And then when I shop at places like Muji, I love that they make these giant boxy shirt dresses. It says one size fits all. Okay, I don't like that labeling. I prefer one size fits most, or one size fits a lot. I don't know. The one size fits all is very annoying to me, but you get my idea. You have these giant boxy pieces, and it'll look different on every body depending on how the fabric drapes on that particular person's size and shape. When I travel, I love looking at I love going to chain stores, global chains in different countries, and seeing how their merchandise changes because of the target demographic of that country. When I went to Belgium, I was shopping fast fashion, not to shop, but to see what they have in Belgium as opposed to what they have in Los Angeles. I love looking at details like that. These socks are killing me. I need a pair, clearly. So now I'm just gonna start sifting through these. Okay, I have my sketchbook for notes. I have my books to get me started on my research. I'm probably gonna want more books, but this is kind of the beginning. Borrow, grading, rocks and gems. I have I have some tracing paper here. The brand does not matter. And I have some little sticky notes. So when I was in LA a couple weeks ago, I interviewed Miss Cho. She is a longtime friend of mine who has worked in corporate retail forever. And we had this great conversation about the business side of fashion. I'm going to post those we talked for a long time, so I split it into 2 videos. And I'm going to post those to the channel soon-ish. They're edited and ready to go. But I may have already posted one by the time I get around to posting this one. But we talked about how global chains address different climates. So even though when we are designing, we're thinking about, oh, we're designing spring, summer, we're designing fall, winter. What about if you have a huge customer base on the other side of the world? You know, I'm in the US, I'm in the Northern Hemisphere, and right now it's May, it's warm, it's starting to get really hot. But what about Australia? Okay, what do they need to wear? And so I had this idea of developing a collection where it's the same inspiration, the same trends that I'm addressing, the same look, but I'm gonna have a set for summer and I'm gonna have a set for winter. And this is kind of based off the conversation that we were having about addressing global markets. You should check out those videos if you're interested in that conversation. Hi, Pookie. I'm totally filming things. I'm filming the design series, the first one. I did most of my talking already, and now I'm just drawing and pulling images. Some of you may be wondering, hey Zoe, what the hell are you doing right now? And the answer is, whatever I want. I don't know what I'm doing, and sometimes it's really nice to just free flow and see where things take you. And this may turn into a graphic. This may turn into a pattern. This may end up being nothing. I don't know. And that's okay. I've always found pattern making to be rather interesting and garment shapes to have their own beauty and art. Gonna just start collecting these pieces and start collaging them later. People get their panties in a twist about me tracing stuff all the time. And it's like, if you notice very carefully, I trace and then I expand. And usually I'm tracing over my own work all over again. I use things as a template. I don't trace things and then just try to pass off the work as my own. I don't trace finished stuff. You know, I trace the pose off of a figure and then I build my own. I'll trace shapes like this because I find them interesting, and then I'll expand upon them and build my own. And this kind of tracing is fine. It's fine. It's when you trace someone else's finished work and then you copy it and then you tell people that it's yours. Okay? That's the part that's bad. But as a step in the process, as a learning tool, as a practicing tool, like the figure work and how I was teaching you guys, how I was teaching y'all how to draw hands, that's fine. What's that saying? Good artists copy, great artists steal, something, something. I went to the fashion show, the senior fashion show at the school I used to teach at to see my former students work, their portfolio books and their runway show. I don't teach there anymore because I got so busy with other stuff. I would like to eventually head back into the classroom. But anyway, yeah, I went to their senior show, and I mean, I'm so impressed with them. I'm so happy with what they were showcasing, and I was really excited to see them again. But this is not really a but. I was thinking, because I'm so into unisex and androgyny, and I believe the future of fashion is heading in that direction more and more. Now that, kind of gender norms about codes of dress are relaxing and progressing and moving away from, old-fashioned habits. I couldn't help but look at some of the women's wear and imagine them on men, and look at some of the men's wear and imagine them on women. I mean, I've always been into menswear. I've always, I've worn men's jeans for a long time because they fit me better and they have better pockets, all those good things. I would have liked to see that. That's not a critique on their work at all. I still loved everything on the women that they were featured on. It was just another thing that I was thinking about, because it's something I'm thinking about a lot. But I think that, to me, it's a compliment. If I can see lots of different bodies and genders wear the same thing, I consider it a compliment. I think it's cool that you were able to create something that's beyond just one category of people, and that people can see it being worn by all these different people. I mean, that one is my favorite. I like these. I think I'm going to get rid of these bars. I don't love that as much. But I'm going to keep them because I might change my mind later as I'm collaging. When I'm looking at a book like this, there's no real art to it. I just find things that are interesting, and I go with, and that appeal to me, and that's it. When I'm looking at stuff, it's like, what looks cool? What looks interesting? What are interesting images I want to merge into and use as inspiration for clothing? And, as you practice, there's that terrible P word again. As you practice and do this over and over again, you will cultivate an eye. You'll cultivate your own taste and refine and fine tune and see what works for you and what doesn't. And can you tell I'm obsessed with indigo and blue? And I like to leave notes so I don't forget why I grabbed these. So I love the colors. I love the texture. Angles fighting each other, coming at different angles. I love that. Kyanite, named from the Greek kainos, dark blue for its color. Elongated, flattened blades. They're blades. I like that. Put that in there. And later, I will go through the images, take my favorites, I will scan them and print them to put them into my sketchbook. Right now, I'm not really thinking about, oh, this would make a great shape, or this would make a great color. Although that color is, I love that too. And this texture. I'm not really thinking about what's gonna go with what. I'm just going after the things that appeal. When I was in Japan, I met this woman and she's obsessed with rust, and we became Facebook friends, and she just posts all these amazing rust pictures on her timeline, and I'm starting to get into rust. I should probably tell her that. Again, I'm really liking this cluster of angles. I would like you to note that I'm trying to write more legibly for you guys. Normally, if I'm doing notes to self, I do not write this cleanly. So yeah, I'm not thinking about a real... This pink. This pale gold. Look at that. Watermelon in cross section. That's a watermelon. Tourmaline. Watermelon tourmaline. That's fun. So yeah, I'm not trying to specifically build a color story right now or to find things that I think will make a great silhouette. I am strictly just gravitating towards things that catch my eye, and I'm going to be staring at these things for weeks. I have to like what I'm looking at, right? More rust. Damn you, Claire. She was awesome. It was awesome sharing a house with her. This kind of thing reminds me of glaciers. Y'all know I'm from Alaska. I love glaciers and icebergs and, that kind of blue. I love snow. I miss snow a lot. Look at that purple. And, don't think that I'm picking all these blues because I'm planning on dressing men. Like, I don't give a shit about that. That's so rainy. That's so rainy. I have to mark that. Color psychology. Okay, I'm going to include a video on color psychology in my color theory series. But color psychology is weird, and you have to really take into consideration the culture you're in and the time period. In the US, most women wear white when they get married. That is not the same in every country. And, pink is considered this very girly color now. But it didn't used to be. During Napoleon era, pink was considered too masculine a color for women to wear. Polite women anyway, and because pink was considered a light red, and red was a color of blood and war and violence, and those ideas were too strong for women, and pink was a light red, and even that was too strong for most women. And so yeah, women wore it, but it was considered a masculine color, pink. So when that switched to girly stuff, I don't really know, but it is the pink and the orange and this weird, crinkle chiffon, kind of, it looks like wrinkled iridescent organza, crumpled tissue paper. I don't know, it has this texture, this strange texture in here that I love. That just looks like fossilized hunk of meat. Citrine, color, amaze balls. I'm assuming I'm gonna need some neutrals at some point. And I love this contrast of textures. You have these plates of what looks like yellow glass in this black sponginess. Wolfenite. I'm gonna be a geologist after this. Second most molybdenum mineral is wolfenite. Thin square plates of square beveled tabular crystals, yellow, orange, red, gray, or brown. And it's like embedded in this stuff, but this is actually the wolfenite from what I can tell. I'm digging that. Boo, boo, boo. I'm just really loving these golden, peachy, blush, pink tones. I have a feeling that's kind of where the color story is headed, along with the blues. Ugh. I'm always going to love any shade of chartreuse. That's just my jam. So that really holds no bearing in swaying me for color choices, because if I can get it to work and look right, I'll throw in a chartreuse. Shout out to Doug, and my friend who shares a deep fondness for chartreuse. I haven't seen him in a while. I wonder what he's up to. I love this. Look at this. This texture, visual texture. Yeah. Chromite. Look at this. Indigo, navy-ish, with red, which looks like madder red. God, I hope my sensei isn't watching this. He's probably laughing at me right now. And this beige color. And it's all very granular. And then it's got these round things. But I love this section the most. Yeah, in case you're wondering, yeah, my indigo teacher sometimes watches my YouTube channel. I was flattered and also embarrassed when he told me. I love that. The blue, the gold, the silver. Ching, ching, ching. Oh, that's pretty. You may be thinking, Zoe, how come you keep like grabbing things that are pretty and then you don't mark them? You don't even leave a tiny post-it. Because it doesn't sing, it doesn't call to me in a, I want to keep looking at this sort of way, like I love it, but look at this, sulfur. This yellow, what, this is the rock grandmass with the tiny bubbles in the wine. Makes me feel happy. This looks almost spongy. I know it's not, obviously, but it has this like, almost like, I don't know, like I could squish it. I love the contrasting of the textures a lot. I can sense that as a theme for where I'm headed with this collection as well. But you know, you can sense these things and kind of talk these things out yourself, but at the same time, don't feel like you're beholden to this stuff at this stage. You know, there will come a time where you have to start making up your mind, but on the very first day, you don't need to. See, this was a previous note where I was like, oh, I like this kind of thing and I like this kind of thing coming from this thing. I'm going to take that out because it's no longer a thing I need. I don't want it to get confused with the other notes that I am. Ooh. That looks like a blue version of when blood drips onto snow. You know, the heat of the blood will melt the snow up some and it'll start the blood, the heaviness will start shrinking into it, but it's blue. This book is so just, no. All right, that's enough for one day. I hope you're having fun along with me. Okay, next video, I'm going to be looking through more books and I'm going to start compiling my first pages in my sketchbook. So yeah, I hope you will join me for my next design session. Hit the like button if you are into this sort of watch me design video series and you want me to continue. I hope you will design along with me. I think that would be really fun if you put an hour, hour and a half a week aside to work on a design project slowly apart from your day job and all your other things. Something fun, something for you, something that you can enjoy and find inspiration and energy from. And, you know, practice makes magic happen, right? Eventually. Practice, not magic. And yeah, subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you in the next video. Let's talk about customers today. You know, I get this question a lot. Do I have to think about the customer? Or I get a lot of students who forget about the customer, and when I'm talking to them about design projects and I ask them, who's your customer? They give me the double blink, or they just look at me blankly, or they hem and haw trying to think of something off the fly. There's nobody more important than the customer. Thinking about design, you have to think about your customer because you have to think about what they want and what they need and what they wear and what they like. Okay. And knowing your customer is really going to focus you in terms of design. Okay. When you are like, oh, should I go for this color or that color, this trim or that trim, this zipper or this zipper? Going back to, okay, what's my customer into? Who is my muse? Although honestly, I kind of hate that word, but whatever. Okay. Who is my muse? Who's my inspiration? Who's my customer? What would they prefer? And that'll help guide you in the design process. If you have a clear concept of your customer in mind. On the business side of things, yeah, you're constantly addressing your customer so that they'll end up buying things later on. Okay? If you're not addressing your customer, you're losing your loyal fan base. You go to stores because you're going to expect a specific kind of look, kind of fit. And if you lose sight, if a brand starts going in a completely different direction, you stop shopping there. Okay. You get confused, like, why the hell are they doing this? And why the hell, are they doing that? And why is, like there's a lot of talk over at J. Crew about what they're going to do now that the creative director is not there anymore. And, all the restructurings going on and how they've lost sight of the original J. Crew. Like, look, I remember J. Crew from when it was a mail order catalog and all it had were a lot of brown wool gabardine. Okay. I get it. Customer profiles can shift over the course of time when something is not working, but still, every collection, you have to think again, who is my customer? Who is buying my stuff? Who is loyal to me? What do they want? What do they need? Okay. And when you have your own line, that has to be consistent every collection, unless you're doing a huge, giant move from Dowdy mail order catalog to that whole J. Crew thing. Designers I've interviewed on this channel, they're always saying, don't design for yourself, design for your customer. You might be your customer, and that might be the thing, but, you should remove your customer from yourself, even if you're kind of designing for yourself. Think about what aspects of yourself that you're designing for and focus on those things, okay? A person is many things, but let's say somebody, wants to design clothes for their lifestyle because they're not finding it in the world. And so let's say I'm a 40-something single mom. I need clothes that go from day to night. I need to take care of my kids. I need to be active and I need to be comfortable. Let's say like you're starting to build this customer who lives this particular lifestyle. Okay. Your customer profile can be these things, and that's the beginnings of a good one. But every time something happens to you, doesn't all necessarily happen to your customer. Okay. And so you need to stay true to your customer, even if it started off as you being the customer. Last week, I talked about how I'm really interested in androgynous, unisex, gender neutral. So I'm going to have a unisex collection. Andro, gender neutral. I want my customer to be older. There are so many things for pretty young things to buy and wear. Do I need to flood that market with more stuff for pretty young things? No, I do not. And I don't have anything against pretty young things, but my goal is to serve underserved markets. I'm going to shoot for women and men in their 40s to 60s. Okay. And here's the thing. It's like when you look at women's wear, in this age bracket, it's considered missy. Okay, that's the name of the category. Juniors is teens and women in their 20s, and then 30s to and upward is missy category. And I think people don't like that because of the way it sounds. It sounds stupid. What is missy anyway? It's a name for a cute girl. I don't know how it became a category for older women. I don't even know how that works. Like, juniors make sense. Juniors, younger people. Missy, like I know girls named Missy, like I don't whatever unisex, all genders. I like that term the best. All genders, 40s to 60s in age. I'm gonna say urban because I'm not really thinking about what people need to be hiking in or farming in or living in the middle of nowhere in. Like, I don't really know that lifestyle. So we're going to stick to urban. lifestyle. Okay. I'm going to say middle class. I don't really want to design $1,000 trench coats. Okay. I also don't want to design $80 trench coats. Okay. I want to design $300-$400 trench coats where, it's attainable for middle class people, but they're investment pieces. They're going to be higher quality materials, sewn well put together, and something that somebody could wear several seasons and not have things fall apart. And you can take it to the dry cleaners, you can take care of it and it'll last a while. Okay. So I want something that addresses middle class, but I want investment pieces. So we can start thinking about, 300, 400 for a coat, not, 2K and not 80. I'm thinking not basics. And I'm thinking sexy without skin, more modest. Someone who is confident enough to throw on a statement piece with jeans. I want to I want to be a little bit more out there with the design and explore different shapes and textures and things. I'm not a designer who goes like full avant-garde like, Yoji Yamamoto, but I don't want to do Gap basics. And for this particular collection, I don't want to do evening wear. I want to focus on day. And then like some day to night, but not really formal. When people think of statement pieces, they tend to think evening wear, like a statement piece cocktail dress. But I want interesting statement piece day wear. There's this thing where a lot of older women and some men, older women are getting a lot of attention. And, there's that woman on Instagram, the accidental icon, I think she's called. And she's literally a college professor who accidentally stumbled upon fame. Like she was standing on a street corner near New York Fashion Week, I think. She was waiting for her friend to go have lunch or something like that. And she was wearing this amazing outfit and just looking just incredibly chic. And a bunch of these New York Fashion Week photographers started taking photos of her because they thought she was somebody important and famous in the fashion world. Okay. And I love that kind of thing. I'm brain farting on names, but I really want to give interesting and cool options for older women to wear. And that's not about me. I'm not really, this is not me. Okay. I'm not my customer. I'll probably end up like I always do this. No matter who I design for, there'll eventually be some pieces where I'm like, oh, I'd wear that. That's just kind of what happens. But this is not me. Okay? There are some parts of it that are me, but this is really not me. Yeah, so this is kind of like a rough sketch of who my customer is and how they live and what kind of, kind of framing this collection. Okay? What are they looking for in their clothes? Something well made without being over the top expensive luxury. Because sometimes, when you buy something that's really expensive and you're not super rich and it's something that's very expensive for you, you're afraid to wear it because it's so freaking expensive and you're worried about every chocolate sprinkle and every fleck of dust that flies in the air. That can get kind of tedious, Whereas if it's something that's a little bit expensive, you will take care of it because it's expensive, but you're not so afraid to wear it and enjoy it. So something well made, not too precious. They dress a little bit more modestly, but more confidently. They'll wear an outfit and it'll take them to cocktails because it's nice enough, but it's not super dressy. Okay. And yeah, so They don't follow every trend. But not everything is classic, you know. I'm not putting together a basics collection of classics for older people. Like I feel like there's a lot of people who do that, and there's nothing wrong with it. Again, like I'm saying, like that's already out there. You know, when you're designing, just always think what's already out there. Let's not do that because somebody is already doing those things. So that's kind of who my customer is. You know, we have solidified some of these concepts that are going to kind of guide me in the right direction and not let me, you know, fall too astray. And I want to show you this book because now we're going to get into this sort of collaging business. And who is better at collaging than Anna Piaggi? Shut up right now. You don't know. No, I'm kidding. She's awesome. So I like looking at some of these just to kind of get me going, get me thinking. And look at this. So these are transparent layers on top of each other. Transparent layers, but following a color story so that it doesn't get too manic. Hello, Linda. Kirsty Hume. I forget who that is. I used to know her name. Kate Moss. Moda Mondrian. I love Mondrian, but I'm so over it. Everything is like Mondrian, YSL, homage, blah, blah, blah. I see it all over the place. Freaking over it, you know. Yeah, Mondrian is awesome, but I'm done with all the fashion references to his work. I love geometry as much as the next person, but whatever. Okay, love this. It's funny because like personally, I'm trying to like loosen up my line and loosen up my style and try for more loose, expressive things. So now that I'm doing, you know, whenever I have to do these tight rendering tutorials, I'm like, oh yeah, I have to tighten up for this stuff, huh? Oh man, I miss smoking. Hello, cigarette. I miss you. It's the same outfit. You see that? Well, it's almost the same garment. Slightly different. Let's see. 1989 version. Armani, and this is 1930. Oh, so he just knocked it off. Is that what? Yeah, that's what's happening here. Okay. Ugh, this kind of stuff makes me crazy, though. This, like, in composition, when two edges of two geometric shapes, like, touch like that just the edges, or just, like, one point. Oh, it just makes me bananas. Bananas. I like this because, you know, sometimes like the deliberate pixelation of images makes the image look different. And then you're looking at this beaded bag and you're looking at the pixelation of this sculpture and it translates in this way. I love this with the handwriting and the hand illustrations and photographs of objects. I like that. You know, illustration as an important fixture within fashion as a way to show things off. Oh, I love that. It'll come and go in waves. You know, I think it's enjoying a heyday now. Much like Veristic oil painting, you know, we went through 100 years where it was too gauche to paint something photorealistically. But now we're coming back to appreciating those kinds of skills. And so we went through a phase where everything was about photography and exploring this new medium to us. And now we're kind of swinging back to a long lost art, which is hand drawing. And now, I mean, digital media and digital drawing is a big thing right now. I love this. everyone and their mother is an amateur photographer now, and Instagram filters really help that. Not just Instagram filters, but all these photo apps with the filters and whatnot. And so, you guys know how much I love rendering lace. Now that photography is, I think, taken more for granted, it shouldn't, but it is. We're swinging back to things that are harder for people to do, which, again, is the more hand drawing stuff. Who is this? Oh, Antonio Lopez. Ugh, these illustrations are so great. Just simple line, but you're really getting the anatomy. People don't get, like, when they see a thin woman and she doesn't have very much muscle tone, people don't understand, like, why do you even have to learn the anatomy? You can't really see her muscles anyway. But then you see things like these Antonio sketches, and you see the subtle, a little bit of that pickup in the front of the shin and a little bit of the curve of the hamstring and how it just goes in at the knee. Just like these little subtle things, the armpit and how the brachioradialis kind of curves out ever so slightly, and just those little touches, it just makes them look like a real human, like it looks like an illustration of a woman. Now, when you are doing collaging for your initial presentation, for your inspiration, I recommend that you stay away from too many fashion references and too many runway shots, okay? I know this is full of a lot of runway and photos of people, but that's because of what she was supposed to be doing. She was supposed to be showing off trends and what's happening. And I'm really showing you this book because it inspires me in the composition and the color. Again, this whole illustration on top of photos, collage together. But I love this kind of thing where you're looking at images and it's not about, oh, how did this become clothes? But it's like, look at these textures, look at these colors, look at, I like that kind of thing, Or this kind of thing, this sort of mood. This texture on the right. This mood. This gesture. Look at that. It's just a slice in canvas. Oh, I love that so much. I love this very unconventional photography cropping. Like right under the nose. Oh, I love this. I mean, I shouldn't. I should try to stay away from this kind of like neat, orderly chaos, but I like how it's organized, but also not. But, your sketchbook pages should be like this in that some pages are more simple, some pages are very chaotic. Even these really chaotic ones, it sends a message, right? Look at this color story. Look at all these patterns. Look at all these brush strokes and these paintings and the collaging of all these images on top of each other, these textures and these patterns on top of each other. It's an image, it's a garden that's not manicured but overgrown with ivy, and things are growing on top of other things and sprawling, and then even just laid down with tape. Okay, just slapping tape on as opposed to, neatly spray mounted on, which, has its own charms. Using repetition of elements as part of the motif. No. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to steal ideas from this. It's really kind of to just get your brain in this mindset of collaging. Yeah, eventually I'm going to start putting together my color story with some chips. I think I'll do that next week, where I start pulling colors. If you watched last episode, we had like a TV show. I was pulling colors from the Rock and Gem book that I really love. Oh man, I love these. I love how we're pulling colors and textures from in this way. I love this. I love everything about the left page. Chanel. Yeah, Chanel is an example I use all the time when people, when I talk to design students and ask them about their customer, sometimes they bristle because they think it sounds too commercial to constantly address a customer. But, Chanel is an example where people worship her as, a visionary in terms of design and being a woman in the field and all that stuff. But she was always super cognizant of dressing a specific woman. And yeah, that started from her, her own lifestyle as well. But yeah, she was always like, I'm dressing this particular woman. I'm not dressing every woman in the world, but this particular woman. And to this day, Karl Lagerfeld goes back to the archives, always goes back to the Chanel woman. And when you watch interviews where he's talking about his work for Chanel, he talks a lot about the Chanel woman, because even up at the couture level, they're always thinking about, who am I dressing? Who is the Chanel woman? It's important. That's a Blahnik sketch, right? He always does that super overarched foot with the non-existent toes. See, to me, this kind of image is so much more interesting to me than runway work. In this particular example, you can still tell that these are profile shots of a woman, but I really love it when you start getting so repetitive that you don't understand where the original image came from, and things get pushed, and oh my god, this is from the original Body Bump Comme des Garçons collection from 800 years ago. I love it. Oh, I love Kirsty Hoon back then. I love how this photograph got put into this coat. Is that the actual coat, or is that a collage? What is happening there? I need to make note of that. Is it coat or collage? This reminds me of that interview I had with Dahe where she was like, yeah, I could play with hand painting on a coat in a sample, but how am I going to mass produce that? It's my expression, it's my brushstroke. How is anyone going to repeat that in a way that I like? And so at that stage, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to digitize it in some way where you can repeat it? Or are you going to limited edition it and do 20 runs where you can do 20 coats and whatever? Things to think about. Because again, you know, if you have to think back to your customer, think back to your company, you know, and again, the price bracket that you're offering things, because if you are at a fast fashion bracket, you have to immediately think everything you design has to be mass producible. You cannot do a handmade anything. Everything has to be mass produced. It really fast fashion. Hello, it has to be fast. Fast turnover, you know, quick on the trend, quick draw and all that. So again, always think about your customer and what your price bracket is and what it is that you're doing, the company that you are serving, all those things. Look at that attitude. I love that attitude. So off camera, I'm going to pull some images online of some people that I think will be fit in my customer profile. I'm going to scan some of my favorite images from the Rock and Gem book that I pulled in a previous video and print those out so that I can play with them in my sketchbook. Piaget clearly loved to juxtapose then and now a lot, kind of her style. So I'll be doing those things off camera and we'll start pulling things together. I'm in no hurry. This is a project where I'm in no hurry. You are all going to watch me design this collection in excruciating detail. Oh man, I used to love these Tom Tierney paper dolls. Oh, awesome pants. Dress collage by Not Fabric Things. I mean, this is something fun to look at, but I would take this into a place as inspiration for something that's more wearable. And by wearable, I don't mean commercial, okay? You don't have to take it so far where you're turning it into a silk screen for a t-shirt. Okay? You can manipulate things so that it's in between something that is fast fashion and something that is more art than design. Ah! All these references to history. That was awesome. This book is this. I always one or two items. I always manage to find one or two items that I like. Yeah, one or two. Good job with that counting. So far we have our concept and our inspiration and our customer. We have some collage inspiration. We have these images from last week that I was drawing off of the grading book. We have images from the Rock and Gem book. I still want to go over these and tag some of my favorites. Hit the like button if you enjoyed this video and want me to continue designing my own project on video for y'all. And I hope you are designing along with me. I think it would be super fun. And yeah, subscribe if you haven't already. Share, drop me comments and questions, the huge. Yeah, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, party people. This video is going to be a time lapse of me collaging in my sketchbook, continuing the same design project I've been working in the previous two videos. And if you need to get caught up, I will post a link in the description box of the other two videos. I drew these little tracing paper drawings from the pattern grading book, I think in the first video. I'm gonna lose track of when I did what real soon, but uh, yeah, so I was inspired by pattern grading images, and so I started these little drawings. And I'm also inspired by the Rocks and Gems book, the Smithsonian book I got at what is it, Harvard Museum of Natural History. I want to start creating a color chart, start thinking about my color story and thinking about textures as I'm collaging. I'm creating this chart. I'm going to start fiddling around with colors and textures, but I don't want any super straight lines. I'm freehanding the lines using the ruler as a guide, if that makes sense. I'm also drawing these with a black Sharpie, and I'm going to actually do the color chart on the reverse of the paper because I want the guide, but I don't want a bunch of big black lines in the way. Oh my God, that is terrible. What is that? I don't know. Perfectionism is stupid, y'all. I could have easily edited that bit out, but I wanted to show you again. I mess up all the time, and I just keep going. Oh my God, y'all. I hate this glue so much. Cause it makes my paper curl like Duchess satin. And I love Duchess satin, but it curls and it makes me crazy. I don't think there's any of these kind of glue sticks that are any better. Otherwise, I'd get another one. It's just the nature of tracing paper and glue sticks. It's like, ugh, whatever. I don't know. You know, I think that a lot of you started watching this video because you think that I'm going to tell you some magic math formula that says do A and then do B times 3 minus 6 divided by 17, and that's how you do collages, and that's how you do good collages. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. What's my #1 motto on this channel and in my classrooms? We are not made of magic, we are made of practice. Practice, not magic, okay? So if you think that I'm doing an awesome job at collaging, okay, maybe not right now. Like right now, this looks like nothing. But later on, if you're like, oh my God, Zoe, that's so dope. Where did you learn to do that? I did and I didn't, you know? Like I learned things, I absorbed things, and I practiced things. And trust me when I say my first collage was a complete piece of crap, right? I don't even want to think about it. I don't even remember it. It's just terrible. Just terrible. Okay. I'm sure my first mood board made no sense. And, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Yours first mood board might be the worst thing that's ever happened to mood boards. Also, totally fine. Okay. Just keep going. And right now, I don't know exactly what I'm doing. Okay. And that's okay. Haven't you ever started doing something and you're like, I don't know where this is going, but let's just keep going anyway and stuff? No? No? It's an interesting feeling. It's exhilarating. It's fun. I'm just rolling with it, you know? Remember in the collage inspiration book, Fashion Algebra, I touched for like a hot second on repetition. And so I already had the repetition going on with the grading. You know, I'm playing around with the placement of these shapes so that they don't really look like pattern pieces anymore. I don't want someone later on to be like, oh, that looks like a sleeve pattern, Zoe. And I'd be like, Man, really? Did I get that obvious? Eh. So yeah, now I'm just playing with paints because I just like playing with paints. You know, I'm a painter, you know, and not everyone's a painter, and it's fine. Play to your strengths. You do things that you enjoy doing, you know. I also like to hand stitch a lot, so I'm probably gonna hand stitch some stuff on these pages later. You could do that too if you're into hand stitching. And you can do something really orderly, or you can do something really messy and random and strange. It's fine, okay? But the point is to play, and the point is to, you know, again, it's one of those things where people are like, okay, how do you go from inspiration to physical manifestation? It's like, well, you just have to let your body and your hands and your brain just do the thing. And it's not going to immediately come out as a dress, okay? Because what I'm doing right now is I have all these images. And even if I'm not using certain images immediately, I have them on my table, so I'm constantly looking at them. I'm constantly inspired by the grading, the pattern grading images, the rock images, you know, my paints and everything. And I'm looking at them and I'm thinking about them. Although obviously right now I'm not doing something that looks directly like them, but I'm just letting the mood carry me to be playful and messy. And it's fine. I'm purposefully letting things drip and not make much sense and not following the lines. And my lines were not perfect and whatever, because it's not about that. It's about just letting go and just doing fun things. And, you know, as I come across colors that I like, I'm just swatching them in my color story here. And because I'm constantly trying out new things, I am trying out the Talons brand gouache. I bought these also in Japan last year. And, you know, I'm recording this after the fact, you know, after I've done a bunch of this painting. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am not super impressed. No, I am not. I mean, of course, I have to try the gouache out a bunch more before I can definitively be like, this is a piece of crap, or this is okay for the price point. But it's not impressing me so far. I'm working on mixed media paper. It's Canson mixed media paper, and you know, it's mixed media paper, which means, you know, I have mixed feelings about mixed media paper. I feel like it's one of those things where, you know, when you try to please everyone, you please no one. I kind of feel like that. But, you know, when you're working on projects like this where you don't know what medium you're going to be using, that's what you use this kind of paper for. So I would like to do a proper painting, proper illustration with the gouache on watercolor paper before I definitively say anything. But I'm going to tell you right now, I am not impressed. Not impressed. You can't see my face, but right now I'm making the not impressed face. Now I'm just cutting up my rock images for further collaging. I did not cut up my book. I scanned in the images that I marked in a previous video, and I took them into Photoshop and I cleaned up the text around as much as possible, and I printed them on glossy photo paper because I really wanted the colors and the textures to show up really well. Like, it's a little bit more expensive, but when the image quality really matters to the collage, I will use the nicer paper. And then sometimes when the quality isn't that important, I'll just go ahead and use like cheap Ditto paper. Now I'm taking pictures of different compositions that I like so that I can just use snippets and also play with the scale. Like off screen, I'm gonna take these into my computer and I'm gonna print them out all big and print them out small maybe. Maybe I'll print them tiny and do another repetition, or maybe I'll do super extreme close-ups. Maybe I'll manipulate the colors. Maybe I'll turn them black and white so that we're not using these colors at all later, depending on the direction of the color story. That's just black electric tape. In retrospect, I could have probably just used a Sharpie, but I was in the mood for the date, and maybe that will become a thing later. Who knows? Again, just playing around. So, as I was saying, the kind of illustration that I focus on, both in my channel and my non YouTube work, my non school work, is, I call it design communication because 95% of my fashion illustration work has been about expressing the design. People hire me to showcase the design explicitly. Not explicit as in like rated X. I mean like clearly very detailed. It's very obvious from the illustration and the way it's been presented what is going to happen with the design. Okay, explicit, clear. And because of that, it's harder for me to get loose. Do looser fashion illustration styles, do loose any kind of illustration or painting. And so I have to put on that helmet and put on that space sometimes to kind of shake myself out of my rut. And so when I do collages like this, I get purposefully messy. That first blue page that I completely effed up, like that is what happens sometimes because I'm not good at just splooshing all over the page. And some people really are, and that's cool. I am not. So we're just playing, and sometimes it turns out really cool, and sometimes it just turns like crap, and that's okay because that's why we have so many pages in the sketchbook. Anyway, right now I have the rock and gem pictures, and I'm trying to decide which ones I want to live on a page together because I'm trying to build my story, my color story off the rocks and gems. Like I want the colors and the textures throughout the collection to be influenced by the rocks and gems that I found most inspiring. And so after doing a little bit of back and forth, I've decided on these four and the colors within these four. And I'm pulling out interesting textures like this blue rock uh, has a lot of these like striations. I love how in the first video I was like, I'm going to become a geologist after this. I'm going to remember all the names of the rocks, know all about them, and I can't even remember the names of the first one. Oh my god, I'm the best. Anyway, and then we had the little pebbly things around the sulfur. And then I think I did mention this in the first video where if you get super, 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 super close up with the pink rocks, that they're so crackly that they kind of look like pink plastic that has been wadded up, or like pink crinkle organza with metallic threads a little bit. Not that I'm really interested in using organza for this particular thing. I don't want to do anything quite that literal. And then this beautiful topazy number with all these gorgeous browns and oh, yeah, so pretty. Oh my goodness. It's like the best whiskey and honey, although I wouldn't necessarily put those together. Uh, yeah, because back when I drank, I wasn't really much into sweet beverages anyhow. Anyway, not the point. So I'm creating different textures using different media. I'm trying it with paint. I'm trying it with a Sharpie. I used micron fine liners of different widths to make different marks, and then using a tiny little watercolor brush to create different paint strokes. And so that's all part of it, right? And then now I'm using a watered down paint to create opacities, to create values, so that I can play around without adding color and distracting from the existing color story. I love all these pinks and corals in here. yeah, get loose and scribbly. As I mentioned before, I'm not trying to get perfect mixed color swatches in here. I'm trying to, again, play with looseness, play with texture, and play with the colors. So I have the Talons gouache, and I'm mixing colors. I'm also trying to mix some interesting visual textures. So I'm using this crusty oil brush. Uh, it's a super cheap oil brush. I cut off the handle. You know how usually oil brushes are like super long, but I cut off the end. I actually do own a small saw. And you'd be surprised how often I use it. Anyway, the bristles are extremely stiff. And I have a few of these very stiff bristled brushes for certain techniques. And so I'm using it now. And so I'm playing with different colors. I'm playing with different mixes of water added in to create values and colors and visual textures. And I'm gonna use them as reference. And see, now you can see how I use the Sharpie on the back, so I have the grid to help as a guide, but it's not, the black isn't fighting with the colors that I have going on right now. I'm not quite sure if I want to include black in the collection at this point, because black tends to kind of dull down the color story, and right now I'm really feeling those rock and gem colors. And I know you're laughing because I wear so much black. But again, remember how I was saying, I'm not the customer, and you think about your customer, you don't think about yourself. Like in reality, if I were to take this collection into production, I would probably offer a black color option for many of the styles. But there's a difference between being, offering some and, cutting some to include in your lookbook to show that you're offering them. And then there's presentation, like whether I'm presenting them as illustrations in a portfolio book or whether I'm presenting them on the runway or in a lookbook with photographs or on a website. That's different, the presentation with the mood and the feeling of the whole collection versus in practicality, I know a lot of people are going to want this in black, so I will offer it to you in black as well. So that's really the difference. And so right now I'm playing with the colors, and when we get down to picking individual colors, we will start thinking about what we're going to present versus what we're going to offer, because people will want to buy these colors. And as we pick colors, sure, there are going to be some colors that are not the most universally flattering, but you will need some more universally flattering, more wearable colors. And we'll talk more about colors later, but I mean, I'm having so much fun making these little swatches. I want to make watercolor prints out of all these swatches, all of them. Give them to me immediately. All right, I think that's it for this week. I actually don't know what I'm doing next week, but hit like or comment below or both if you would like to see me continue with this series. And subscribe if you haven't already so you can keep watching the series and share with your friends. Go hit the fashion design process playlist if you want more straight up tutorials of every step that I'm taking in this project. And the magic word is practice, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Welcome back to the Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series. Today, I want to talk to you about how I choose colors for a fashion collection. Okay, what I'm doing on the screen is I've pulled the Smithsonian Rock and Gems book that I got at the Harvard Museum of Natural History. In a previous video, I had bookmarked the pages for my color inspiration. And so now I'm pulling all my markers and just going through them and picking the ones that match best to the pictures that I previously bookmarked. In this video, I want to address a lot of the questions I get both online and in the classroom about working with colors within the context of a fashion collection in no particular order. Okay. One question I get frequently is, how many colors should I have? And wow, that is like the most open-ended thing ever. One of the first things to think about is, what kind of designer are you, and who is your customer? What is the look of your brand? I mean, you look at people like Yohji Yamamoto, and he just does a lot of black collections, and we expect that, and we're okay with it. Karl Lagerfeld, when he designs for Chanel, he does color, but he also will frequently do a black and white collection. Okay, it's a very common thing that we see from him. It's something we associate a lot with Chanel, the little black dress, the white camellias, that sort of thing. So first we think about the brand. Okay. Then there are designers and brands like Oscar de la Renta, where explosions of beautiful bright colors. Okay. Brands like Ralph Lauren, there's like always that underlying theme of classic Americana. So there's always a red, white, and blue, and some really classic neutrals going on in there. So first, think about your brand, think about the company, and think about your overall customer. And then you think about that collection for that season. Are you doing a colorful collection for you? I mean, Jill Sander is a very minimal collection, and we don't actually associate color usage with Jill Sander. But if you look carefully, there are a lot of past Jill Sander collections where it's very colorful. And then they'll have a collection where it's just like all navy. So think of the brand, and then think of your collection and your inspiration for that season. Okay. And also, what's colorful for Jill Sander is not going to be the same as what's colorful for Yohji Yamamoto. Okay. Alexander Wang, we know him to do a lot of black and white. He will do color too, but the way he does color is really different and a lot more restrained than, say, how Prada does color. Prada often does like really weird colors, like an off blue and an off orange, things like that. So staying with the brand, staying with the theme of the collection, and then also the size of the collection, okay? If you are starting your own company and you are in the beginning, like you're the first few collections, I recommend that you keep things small. The whole collection, I recommend that you keep things small so that you can really keep a tight lid on the quality as you get better and better at production. So yeah, you should keep your colors numbers small in those kinds of circumstances. And that helps with fabric minimums. That helps with production logistics. That helps keep smaller collections looking more cohesive when you have a small, tight color story. Here's something I don't want you to do. I do not want you to choose one color or one fabric or one print to be used one time only, to be used on one body, okay? That is a huge waste in resources, especially if it's a custom print or a custom dye. And it doesn't add to a cohesive collection. It's going to stand out like a sore thumb if you use it the one time. And you're like, well, what if it's just the waistband of one thing? Well, I mean, think about your fabric minimums. Like, if you have minimums and you're only cutting them for a waistband, and the guy says, well, you have to buy at least 100 yards. And I mean, how many waistbands can you cut in a yard of fabric? Like, think about your production. You don't have to figure out every logistic of production as you're designing, but overall, you have to meet your fabric minimums. And at this point you might be thinking, well, Zoe, I'm just a student and I'm just making these design projects for school and for my portfolio. It's like, I don't really care, because as you're practicing, you should be practicing thinking like a real life designer if that is your end goal. I'm a big fan of just letting your creativity flow and just having some fun and designing some crazy stuff. But if you are sitting there trying to figure out a color story so you can put together a collection to present to someone, to really think it out, then you need to be thinking like a real life designer. And you need to be thinking, I need a cohesive collection that I could actually produce. Okay. Of course, most of you don't know everything about, I mean, nobody knows everything about production, but most of you don't know much about production and what you can and can't get done. But I mean, there are some basics. Okay. And yeah, you need to be thinking about, yeah, I'm going to use this color a few times. I'm going to use this fabric a few times here, here, and here, so that the collection looks cohesive and so that I'm using the fabric a lot. And if I'm going to go to the trouble of custom designing a print or even taking an existing print and applying my own color story to it to make it look more special to me, then you use it more than once. I have a whole video on print development and how it gets used in production and stuff. It's in the design process playlist if you're interested in that. Anyway, so yeah, the number of colors you have in a collection is really dependent on all the things that I just mentioned. But yeah, don't underutilize a color or fabric. All right, real quick, because people always ask questions about what materials I'm using on camera. Number one, I am testing out my markers on the Winsor & Newton marker paper. This is my first time busting out the Winsor & Newton marker paper, and these are just swatches, so it's not really a good test of what the paper is capable of. So I will test more before I give any kind of opinion on it, but that's just the paper I'm using right now. And I've pulled all the markers that I have because I used to have an organized swatch card. I had swatches of all my markers grouped by color category, labeled with the name and color, and the name of the color and the name of the brand. And yeah, I started buying more markers. I was doing all these hauls because I was traveling and I got busy. And so my swatch cards are sorely outdated now. So that's why I'm testing all these colors instead of referring to my swatch cards. So if you are more organized than I am and you have your swatch cards reasonably up to date, then this process you can use your swatch cards for. But yeah, now I'm just testing every single freaking color I'm pulling all the citrine colors, I'm pulling all the quartz colors, and then the yellows for the sulfur. And you know, we already talked about my obsession with indigo and rust, so we'll get to those colors in a little bit. And the plastic tubs for my marker storage. So last week, 2 weeks ago, I posted my marker collection video because many of you expressed interest in what I use on the regular. And I bought all the plastic tubs that I use for my marker storage at my local Blick art supply store. And so I'm fairly certain that you could find them at dickblick.com. But personally, I like buying storage in person. I know I can read the measurements, but there's nothing like holding a tub in my hands and kind of eyeballing it and being like, oh yeah, I could fit X number of markers in here or X number of pencils in here. Okay. But that's just me. So that's where I got the tubs. The book you've seen a million times. It's the Smithsonian Rock and Gem book. That's the marker paper I'm using. Holding off on opinions on that. Someone the other day asked me what I use to cover my work table, and so I have several sheets of tracing paper on my work table. I almost never, if I can help it, draw or write even a little bit directly on a hard surface because you end up with ugly line quality. It's much easier to get a good line quality on a softer surface, even if it's 4 sheets of tracing paper. And I get tracing paper in those big rolls, and so I can cut like giant sheets and tape them down across my tables. And even on my pattern table, if you saw my studio tour, you know that I have a giant industrial cutting table in my studio, and I cover that whole surface with illustration boards. And the soft, it covers the surface of my workspaces so that my furniture stays clean and intact longer, because I'm kind of abusive, always drawing and cutting and slamming down metal rulers and books and cookie sheets and all of that. So I'm always protecting the surfaces of my workspaces, and also it helps my line quality. Back to colors. So, I've done all black collections before, and if you watch my last color theory video, I used to work for a leather company, and we did a lot of different shades of brown because most people don't like wearing pink leather or, bright red leather. It's not really a thing. So when people buy leather, they tend to buy them in various shades of brown. So I've worked with a lot of neutrals, but when I do a colorful collection, these are some of the things I think about. Number one, I think about values. And you're going to recognize some of these terms from my color theory videos because, nothing I teach is a separate thing. All these subjects are related. And, you might be thinking, Zoe, you're always mentioning other videos. Like, we get it. You want us to watch all your videos. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is all these subjects are connected. And that's why I teach all these different subjects, because they're all related to each other. And they all, you have to learn all these things. You learn these things to help with these things, which will in turn help with these things. Okay, so I teach the color theory. So it'll help you with your paint mixing. So it'll help you with your illustrations. And it'll help you with figuring out what colors to put together for your collections. Okay. So back to colors for this one. So when I'm putting together a colorful collection, I think a few things. Number one, the values. I like to have dark colors, medium colors, and light colors. It is often said that, with painting and illustration, color blocking. If your values work, then your colors will work. If you get the right contrast, if you get the right value flow, if you can get the right lights and darks to create shadows and highlights, to create the shapes, to create the volume, then the colors that you use to match the values will be easier. It'll just flow. Okay, so it's like I do tons of these exercises with my color theory students on getting the values right even before they put in the color. Because once the values are there, you're gold. You want to offer options for your customer. So light, medium, and dark colors. I like to have a good balance of neutral colors and colorful colors. So as you can see here, I have a lot of browns and creamy light browns and caramel colors, the neutrals. I have both light, bright blues and darker, more neutral blues. And then I have some pinks and yellows. And then I have a few of these sort of more cool, neutral khaki colors. And as you can even see already from my little marker swatch test sheet, I have a lot of different values going on. I also, I think about the wearability of colors a lot. And of course, there are things, of course, where everyone has different skin colors. And so, what's wearable for someone is not going to be wearable for someone else. And I get that. But there are just colors that are largely wearable for a lot of people and largely unwearable for a lot of people. So you have to think about that as well. So yeah, a mix of light, medium, and dark colors. a mix of wearable and, throwing in some interesting odd colors. Some brands are known for it. I think I mentioned Prada earlier about being known for their kind of quirky color schemes. Costume National used to be a brand that was they did these very strange, kind of slightly off colors. And you want a combination of neutrals and pop colors. And there's a difference between wearable colors and kind of slightly unwearable super pop colors, right? Like a bright neon orange, which will really add like a certain special attitude to a collection, but you probably won't sell a ton of it. But you'll include it as trim for a bunch of things because it adds that effect you're going for, to the overall kind of theme of things. Real quick, I pulled out my color pencils to see if it would be better to figure out my rust colors with color pencil. We'll see about that later. Haven't made up my mind yet. You have to keep in mind as well that, yeah, you're going to try to get the colors that you want as close to the real thing as possible, but you also have to go fabric hunting, and sometimes you're not going to get the precise shade. And so, this color story is kind of a jumping ground for helping you narrow down your fabric shopping decisions. Now that I have, as you see on the right, I've pulled the markers that I want to use. And I'm just getting myself organized. I pulled another sheet of marker paper and I'm making a little grid so that I can make full-size swatches of the colors so that I could start getting a little bit more organized about my color story and seeing, where I have gaps and holes, where I have, too many blues or too many oranges or whatever, trying to get the right combination. And like I did when I was collaging, I drew the grid on the back, but I'm markering on the front so that the lines aren't really getting in the way. Another thing to consider when it comes to colors. I get this question a lot. Well, Zoe, yeah, you want a bunch of these colors to make the collection more wearable and sellable, but like you see these runway presentations where it's just like all pink. And why can't I do something like that? The answer is you can. There is a huge difference between editorial presentation of your collection versus what you're going to show buyers that they are able to order for their stores. Right? Editorial presentation, yeah, you're going to push a mood. Like, let's take that hypothetical all pink collection. Maybe you are really pushing this really saccharine, feminine, cutesy, girly, floating in the clouds sort of inspired collection. And so everything is pink. Your runway collection is all pink. You shot a bunch of pictures, editorial shots for your website, and the girls in all pink with a pastel pink lipstick, wearing pink bunny ears and looking kind of funny and, jumping up and down on, pink beds, whatever, right? So you have like this whole pink thing going on because that's the mood, that's your inspiration, that's where your brain space is. But yeah, when you are putting your lookbook together for buyers, when you're putting your line sheet together, when your sales reps are taking the samples, you're going to offer those bodies in colors that are more mass appeal. Oh yeah, pink is very, appealing and wearable. But yeah, not everyone likes pink. Maybe they like that skirt you made, but in a different color. So you're going to create a color story that you can sell. But it is totally okay to also, from that whole overall color story that you're creating, like this big, many colored color story I'm creating right now, and just pull a few colors for a cool effect presentation. So in your portfolio, you could do the whole hypothetical all pink thing and just really push that image, but then be like, no, I'm also offering it in, these fabrics and these colors, and I'm offering, my bottom weights and these neutrals. I'm offering my blouse weights and these colors, because I know not everyone wants to wear pink, but wants to wear my cuts. And you want to tell people that you're interviewing that you are aware of real world sales concerns. And that's different from being able to create a magical world, a magical image, and present that craziness. And then you're like, oh no, but no, I know about the bottom line, and I know about making clothes that work for a lot of people. All right, so you can have both. I encourage you to do both because it's great to like create like a crazy all pink image that really sticks to a person, but they'll remember the fact that, oh yeah, she put together a real working color story. Oh yeah, fashion is about fantasy. I get that. But fashion is also about clothes and paying people who help you make them. All right, so now I'm taking my marker paper with all my color swatches and I'm gluing them in my sketchbook next to my Rock and Gems collage. The colors, again, are not an exact match, but we're all kind of sticking to that story all the way through, and the colors won't be finalized until you get your final fabrics in the colors, right? And yeah, I did it on marker paper, and I glued it into my book because I just like using marker paper for markers as much as possible. And now you may be looking at my color story and thinking, you could get rid of some of those. And I am right there with you. So, because, I put down my favorite options on this piece of marker paper. And now I'm cutting up a little bit of cheap cardstock. And this is what I always do. I lay down all my favorite options and I play this game. Like, what happens when I take these away? And what happens if I take those away? Do I like that? How about that? Do I like that better? So I do this. Sometimes I'll do the reverse, like I'll just create the color chips and then I'll just move the chips around and play with the chips. And sometimes I do this. And then later, once I actually make up my mind, I will glue the little white cardstock down. And what I also like to do in this process is take pictures. Like if I have a color story that I think is really good, I'll take my cell phone and I'll snap a picture of that, and then I'll play around again and I'll play around again. And then once I'll make up my mind eventually and glue all these little cardboard pieces down. At this stage, I'm looking at my Rock and Gems inspiration, and I've decided that I don't have the right pinks and corals, and I really loved those pinks and corals. So it's off to the marker store, and I need to go pick up some of those cool pinks and corals and maybe a dull blue. All right, so that's it for today. As usual, hit me with all the questions in the comments. Give this video a big thumbs up if you found it useful, helpful, interesting, entertaining, informational, all those good things. And of course, give me a thumbs up if you want me to continue with this series. And subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. This is Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection, part 5. If you are looking for fashion design process tutorials, please go visit my fashion design process playlist. There's 10 to 12 videos in there. They're all organized in order that you should watch them in. And it goes step by step as to how to do all the things to design a fashion collection, all the way from gathering inspiration to putting together a project for your portfolio. This series, this Watch Me Design series, is more like watching me do things.
like, I talk a lot. I can't help it. You know, I'm informative at best, didactic at worst. But I'm like, the goal is not to give you a comprehensive lesson on what I'm working on. It's just I give you all these tips as I'm working on a design project for myself. This is not for a client. This is just for my own, like, I want to design some stuff. And a lot of you have been asking me if I'm going to make these, like if they're going to go into production. Here's the thing, okay? I am going to design this project as if it could be mass produced. Okay, at the end of the day, wherever this goes, it's going to be something where it can be mass produced, which means I'm not going to do a lot of like, hand painting, individual minutia that costs $17,000 to produce sort of thing. Okay, the end goal is to try to use processes that are mass producible. But the thing is like, I can't always predict how popular a series is going to be to the end. And so I'm going to take this series as far as there's interest. And yeah, like, and as far as I have money, like producing a fashion collection takes a lot of money. So we'll see. All right. But I will be designing as if I was thinking about producing this. So what am I doing now? I am putting together a customer visual board. And I highly recommend that most of you do this, okay? Because this is way easier to communicate who your customer is than a long essay. If you can distill your customer in a few phrases that people can read real quick, that's great too. I use celebrities for two reasons. Number one, because this is going on a YouTube channel. I don't want to use somebody's personal photos unless they're my personal photos, But you'll see that later. Like there are pictures where I take them and I cut them up. But of people, I like to choose celebrities because they're public figures. I found these images very easily on Google, like very cursory Google search, and most of these images are famous. There were, so it's like, it's not a big deal. Okay. Number two, I also like using famous people in my customer profile because then lots of people know who they are. Well, lots more than kind of your average person. Like there are, of course, photos of like just private citizens really capturing a look that you're going for. But in terms of attitude and mood and what they might stand for, it's really easy to show off a celebrity. Because, think about it. Like when I was talking about my customer, I was talking about, androgyny and playing with gender norms. And so when I have pictures of David Bowie and Janelle Monáe, oh yeah, like they dress outside of gender norms and, like you're getting that vibe, right? And then I was talking about how I want to dress older people and how I also want to dress address the fact that there aren't awesome clothes for older people, that people expect older people to dress super fuddy-duddy. And I wanted to dress the older people who don't dress like that are fashionable and have fun with fashion. And so I found this 80-year-old model in China. And of course, the accidental icon. So I'm putting these images together. I'm using this silver tape. And please don't ask me where I got it because I don't remember. You forget. I'm a super old lady with like decades of accumulated art supplies. I don't know where I got everything. So I traced this shape off of one of the images in the fashion algebra book, the Anna Piaget book. And honestly, you know how sometimes you have this thing rattling around in your brain and you just gotta like do it and it's stuck. You're not really sure where it's gonna go or how it's gonna turn out or if you're ever gonna use it, but it's in your brain, so you have to do it. And I know you guys have watched me do these outlining vibration things before, and I don't know why it's still stuck in my brain, but it is, so it has to come out. And so now I have the markers, or a lot of the markers for the color story I will be using. So now I'm moving forward, I'm collaging with my color story in mind. So as I'm collaging, my collaging is getting more and more specific to my end goal. And but it's this kind of thing is still stuck in my head, and I'm not really sure why, but I'm just going to keep doing it until something rattles loose. So I'm at this point, when I was filming this, I was struggling still with my color story. And when we last left off, I had created these chips, I had finalized these colors, and I decided I needed some more pinks. I went to the store, I got more pinks and a couple more dull blues. And, now I'm playing with them. And when I was shooting this, I was getting increasingly frustrated at myself because the more I was playing around with the colors, I just wasn't liking it. And I remember when I first put that Rock and Gems collage together, I really liked that collection, those colors. And I was getting super irritated because no matter what I was doing, I just wasn't in love with it. And I know me, I have to really believe in the colors, because you know how I'm always talking about the importance of colors and how the first impact is the colors, and I believe that. And so I can't just have a mediocre freaking color story for my collection. And since I'm just doing this for my own enjoyment, I'm not in a hurry, so I'm like, all right, fine, I'm just gonna freaking dick around until I get the colors right. And then, and then, I watched Stranger Things. I was just gonna check it out, one or two episodes. Those of you who follow my channel know I've been feeling really poorly lately, and so I was just gonna lay around and watch some TV. And oh my, I got so sucked into it. I watched all 8 episodes, over 2 days. It was so good. And a lot of you are like, I don't want to watch a show about kids. It's not about kids. It's about kids being awesome, but it's really not about kids. It's it was so good. And I have two brains always whenever I watch something, and one brain is following the story, following what's going on, the action, the romance, whatever. And then the other is constantly looking at the visuals. And it's just who I am. And so I'm watching and I'm totally sucked into the story. And but I can't help but look at the colors. There's these particular scenes where I'm really arrested with the colors. And so I think I've figured out how I'm going to address the color story now. I'm 99% sure. But yeah, sometimes it happens like that. I'm going to be doing as much of the designing as I can on camera, but there are just some things I design as I go. I've been carrying this sketchbook around and scribbling in it wherever I go these days, and I'll be sharing that content with you in the videos. But yeah, that kind of stuff happens all the time. And so I will be sharing the results of my new color decisions next week, but this is still the process. Someone left a comment about how these videos, it's just not enough action. It's really slow and kind of boring. And it's well, yeah, sometimes work looks boring because sometimes work is boring. It's not like I enjoy, this whole being frustrated at my color story. To a certain extent, I enjoy it because this is the kind of frustration I enjoy. But some work is always going to be tedious. And as I told that person in the comment, and don't go trolling this person because, it wasn't a fight we got into or anything. I just wanted to clarify to this person, my channel is really about lifting the glamour veil of fashion. I post all these interviews with these real working professionals so they can give you an idea as to what it's really like to work in fashion. And, the glamour of it comes from the actual work. I think the glamorous part are the beautiful things that we get to make working in fashion, the beautiful drawings that we get to paint and things like that. But the actual work of it, it's not glamorous at all. And sometimes in the real world, it's about just sitting at your desk and figuring out freaking color stories for a few hours. And it's not very action filled or interesting to look at. It really isn't. But is it part of the process? Oh, yes, it is. It is indeed part of the process. And yeah, so, just because I figured out my color story in a different way, this is not something I don't still recommend to put down your colors and, use the little cardstock chips to cover up some colors and kind of figure out what you're editing out, because it is a process that works for me a lot of the time. Just this time, I just happily happened upon some cool lighting scenes in this awesome TV show. I've had students both here and in person ask me if I enjoy using fashion forecasting, color forecasting services, and I've never used a fashion forecasting or color forecasting service before, which is a little bit funny because I've actually worked on freelance projects. I've had freelance projects where I've worked on fashion forecasting assignments where I put together collages and I've put together illustrations and things for fashion forecasting companies to use in their fashion forecast. But but I've never used the service as a designer. So I can't speak of it. I've never sought one out because I've always felt that forecasting companies were a bit like self-fulfilling prophecies. Like, you put together a bunch of ideas as to what you think are coming down the pipeline, and you sell the same forecasting presentation to a bunch of these companies. And, let's say you have 12 ideas, and each company, you sell them to hundreds of companies, and each company takes one of the 12 ideas and runs with it, but it's still like 12 ideas. And so you start to see varieties on a theme, and then you're like, oh, my forecast worked. Yeah, no, I don't know. So as much as I love companies like Pantone and the color services that they provide, I have, and I've seen some forecasting presentations, and I think they're cool looking. I should think so because I've worked on some. But yeah, I've never worked with them, so I cannot speak from experience. Never start fabric shopping without some kind of idea as to what you're looking for. Okay. There are inspiration fabric trips where you can go to a fabric jobber or retail store and just walk around and try to feel inspired by materials. In fact, that's something I encourage you all to do. But if you are going to walk into a meeting with a fabric sales rep, do not waste their time by going in there without knowing what you want and just aimlessly going through their headers. These are business people. Time is money. Just don't waste their time. You don't have to walk in and be like, I need a 24 mummy silk du peony in a rose pink 3 yards. You don't need to tick off a purchase order. But go in there with some idea as to what, oh, I need a couple of bottom weights. I'm looking for wool meltons or similar things of this kind of weight, and I'm looking at this kind of color story. I'm hopefully looking for dark greens and dark blues, and then I would also like to look at some cotton shirtings. Go in there with can I say general specifics or specific generals? I don't know. Something like that. You know what I mean? So I have ideas percolating in my mind as to fabrics. I know I want to use denim. I know I want to use chambray. I know I want to use medium to heavyweight linens. And I am thinking about washing all of them because I eventually want to make all my garments machine washable, and I want to be washing them in the process so they have kind of like a washed, lived in sort of look. And I'm also thinking about matte silks like crepes, dupiones, and nothing slinky, shiny, drapey, sexy, just more in the able to, construct a little bit, able to fold up a little bit, stiffer, kind of medium weight, like I'm talking like 12 to 20 mummy. Nothing slinkier than that, like nothing lighter than that, no chiffons, no organzas, nothing like that, and nothing super heavy. I don't want like a Duchess satin that looks very couture-like. Okay, so I'm narrowing down my choices. And again, I'm doing one of these thingies with my colors because I can't stop myself. It's kind of an illness. And I don't know if I've shown y'all this side of my personality yet, but I can get a bit obsessive when I decide to fixate on something. So remember when I told you about the friend that I made on my second trip to Japan and how she was obsessed with rust and was posting all these rust photos and I got enamored with her rust photos? So in doing research for this project, I went through all of my Japan photos, especially from the first trip, because I ended up taking way more photos on my first trip. And instead of taking apart and scanning those Boro books, I pulled photos that I took when I went to go visit the Muse Museum in Tokyo, which is all Boro. And so I pulled my photos and I printed a bunch out and I started going through my photos and I realized I was obsessed with my friend's rust photos because I had already taken like so many rust photos on my first trip and then I promptly forgot about them. So I'd already had this kind of like interest in it and I kind of was distracted and stopped thinking about it. And, I was particularly interested in rust and wood decay and interesting doors and chipping paint, kind of like all together, not like straight up rust like my friend is. And so I pulled those, I printed a bunch of them out, and then of course I have my remaining rock and gem pictures. And now I'm going to just start collaging on some figures. And these are my fashion figure templates, printed kind of small. And, per usual, if you want these fashion figure templates, you can go hit up my Etsy store, zoehong.etsy.com. Link is in the description box. And now I'm using glitter glue. I've given up on the glue stick. Screw the glue stick. It does not help me in any fashion. And I have this glitter glue. Oh, I remember like I said, I have random craft supplies. This glitter glue is actually from a Halloween costume. I dressed up as Miss Congeniality. I wore a dress. I made myself a pageant sash. And I wrote Miss Congeniality with this glitter glue. I had like a police badge and handcuffs and a tiara. Good times. Anyway, so I have glitter glue, but it's still glue, okay? I love glitter, but it's still glue, and it works way better than the glue stick. I don't know why I'm talking so long about this freaking glue. Sorry, glitter makes me happy. Whatever. So now I'm just cutting up stuff, and I'm collaging them onto figures. And I'm not really designing dresses yet. I've also, do you remember when I was first doing those collages and then I took pictures with my cell phones of sections of those collages? Well, I took those into Photoshop. I manipulated some of the colors as much as I could. I blew them up, played with the scale. I printed them out so that I could kind of focus on certain parts. And I'm doing this, I'm having fun with it. I'm creating big shapes with colorful visual texture. And I don't know yet. I haven't really thought it out. It's part of the process. I don't know how I'm going to create these looks. Okay, what am I going to do with these black lines? How am I going to achieve these black lines? Are they going to be piping? Or I already said I didn't want to do a whole bunch of like hand painting, handwork things that aren't easily mass producible. Or are they? Am I going to make a custom print? Am I going to create seams and then bind the seams in black? Am I like, there are a lot of things that I could think about. I could applique big colorful patches. I could be doing embroideries. Like, there are a lot of things I could do, but it's like I'm taking these shapes, I'm taking these colors of shapes and these lines and just collaging them and just kind of running with it. Remember how in the fashion design process series, like I kept repeating over and over again, it's about taking these vague, inspirational images, ideas, moods, music, feelings, obsessions, and just trying to distill it down into more and more specific visual items until you have clothes that you are satisfied with, right? And so I'm still at that phase where this shit don't look like clothes. I mean, not really. But we're getting there. We're putting them on bodies. We're seeing how they scale, how the colors look, how the textures look. And we're getting there. Totally not specific, totally not garments, but we're approaching that. And as I keep collaging, as I keep looking at visual references and creating new ones, I'll be back to visiting these references or trying this technique out again. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a bunch of these and I'll be completely satisfied and run with this. But as you know, that's probably not going to happen because, I mean, there have been like so very, very few times in my career where I've had the luxury of time like I do now. Like, I have the luxury of time because I am making my own schedule with my with my YouTube channel. But, you know, when I was working in industry and when I was working at school, it's like, here's the deadline. If you don't meet it, you're fired. And so you're running by the seat of your pants. And there are beautiful things that can come out of pressure and stress in that situation. And I'm all about it. I've had a blast and like, okay, I gotta do the most amazing thing in 6 weeks. Gotta do it. I'm crying the whole time. I have no time for sleep. And awesome things can happen. But yeah, given that I can do whatever the hell I want when I want when I want at this point, I'm gonna run with it. And so if that means collaging for a few more weeks while I get to play around with possibilities, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Yeah. No, I will not be starting a singing career anytime soon. So here's a super cool collage that was hung up on the wall at the Muse Museum in Tokyo. I keep calling it the Boro Museum, but technically the name is Amuse Museum, AMUSE. It's such a cool museum, you guys. You have to go. If you're ever in Tokyo, go. And the best thing about the Muse Museum, the Boro exhibit, is you can touch everything. There's a photo somewhere on my Instagram, I think, of me trying on Boro kimono at the Muse Museum. Because the whole point of Boro is patching things as things get worn and threadbare. You patch and then you patch again and you wear it and keep using it and wearing it, and then you take another patch of fabric and you stitch it on. Like, that's the whole point. And so all the things there are meant to be touched and tried on and really like used. I mean, I'm not going to actually sit there and walk around with the shoes on, but you know what I mean? And so all they'll do if something gets threadbare is patch it and just keep creating the Boro. It's so cool. So I had a blast there. So if you're ever in Japan, if you're ever in Tokyo, please go to the Muse Museum. They also have an excellent bookstore on the bottom floor. So, of course, you know, I'm obsessed with Boro, but like, you know, as I'm collaging these things, I'm also thinking about, you know, what I could be doing to create these effects. And I don't mean, not everything has to be an extreme literal translation. You know, some of them are going to be quite indirectly translated. But, you know, I do love the Boro, but the thing is, Boro is very handmade. And I have been chewing on this idea of how do you take Boro, this idea of Boro, and do something mass produced. And it doesn't have to, of course, you know, as I mentioned in the very beginning of this series, I'm not trying to look for a really cheap, fast way to do it, but still something that can be mass produced, something that you can produce without it having cost thousands of dollars. Okay. And I mean, I don't want to do a screen print because you lose the texture. And the texture and the stitching is such an important aspect of it that I'm thinking more in terms of hiring someone who specializes in applique work. And so instead of creating the entire fabric out of patches, to have a base fabric and to applique patches in an applique slash rough embroidery sort of process. And then, as I mentioned in the first video, I'm still very attracted to the idea of including patches of fabric and threads with the garments so that people who buy the garments can continue the patching process. I'm really into this idea. And, you know, I'm also interested in trying to make Boro look a little bit different. I don't want it to look like a straight up Japanese ripoff. I do want to take the inspiration and run with it and create something new with it. So there is that. It's a challenge when you find the original source material so incredible, but you know, it's got to be done, you know. I want to do the new stuff. And that's me. That's my jam. So we'll figure it out. Here's one of my rust photos that I found. I'm like, did I get this from Claire? Did I get this from me? Like, I think I got it from me. At this point, I can't remember because there's so many photos, but I'm pretty sure this is one of mine. I love these colors so hard. This lime celery and the browns and the oranges and just, and again, as I'm collaging and I'm laying down these blocks of color and kind of like creating kind of like vague visual feels for how this would look, again, I'm thinking, okay, how would I get this look produced? And I mean, this one actually would be more believable and okay done as a screen print. I'm also thinking like a rough embroidery, where if I had a screen print of the celery, lime, green colors, then I could do some kind of rough embroidery of the oranges and browns overlaid on top. Or I could create the whole fabric that way where, you know, the brown and orange rust embroidery runs along one selvage. And so, but then instead of having the orange along the top and then fading to green like I have it in these figure collages, then it would actually be running left to right because of the grain. But yeah, at this stage, we're spitballing, we're thinking things out. And yes, later on, I did scribble these ideas down so that I would remember them. These are pictures of old doors in Tokyo. Kind of the paint's been chipping, the wood is not in brand new condition or anything. Just playing around. And yeah, at this stage, these are not really the colors that I like. Not the colors I liked then, not the new colors I'm thinking of now, but it's really about playing with the textures and playing with the idea of maybe recreating similar textures in fabrics. I'm a big proponent of fabric development and creating cool new fabrics, and texture development and stuff. So we'll see. Again, we're just playing around. This is just a cool floor I saw somewhere in Tokyo. I know people who travel with me probably find me super annoying because I'm always stopping to take photos of the most inane things like floors. They're like, really, Zoe? I'm like, shut up. It's going to take a second. Anyway, so yeah, just play. If you're designing along with me, just don't get too wrapped up at this stage on making things look like perfect garments, because this is not what this is about. It's about playing with possibilities, and this is still kind of an inspirational collage phase where you're just thinking about possibilities and loose ideas that will spark better ideas, and keep propelling you forward. The thing is like, I'm working really slow because I have the luxury of time. And, those of you designing along with me, you have the luxury of time. When you're working in the industry, you're not going to have the luxury of time. But the better you get at this process, the more you practice the process, the better you get at it, the faster you get at it, so that by the time you're working in the industry, you can stay up to speed with your colleagues, and that's kind of the goal. Okay. And yeah, now I'm just going back in with my super awesome glitter glue and just gluing stuff, making sure stuff's not falling out. Glitter forever. Yay. Anyway, so now I'm just gluing these pages into my sketchbook so that I can keep everything in one sketchbook, carry around this sketchbook. Anytime I have any kind of idea as to what I want to work on with this project, I can find the respective page and start scribbling on it. And, just kind of, me, always be practicing, always be designing. This is what I do. Always carry around these books, and I'm always scribbling in one book or another. And yeah, being super antisocial. Anyway, you know the drill. Give this video a big thumbs up if you found it interesting, informative, entertaining. I've been getting a lot of comments lately that people love hearing my laugh, which is good since I tend to laugh at myself a lot. Please subscribe, share, drop me all your comments and questions. And I hope you really are designing along with me. Let me know if you are. And I will see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. Welcome to Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection episode 6, 7, 6, I think 6, whatever. So we're at the, selecting fabrics portion, and I was kind of wondering what I should do. Like, I didn't want to film like 2 hours wandering around a fabric store, because that would... Like, I don't even know if I could do that. Like, that would involve a lot of negotiations, and then it would postpone this video. And I didn't want to like go to a fabric sales rep and have them like, I just wanted it to be me designing, and like all the other options seem so involved. But I have all these headers. Okay, a friend of mine who's a fabric sales rep gave me all these old, out-of-date headers that she no longer uses anymore, because she knows about the channel and she knows I like to have a lot of fabric references. And so I went through the headers, the binders full of headers, and pulled the categories that would be of most interest to me in terms of this project. And when you are picking your own fabrics, or when you're walking into your own fabric sales rep meeting, you have to think about it like that too. Like, you don't want to sit there and go through every swatch your fabric sales rep has, unless she only has like 100 swatches. Okay. In the previous video in this series, I started talking about, what kind of bottom weights I wanted, what kind of top weights I wanted, how I wanted to stick around with like cotton and linen and maybe some lightweight leather. And I was thinking about something seasonless, so nothing too heavy and nothing too incredibly light. I was talking about matte silks that were not slinky, that were not particularly drapey, so we have, I'd started those notes. I have a gist of a color story going on. And so when you walk into your fabric sales rep meetings, you should also, have your inspiration, have some focus, have a color focus, know, what kind of bottom weights and what kind of top weights and how many of each you're interested in sourcing, so that you're not wasting a bunch of people's time. You're going in there. Don't do anything in your fabric sales rep meeting that you don't need your fabric sales rep for. Okay, colors, you don't decide with your fabric sales rep. You decide, with your design team. In my case, it's me, myself, and I. But I don't need my fabric sales rep for that. So I make that decision before I go see the sales rep. There's probably going to be a couple of these videos where I go through swatches and stuff. Y'all, I had so much coffee today. It's not even funny. Here's the thing about selecting bottom weights, okay? When you select a bottom weight, when you're looking at bottom weights, sometimes you feel a bottom weight, and no, I'm not interested in plaid, I'm just showing you as an example. You're looking at the thickness of it, and you're like, oh, that feels really thin. I want something really thick and sturdy, but you have to keep things in mind. You have to think construction. A lot of the time, your fabric is going to be doubled over. So like, for example, in the front, here's your front, here's your facing back here. And then you're going to have lining, okay? And you're probably going to have some interfacing, right? And so you always have to feel it on the, you should feel all fabrics on the double because it's going to be doubled over in a lot of places in construction. But for bottom weights, when you're thinking about the thickness of coats especially, you're thinking about doubled over collar on top of doubled over body. You got to think about it. And so always feel your bottom weights on the double. Okay? Because it's going to be even thicker with seam allowance and interfacing, whether it's fusible or not, and then lining, and then pockets in your lining. And, how are you going to fold this down and top stitch a patch pocket of this thickness on top of things to think about. Oh, you guys, I'm singing. That's a problem. Okay. For you, I don't care. Like I'm so used to my own tone deafness. I don't even care anymore, but it's a problem for you because it means Zoe's had too much caffeine and you have to listen to this garbage. Ah. Okay. So I don't want, what is this? Wool? Is this my wool folder? I guess it is. Okay, so I wasn't actually looking for too much woolen, so I'm just going to run through this one really fast. But look at, so, when you're looking at bottom weights, look at this wool. Can you see, like, how thin that is? Versus, oh, wait. Look at that. They're so smart. They set this on the double, so you would have to feel it on the double because you need to feel things on the double. Oh, my goodness. What a smart company. Okay, so here we have, we have this thickness, we have this thickness, and then we have, how fat that one is. Okay, so feel these fabrics. I'm not interested in any of these. This is a nice thin weight. This is closer to the weight that I would like. But I don't know if I'm not interested in doing any dressy coats for this collection. So I would have just skipped this binder completely in a meeting before rifling through it too much. But I'm just going to go on a teaching side tangent. Okay. A lot of wools are blends. Okay. These are wool nylons. This is a wool nylon and this is a wool poly. I don't know what that abbreviation is for. Nylon rayon blend. Here's a wool poly blend. Okay, so a lot of wools used in this kind of like woolen outer coat sort of purpose are often mixed with nylon or polyester because wool is not that strong. And so what they do is they take a nylon core or a polyester core and they wrap the woolen fibers around the core. So the core, the man-made material, gives it strength. Okay? And the wool gives it texture, it gives the softness, it gives the look of the wool, okay, because the nylon's hidden. And it gives the breathability and, you know, all those, the wicking and all those good things about the wool, but then it has that strong core in the center. Okay, so you'll see a lot of these wool nylon blends, and as long as the man-made percentage isn't super high, that's pretty nice. Okay, I don't want any of these. Okay, what's going on here? What are these? Not really anything I'm interested in. But look at these cool textures. I do not even know what is happening here. Is this supposed to be some like cheap Chanel knockoff? I say cheap, it's freaking $50 a yard. And this is from 2004, so I'm sure it's much more expensive now. But, you know, compared to Chanel, I'm sure it's still cheap. But these are fun. Not what I'm looking for. More swatches. Yeah, so this is fun. Just, again, now I'm not designing, I'm just teaching. It's terrible. Yeah, you know, I am gonna continue the fabric series, the ones that are like straight up fabric tutorials. I have the lecture notes written up for the silk lecture. Like I already posted the identifying silk fabrics video where I got all up close and personal with a bunch of silks. And then I have a video where it's just going to be straight up lecture on like designing with silk and silk qualities and things to watch out for when you're designing with silk and blah, 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 blah. It's happening, okay? It's just, you know, those kinds of videos are more, you know, prep heavy and labor intensive than some of these other videos. So anyway, so this is cool because I want to show you these crinkle yarns. Do you see how the yarns are very crinkly and that adds a really different look to the plaid? Kind of gives it a little bit more casual look because it's not all smooth, perfect stripes. These are fun. Completely irrelevant to my design project at hand. But, you know, always teaching. Can't help it. Did I tell you guys about how I was at the Met with my friends? And this was when we went to go see the Manus Ex Machina exhibit last summer. And I was wandering around the museum and I was with two of my friends, and I can't help it. Like, I'm just kind of always teaching. Hashtag always be teaching. And so I started like rambling on about this thing and that thing and how the history and when the time period it was made in affected the way things were made. And that's why it was made like this, and how things like this are made more like this now because of technology. And I'm just rambling, and, you know, I'm kind of like a naturally loud person. And so people started like following me and my friends around the museum. Something like this. You can tell that this is the face because it's brushed. You see the back? The back, you can see the weave more readily because the fibers aren't brushed. But you know what I always say? The face is whatever you decide it is, okay? It's just, if you decide that what most people perceive to be not the face, okay? If you want this to be the face, you better mark that on all your tech packs and all your swatch cards and make sure that is shown as the face and not this. Here's a nice color card. So anyway, I'm not gonna go through these anymore because this is not what I'm looking for in terms of the design project. Wait, what's this? Here's a twill. Okay, twill is when, you know, you can see the diagonal weave. Can you see that? Is the camera picking up on that? Okay. The most common twill in the world is denim. That's the big difference between denim and chambray. Chambray is done in a basket weave, so you're not going to see this diagonal. Whereas denim, if it's true denim, it will be done in a twill. And sometimes, you know, the twill pattern isn't really obvious depending on the wash or the non-wash, but that's, so you can really see it on the back. I'm gonna hold on to this one. Ooh, what's going on here? Look at this gauze. So gauze is always done in these crinkle fibers. I mean yarns, excuse me, crinkly yarns. It literally looks like a colored version of gauze that you stick on a wound. Yeah? That's fun. I actually really like this. This is too summery for what I'm going for, but I do like this. Okay, whenever you think of something sheer, remember always look at it on the double. Now see, these are thicker and this would make a nice blouse weight actually. I do not like this shadow stripe. Shadow stripes are when you see a stripe in the fabric created with the weave and not with a color. Okay, so these are all black yarns, but because of the way it's woven and some parts are sheerer than others, there we go. It's a shadow stripe. You see this a lot in bedding, where you see like a shiny stripe and a matte stripe, shiny, dull, shiny, dull. Oh, ooh, that one is super crinkly. That's fun. What is this fat Melton doing here? That's so funny. Okay, so these are fun, but I actually kind of like something like this. No, okay. Generally speaking, if you were at a fabric sales rep's office, it wouldn't be kind of like grouped haphazardly like I have in my office. Like something like blouse weight wools would be in a separate, binder than like, winter outerwear wools. But so yeah, general disclaimer, you're going to see the headers of a lot of different fabric companies. I'm not endorsing any of them. None of them are sponsoring this video. They don't know I exist, that sort of thing. Headers. What are headers? Headers, Header. Headers are these cards. Well, actually, headers are more like the cards with like a big, like quarter yard piece of fabric attached. These are swatch cards because they have smaller swatches. And then these are color cards because it has all the colors attached. So this is my knits, my cut and sew knits binder. And, knits, when you're thinking about design, knits, you kind of start off with two categories. You have cut and sew knits and you have fashion knits. And cut and sew knits are when you take yardage, just, rectangular yardage, and you make patterns in the traditional sense, and you cut them out of this fabric and you stitch them using knit-friendly stitching methods like overlock, cover stitch, that sort of thing, right? Fashion knits are when you create the shapes using a specific number of stitches and not cutting them out of yardage. Okay. Let me know in the comments if you want like a video devoted to knit design. Do I have a video like that already? You guys, I'm at 180 videos or something. Sometimes I forget what I even have. Okay. Anyway, let's pretend I don't have a video like that. I mean, I've taught it in school, so I know that I have the lecture notes for it somewhere. But yeah, let me know if you're into knits and stuff. Yeah. I do know I have an illustrating knits video. It's in my illustrating specific textures playlist. I do know that for sure. But the number one question I get about knits is how can you tell the difference between a knit and a woven? So wovens, the yarns go up and over each other, and the knits are looped together. Okay, so that's what you have to first think about. So when you are looking at a woven, I mean, even with something crinkly like this, you'll be able to pull because they're woven. Okay, they're not looped together. They're crisscrossing over each other. So you should be able to pull on them. Okay. Don't mangle a whole corner of fabric that you didn't purchase already, okay? If you're at the fabric store or if you're with a sales rep and you're a little bit confused, just take a tiny corner and just pull on it a tiny bit, okay? No need to deface other people's property, okay? And then Fabric is a precious resource, okay? Remember, one of the concepts of this design project is zero waste cutting, or as close as I can get to it, right? Now, a knit, you're not gonna, it's gonna be harder to pull away because they're looped together. And so the cut edges you might be able to, but you see how they're all looped together, so you can't pull individual yarns out, okay, and get like super up close and personal. Can you see the loops? So yeah, sometimes you gotta take your glasses off and stick your face right in there and be like, oh, there are the loops. These are all just like, this is just a stack of cut and sew knits. Walking into a sales rep meeting, I would be, I would say in advance, I'm looking for cotton jerseys, linen jerseys. I don't want anything modal because a modal tends to be very slippery and slinky and occasionally shiny. And that's not the look I'm going for with this collection. So I would have prepped those kinds of things, but let's pretend I'm organized right now. I don't want anything with crazy textures. What is this? Turfan cotton. It's very thin. I want something a little bit more stable, possibly even a double knit. See, this one is a little bit more stable and nice. It's a little bit thicker. I mean, it's not as thick as like your standard double knit, but that's a nice option. Cupro dyed knit jersey. Cupro rayon. See, I don't like this kind of like slinky stuff for this project. I don't want anything metallic. Do I want stripes? Maybe. I mean, that might be fun to incorporate stripes as one of the patching fabrics. And I also like this blue. Okay, let's think about it. Oh my god, this one is cool! This is weft knitting. For a second there, I was like, this is actually... Oh, this one is dope! Yeah. I get excited about fabric. I get excited about a lot of things on this channel, obviously. Like, I have 100% creative control on this channel, and so I just pretty much make videos on things I get excited about. Dun, dun, dun. This is velour. This pile. What's velour? It's basically the knit version of velvet. Not into that right now. Whoa, what are these metallic threads? Not right now. Not right now. Here's a jacquard. I don't know if... Okay. Hello, camera. Work with me, please. Okay. You see that texture? It's knit into the fabric. It's not a print. It's not anything. It's a texture that's a pattern. That's what jacquards are. Texture pattern. Whoa. I don't actually know what I would do with this, but it's cool, so I'm just going to hold on to it for a second. Dun, 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 nothing slinky. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm going to organize these, I swear. I'm probably not. I get busy. I don't know if you noticed that. This is not a knit. What is this doing in here? Okay. I kind of like what it... Okay. Put that over there. Dun-dun-dun. This is also not a knit. I don't know what's... Oh. That's fun. So these are headers, with like the big swatches. More like headers. Like all the colors. Which is really not what I'm feeling right now. Tweedy business. This is all brushed acrylic. No. Another jacquard where you can obviously see the texture pattern knit into it. Another one. Here's a strange double knit.
That feels really heavy. Ew, I don't like that curly business. I'm so loath to throw anything away though, because you know how like you hate something and then like 5 years later you're like, this is my favorite thing ever now. That's so me. Because, you know, it's fashion. What's that Oscar Wilde quote? Fashion is so ugly that we're compelled to change it every 6 months. Oh, this is fun. But I hate these colors. Now, if I still have my resale number and I was working with the fabric sales rep and I really wanted this print, I could probably get them to change it depending on the minimums. Like, that's the thing is, like, if you see a print that that you like, but you don't like the colors, you can always ask if the mill will recolor them. Okay, so I don't like it enough, though. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. What is this? Okay, so clearly not very organized. Good job, Zoe. Whoa. That's a trippy. Don't want anything too slinky. Sometimes I look at things and I find it hard to believe that it was ever fashionable, even though I know it has been. More velour, some weird old granny quilted stuff. I know I'm like probably insulting stuff and you're like watching like, Zoe, I like that fabric. Stop talking smack. Sorry. Ooh, ooh. I like this. It's a nice firm. Oh, I like that. Nice stable knit. I kind of like this too. You see the texture? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. What's going on in here? Oh, it's all brushed up in here. Bow, bow. Do 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 do. This color always reminds me of that scene in The Devil Wears Prada. It's like close enough to that sweater she was wearing. Whoa. But seriously, what is Cotton Piqué doing in here? Oh. That's nice. That's a rather stiff. It's like a nice like cuff trim. You know, it's nice, stiff, doesn't stretch too much, like works well for wrists and collars and waistbands on like varsity jackets, baseball jackets, that sort of thing. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, this one is nicer. Better be nicer. It's freaking $5 more a yard. Oh, so yeah. So like obviously right now I am dealing in fantasy land because I completely brain farted about needing to look at prices for fabrics. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Okay. So let's talk about that in the next video about how to figure out what price bracket your fabrics need to fall under to fit the price bracket for your finished garment. Okay, and this is why whenever, you know, I get a lot of middle schoolers and high schoolers on my channel and they ask me like, what classes should I take right now in school to prepare me for fashion school in the future? And one of the things I always say is learn math. You don't need complex calculus, okay? I've never done a logarithm in my life after high school, but I use regular arithmetic, especially fractions, on the regular, because if you're American and you work in America and you use the imperial system and you're doing patterns, you're gonna have to be thinking about 1/8 of an inch, 1/16 of an inch, 3/16 of an inch versus 1/4 of an inch and what that looks like constantly. Okay? And you're gonna, whenever you're doing gathering, Okay, it's like, okay, well, the waist is, 29 and a quarter inches, and I want to do a 3x gather on that to get the ruffle to look. So what's 29 and a quarter times 3? Okay, so, the faster and better you get at just like simple math, and then of course retail math, and, so getting good at solid arithmetic skills. Get on that, people. Bum, bada, bum, 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 bum. Oh my God, too much coffee. I like how sheer this is, but this is too slinky for what I want. Since we're doing like initial perusal right now, you're not at this stage where you have to like fill in holes. Like I always kind of go through and just pull anything I like, and then later we're just going to put them in categories like how many bottom weights did I find? How many, like rib knit trim, did I need this? And how many shirts, blouse weights did I find? And how many do I actually need? And do I need to go find another blouse weight, or do I need to edit down my bottom weight so I only have 2 or 3 or however many. Okay, so we're not there yet. I'm just pulling out all the things that interest me in terms of this collection. And let me stress again, in terms of this collection, because if you go to a fabric sales rip meeting, or if you even just walk into a fabric store and just start thinking about things you like in general, you're never gonna get anything done. I might speak from experience on that. I have like 2 more gigantic binders over here that I'll go over. Oh, 3. I have 3 big binders full of things I'll go over in a future video, but let's go over these. Okay, I don't want any plaids right now. I mean, I could do some plaids, but something far more simpler. I was thinking about that whole like borrow but not borrow sort of thing, and I was also considering maybe a madras, but like a larger scale madras than some of these shirtings. So yeah, some of these, they're a little bit too nuts. Oh my God, I love all of these. Look at these linens. Okay, again, these are linen twills. You can see the diagonal texture. Let me show you. You can see the diagonal texture. I like these stripes. That's a nice sheeting. I actually want sheets in this. Never mind, I want them in this. Oh, that feels nice. Ooh. I don't know. I want one of these linen blends. What do I want? I think I want this heaviest one. Yeah. Tencel linen dyed gabardine. It's like straight out of a futuristic J. Crew catalog. Bum bum. Oh, it's like linen with like a plastic coating. Oh, I kind of like that. And this navy color is like... Yeah, see, these more simple plaids are kind of more my jam right now than the other ones. Oh, I like these colorway. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dum, bum. Oh, see, I like that one better than this one. Because this one is a little bit slinky, but this one is a little bit more structure. This is a straight... Why do I always pick the more expensive one? Oh, that is my curse. My dad and I used to play this game. Even when I was little, we used to go shopping, and he'd like pull 3 watches, and he's like, pick your favorite. I always pick the most expensive one. Always. It's a curse. It's a curse. Ooh, I like this really open weave. It's very summery, but doubled over, it has a lot of structure. Yeah, no, it's a little too summery. That's rough. Don't want any canvas. It's like all golden, shiny, and strange.
shiny and new and strange. Na 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 na. All right, I have rambled a lot. That's a lot of talking. This is a lot of swatches. All right. Next week, let's talk about prices and kind of, at this stage, obviously you can't do a very precise cost sheet, but you should have some kind of framework so that when you go shopping, like the price range of the things that you can afford to look at. Okay. Don't fall in love with something outside your price range for your customer. And honestly, I should have done that before this video. Sorry. Oopsies. Okay, I'm going to blame the fact that I had 17 cups of coffee today. But we are going to talk about that. And then we're going to... Oh, I still have to show you the new color story that I thought up. And we're going to go and look at more fabrics. I have the bundle of leathers. In the meanwhile, if you wanted to watch the fashion design process video on fabrics or watch... I have Fabrics 101. I have Identifying Silk... fabrics. I have the Designing with Leather videos. So if you wanted to catch up on your fabric knowledge to kind of coincide with where we are in the design process right now, that would probably be to your advantage. And yeah, give this video a thumbs up if you found it helpful or at least entertaining. Some people think that when I'm over caffeinated, I act like a drunk person. They might be right about that. Yeah, so drop me your questions. I have been feeling like donkey for most of July, and I know I'm behind on comments and stuff. I am trying hard to get caught up on everything. So yeah, drop me your comments, drop me your questions, share this video, please subscribe. I gotta go. I gotta go eat dinner and absorb some of this caffeine. Yeah, dinner. Okay. And don't forget, I hope you are practicing along with me, designing along with me. For homework, go to your local fabric store and just go look at things. Okay? There's a lot to be learned by just walking into a fabric store, looking at the labels of things and being like, oh, this is what rayon feels like. Oh, this is what this kind of cotton feels like. Oh, this is also cotton. Oh, you can do cotton like this too. Like, there's a lot to be learned just walking around, reading the labels, feeling the fabrics, and seeing, oh, you can make wool do this too, and you can make wool do that too, So yeah, there's your homework assignment for the week, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Welcome to Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection, episode number 7. I'm going to pretend it's 7. And today I'm sketching. And some of you might be surprised that I haven't really sketched any garments until now, episode 7. And yeah, if you watch my fashion design process tutorial series, then you know already that I believe the best way to design is to gather your inspiration, your colors, and your fabrics before you start sketching actual shapes and design details. Okay? Because that is also how you design in the fashion industry. Okay? So, when you have a design team, you want, like, let's pretend you're the creative director or the design director or whatever the role is titled. And you have a team. First, you have to get everyone on the same page. So you share with them your inspiration, your ideas on what you think the future trends are going to be. You share images so that y'all are thinking about the same things as you design. You pull together color story based on what you think are going to be the on-trend colors going forward. And with the concept, the inspiration, the overall theme, and the color story in mind,
you shop for fabrics, whether you go to fabric sales rep offices or you ask them to bring their headers to your office and your team meets with everyone, and you go and you have several meetings with, depending on uh, like how wide of a range of fabrics that you use. Some companies, like I used to work at a company where it was 90% leather jackets. So we worked with a lot of leather guys, and then we did a little business. We did a lot of business with lining guys who did lining, a lot of Ram Bembergs, and we did some business with wools and linens and things, but it was really a lot of leather. And then of course there are companies that do, the full collection, tops, bottoms, jackets, etc. And so you have to get all those different fabrics, and a lot of mills and distributors, they have a specialty. So I seriously doubt you'll be able to get all your fabrics from one mill or distributor unless you have a very narrow, small, focused collection or company, right? So getting everyone on board with the concept, getting everyone on board with the color, and having that color story in mind when you're looking for fabrics, pulling fabrics. And then someone asked me a really good question, like, how do you, like, if you start designing after picking fabrics, like, how do you know how much to order? Or I forget exactly how they worded it, but it's kind of like chicken or the egg. Like, how do you order fabrics? How do you know how much to order, et cetera, et cetera? It's like, typically you get swatches or headers from the design company. If you're on your own, you can just get them at the store. You can go to stores, you can go to jobbers and ask if they will cut swatches. Some places will swatch them for free, like up to 5 swatches or something. Some will, charge you. Don't go around sneaking. I have funny stories of getting kicked out of fabric stores for sneaking swatches. I know I'm such a rebel. Anyway, so you're designing off the swatches, and then as you're getting more organized, like I'm definitely doing this many bodies in this fabric and this many bodies in that fabric, and you're getting a gist, right? It's like, oh, this jacket's going to take about 2 yards, and this jacket's going to, you get a gist for your yield, and then you put in your sample orders. Okay, and you put in your sample orders as you're designing, finalizing designs, working with the pattern maker, so that by the time you're ready to cut the fabric and get it sewn, your sample yardage will have arrived to the office. That's your ideal scenario. Does everything work ideally? Of course not. It's the real world. But that's kind of the gist, so you guys kind of get that, get an idea, get a feel for things. And when I'm designing, I always have my fabrics around with me. As you can see on screen, I have all the headers that I chose in the last week's video. And yeah, I haven't finalized anything, and I know that I still have a couple of binders to go through, but I really felt like sketching today, so I have my fabrics. I have my markers. I haven't, when I first started sketching, I hadn't decided if I wanted to start playing with colors yet. And I'm just using a black fine liner and sketching on these really lightly printed croquis figures. Okay? I forget which video I showed this design trick. What I used to do a lot, or what we used to do in college, was we used to print out our croquis figures, our fashion figure templates, very, very, very lightly on photocopy paper, ditto paper, and then just draw right on top. And then the template is drawn faintly enough that if you just draw a marker on top, you can't really see the body underneath. But this is a little shortcut that saves time when you're just whipping out like fast idea sketches and you're not overly worried about how the rendering is looking. So this is how I design. I have I have my sketchbook with my inspiration pages and my collages and, all the little scribbles of notes I take in and my customer collage. Everything is all in one place. That's why I love having just like one big sketchbook with all my notes in it. Hard to lose stuff. And, I am the classic absent-minded professor. And I have all my swatches around. So even though I haven't finalized my swatches, I know that I'm looking at some linens, some medium weight linens, wovens, nothing too stretchy or drapey. I'm looking at some chambrays, and I'm playing with some really firm, stable rib knit trim. The first few sketches, I was using that kind of inserted in places to do like a soft gather, things like that. So even though I don't have the exact fabric, I know what fabrics, or basically what fabrics I'm using as I'm designing. I know last week I said that I was going to do a video on, whatchamacallit, like a basic backwards cost sheet so that you can figure out, what price fabrics you can afford to offer the price bracket, the ultimate price bracket for your customers. I will get to that. I will. Okay, I have not forgotten because that is an important step and we do need to address that. So yeah, for more information on fashion design process, I recommend you go watch the tutorials. This series, I'd like to reiterate, are not tutorials. This is me designing on my own, and I'm just someone who can't help but teach and explain. So I am, but it's not like a well-organized lesson. Okay, for that, go watch the fashion design process playlist. So things that I am considering while I'm designing. So remember, I wanted this to be unisex, so I'm designing on both male and female body croquis. And I'm keeping the shapes really simple and straightforward. I would love to say that, men and women both feel the freedom to wear whatever the hell they want, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, I love pushing the boundaries of what each gender can wear, but we're not quite there yet. And, if I really want men to consider skirts and dresses, the shape of things has to be pretty straightforward, even for the most adventurous of dressers. And also, even for people who might be more adventurous about wearing skirts and dresses, it's to keep things kind of wearable. You have to, you can have like a really cool shape, but like a simple fabric, or you can have really complex textures and kind of get interesting within the silhouette, but keep the shape simple. Okay, if you have both, you can start getting either you're not doing it quite right and you get a bit costumey, or you're doing it well and it becomes very avant-garde. And I had mentioned before that I do want to keep this, interesting, pushing boundaries, but still ultimately wearable, which is different from commercial. Okay, commercial is mass market. Wearable is, something people can feel comfortable wearing without being too much like standing out without sticking out. Okay, there's the difference there. So I'm keeping the shapes pretty simple and straightforward. I'm really liking longer lengths right now, like just below the knee, down to maxi, somewhere around in there. And I'm playing with, y'all know I'm obsessed with pockets. And so for this one, like what I'm sketching right now, I have pockets on top of pockets on top of pockets, which is inspired by the square gold platelets in that gem stacked and scattered on top of each other. And you see how that kind of translates. So, and then I'm playing with the scale of pockets and the big patches, which is an inspiration from the Boro, but these are pockets, and so they're not quite the same as Boro. And then I'm doing the big stitching, and that's a we've all seen that in sportswear before, where the pocket bag might be in the garment and not seen, but there's top stitching on the outside to show where the pocket bag is. And I'm playing with that, maybe large sachiko stitching, or playing with different shapes of that so that it's not exactly always the same square pocket bag. I might be playing with, contrast fabrics for the the welts. I'm playing with, remember how I I was really into making aprons a thing? And so I'm playing with the idea of aprons as part of the garment, possibly separating, all these things, all the things that all these things are not new. Okay, I mentioned them in previous videos. I'm still following all the umbrella concepts, but now they're getting solidified. And I'm using all the inspiration, references, and collages before to create my shapes and kind of general designs. This is a sketching brainstorm session, which means, brainstorming means you're just throwing it all down on paper. You're not really editing in terms of what you think is a good idea or a bad idea. You're just throwing it all down there and then seeing later what sticks. Because sometimes bad ideas can be inspiration for far better ideas. So I'm just throwing everything down on paper. I'm using some of these shapes that I drew in this previous collage to help me create different shapes. And right now they're just lines. And so as I'm designing and as I'm placing the lines, I'm also thinking about what exactly those lines are going to be. It's not enough to just have cool shapes and have cool lines, because our ultimate goal is clothes. Our goal is not pretty pictures. And so while I'm doing this, I'm thinking, okay, let's see here. We could turn these black lines into piping. Maybe we'll want something bolder and we'll turn them into binding. Maybe it'll be like a digital print, a placed print. Maybe we do a custom fabric where we have a stripe that is wavy. Okay. We could do embroidery. We could do different kinds of decorative stitching that aren't as satin fill as embroidery. We could do some kind of faggoting, which is when you have two panels next to each other with a gap in between them and stitching, connecting the two pieces together while still leaving a gap. And that's a cool option. And now I'm taking the inspiration of those pieces of electric tape that I had and turning them into pocket welts. So we could do that. Okay. And so I'm just constantly writing notes on what would be cool. Okay. And so right now I'm like, oh, watercolor splotches, but not literally, because I have the watercolor splotches in my collage, but I'm not going to sit there and hand paint mass production. Remember, I was talking about how I'm designing as if I'm going to produce these. And since I'm not going to sit there and hand paint all of these, how am I going to get this effect or a similar effect, but in a mass producible way? So you have to think about that as well. So right now I'm just slapping down some ideas, mostly concentrating on larger shapes. As I design, I start small and I get bigger. As in, right now, my figures are about 8 inches tall. And so my sketches are small, so it's all broad strokes. And then as I pull concepts that I like, I'm going to pull designs later that I like. I'm going to put them on bigger figures so then I can uh, put in more details. Okay. And then as I'm developing and I'm working with fabrics and doing, kind of samples on different techniques, I'll be doing flats, and then those flats are going to be even bigger than the clothes on the figures. And then if I really need to get into the details of something, then I'll have like bigger drawings of close-up bits of the design. Okay? Because, you have to think about how these things are going to look life size. So sometimes when something looks overcrowded in a small form like this, won't look very overcrowded on a life-size garment. So those are the kinds of things you have to think about. Sometimes, yeah, you only want just like the one element, like the first 4 sketches I did in the very beginning, where it was just linen shift dresses with like a simple rib knit trim, emphasizing, certain parts. So, yeah, I'm just sketching. This is not going to be just one video. I'm going to have several videos of sketching, lots and lots and lots of sketching, because the first ideas are never your best ideas ever. It's like so rare. It's like 0.01% of the time your first ideas are your best ideas. So I'm just going to be sketching, 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 and I'm going to make you watch me. I mean, that's why you're here, right? All right, so give this video a thumbs up if you found it helpful or entertaining. And as usual, leave your questions below. Subscribe if you haven't already. And share with your friends all of my sketching shenanigans. And yeah, go design some cool stuff, play around. And some of you may thinking, Zoe, you're just sketching without taking a break. It's like you're just chugging along. And it's like, yeah, I have so much background work done that I don't have to think about it. I have so much inspiration and fabric and colors and textures, and I have so much stuff already kind of done that the sketching part is now just kind of merging all those things that I've already been working on. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. Later, I'm going to glue these into my sketchbook. So once again, everything is staying in one place. I'm going to keep developing all those good things. I hope you will continue the design journey with me, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. Welcome to Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection, episode 728. A couple of videos ago, I went through a bunch of different binders and headers, and I pulled these. Okay, these are not final picks, but they're the ones that I'm interested in exploring further. And then at some point while I was shopping, I realized I skipped an important step. And that important step is when you are designing in the real world and you are shopping for your materials, you need to figure out what you can afford, okay? Whether you are a first-time designer starting out your collection, and you need to figure out your price point, right? You need to figure out your customer and your general price point for what you're offering the world, okay? Because all of that customer price point, all those things kind of inform the direction of your company. And then if you're more established and you still need to stay within, nobody walks into a Gap to buy a $500 leather jacket. That is not what they expect at Gap. That's not what They're like, what does Gap know about leather? Okay, people walk into the Gap because they want, $30 t-shirts and, $40 jeans. Okay, so you need to stick to your customer and stick to your price point. So I have this cost sheet here, and I'm going to be doing a future video as part of the technical design series on the nitty-gritty of filling out a cost calculation sheet. And I will be selling these things on Etsy. My templates have all of the formulas, but just for the sake of getting started shopping, let's do a brief calculation, like a really fast one. Now, when you look at this, you might be freaking out because I have so many entries, but don't freak out because most garments aren't going to need all these slots. So real quick, style number, description, size range, okay? Date revised, okay? Because you want to keep this one revised, make sure that this is the most current version of the cost sheet, and then season and label. And, I put this label here because, some companies, they have multiple labels under their umbrella, like Marc Jacobs, Mark by Marc Jacobs, whatever. And then you have private label. And then here you have your materials. This top section is your materials. And, not all garments are going to have all this stuff, okay? So I put in slots for 3 contrasts. If you need more, you can add more slots in Excel. 3 slots for lining. And you may be thinking, Zoe, who has 3 different linings in one garment? Quick example, let's say you have a winter jacket. Maybe you want to line the body in a nice warm flannel, but flannel is not great for sleeve lining because your shirt, it doesn't want to pull through something that's not slippery. Okay, you want to slide a shirt into a slippery sleeve lining, so that's your second lining. And then neither of those are particularly great for pocketing. Okay, you can get a cheap cotton muslin-y, sturdy pocketing that feels good against the hand, doesn't feel cold and slippery in the winter, and isn't so thick and fat and hard to sew multiple layers like the flannel. Okay, because if you do something like a thick pocketing, you're going to start seeing that bulk. It's unattractive. So 3 linings, couple of interfacings, trims, and here you would put in, zippers, buttons, different closures, if you're buying lace trim, etc., and then labels. And I have 6 slots, and you're like, holy crap. And you know what? Pick up a shirt, pick up a pair of pants, and check out all the labels. You have your main label, country of origin. Okay, you absolutely need these. Size tab, care instructions label, hang tag, and a lot of people, like, they'll put a size sticker. You go buy jeans and they have that size sticker running along the pant leg, so when it's folded, you can still see what size it is. All kinds of labeling. And then I have some miscellaneous stuff here, like if you have a nice jacket and maybe you also sell the whole thing with a hanger and a poly bag, if that's your thing, So all kinds of things can go in this section here. So all the materials, and then in these categories, the category, the vendor, who you're buying it from, description, color, yield. So up here in the yardages, it could be 1.6 yards, blah, 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 or pieces. This is the unit price, duty, freight, okay, and your landed cost. This section here is the manufacturing costs, marking, cutting, sewing, finishing, special finish 1, special finish 2, and that is like if you are sending something out to get embroidered, some other kind of decorative stitching, screen printing, something on your chest pocket, and then packaging. So there's that, and then here in this section, this gets a little nebulous. Okay, materials overhead, CMT overhead. Now, CMT overhead, you're not really going to need if you're not doing any production in-house. You need it if you have any kind of cutting, sewing, marking, production in your facility. Okay, but if you have everything done by other people, you're not going to have CMT overhead. You're just going to have CMT costs. What's CMT? Cut, make, trim. Okay, and materials overhead, yeah, because you're definitely going to have inventory and wastage and admin expenses, kind of overhead, sales expenses, insurance, and I take that out of the cut, make, trim costs. The percentage of the cut, make, trim. Actually, that should actually probably be the percentage of your materials. If you recall from, I don't know, episode 1, 2, 17, whatever, I had said that I wanted like a coat, a basic coat without a lot of decoration and extra labor to be in between $200 and $300. So here's the total overhead and expenses, and here is the total cost, you know, adding these three up. And then I have this section here where I have the formulas set to tell me what my selling price would be at these different markups. I call it the selling price, and it depends on whether you're going to go the wholesale route and you're selling at this price to wholesalers and they're marking it up, or if you are going direct to retail and this is the selling price you're posting right on your online store, etc. And so I have these various markups because there are other things to take into consideration, like maybe, you know, you got a really great deal on a bunch of fabric, but you know that you can get more. The market will bear a higher price. Or maybe something was a little bit more expensive to make, but you know people just aren't going to pay for that. And so you mark that to a lower markup. So if you want to see your profit, you take your selling price and you take your costs, 201.25, and that is your profit. And do you get to take all of that home? You know, $70 a coat? No. You have to pay people that also work to make your garments, but are not on here. Like your pattern maker. Okay, the pattern maker, it doesn't go in here because they don't work on each individual garment, but you obviously have to pay them because they worked on developing the garment. Same with designers, same with graphic designers, same with the guy who runs your website. Those people, right? You don't pay them piecemeal like you would pay for each item cut, for each garment cut. You would pay the cutter, okay? But those other people you're paying is going to come out of this. Some of it's here, some of it's here, okay? So that's your basic cost calculation sheet rundown. And so I was playing around with these numbers on Excel earlier. And if I have $100 for a total of materials, 75 for a basic CMT. And again, I'm not in here is not including, you know, any kind of beading or embroidery, right? It's a basic cutting, sewing, finishing, packaging, marking kind of CMT. And then the overhead off of that. And so I'm here. Remember, I wanted it around $200-$300 for a basic coat. So we're at total materials cost is $100, and you're like, woohoo, that's a ton of money. No, it's not. Not really. It's not super a lot. So let's take a coat, and coat is going to be like 3 yards of fabric, maybe, depending on the width. Okay, a lot of denims, they're like 58, 54 inches wide. You know, silks tend to be more like 48, 44 inches wide, which reduces the cuttability per yard a lot. And so, of course, you have to think about the length of something. So if you have a high shoulder point of your center front, and, you know, how much is that? 36 inches is a yard, and from high shoulder point, that only goes to mid thigh on me, and I'm only 5'4". Right? So there's that, and then all the panels, 2 front panels, 2 back panels, coats being pretty broad. You're probably not going to get 4 panels all the way across. And then when you think about yields, you also have to think like, how much fabric is it going to take to cut my largest size? So I'm going to go 3 yards on a coat. on the self. Let's say I don't have any contrast. 3 yards of lining. I'm gonna go with like half a yard of interfacing. And then, so here, if you're at $100, I wanna say no more than half of that is gonna be your self fabric, all the outer fabric. Okay, so that's self and contrast together. So 50 divided by 3 with duty and freight, let's say that each is $15 a yard, and then you add duty and freight, you get about $50. 3 yards of line, let's say we're gonna go with a $5 lining, and so that's 15. Interfacing, half a yard, let's say it's $6, that's $3. This whole kit and caboodle, like they sell these package deals, let's say it's $5 for this whole section. Trim, let's say we have a zipper, and then we have a button for the top, and for the cuffs, zippers, especially outerwear zippers, like a number 5 metal teeth separating, or a two-way separating. They can be like $5, $6 depending on your minimum. So one piece at $5. And buttons, let's say you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons. Oh, let's do 7, because let's add one to the hang tag. You know, that extra piece that nice items come with. It comes in a little baggie, and that's your spare button. Okay, so 65, 73, 78, miscellaneous, taxes, blah, 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 $100. Adds up real fast, right? So let's say that we're shooting for $10 to $20 for your outer fabric. I'm gonna go 18. I don't wanna go more than 18 there. I would prefer 8 to 18. Okay, because I do want a few things that are less expensive, like, you know, small shift dresses that are on the cheaper scale. This is not an exact science. This is kind of trying to figure out, I mean, there's an art to math, there's a jiggling with math. This is, you know, there's only so much estimation that you can do. This is kind of like a basic playing around and seeing where in the fabric scale of cost you can source your materials. Okay, so once you get here, the smart thing to do, the money smart thing to do, is to pull some fabrics, see what you got, pull some designs, you know, do some basic layouts and do some basic cost sheets. And see if you are falling in the realm. You know, you should be talking to cutters, talking to sample sewers, being like, how much does it cost? You know, show them a garment. When you're talking to sewers, like, they don't want to talk about like vague things, because they don't want to give you numbers for one thing and be beholden to those numbers later on. So take them a shift dress and be like, how much would it cost you to make this shift dress? And be like, something like that, that'll cost you, etc. dollars. Show them something specific instead of these vague hand wavy things, okay? Go buy a dress, go pull one from your closet that's very close to what you're trying to make construction wise. Talk to them. You're gonna get these numbers for, you know, per piece. Cost sheets, they're really not a let's sit down and fill all this out in one go sort of thing. It requires a lot of research and phone calls. Anyway, so when we're looking through fabrics, $8 to $18, I've decided that that's the safest route. And of course, you know, if I find something that is, you know, that looks really good, that's cheaper, of course I'm gonna go for it. I do want to go through some leathers, and oh, that reminds me, when we're talking about leather. Okay, so leather is priced by square foot, 12 inches by 12 inches. Okay, that's just the way it's done. Don't ask. Okay, and so when you are thinking about it in terms of yardage and yields, kind of picturing it in your mind, I mostly just do it by 12. Because if you put 12 square feet, 3 by 4. So here is 36 inches, which is a yard. And here is 48 inches. And that's like an average width for fabrics, right? Like silks are about 44, denims are about 54, right around there, 48 inches. And so just like to help you picture things, I just think of times 12 to be a yard. So when I see a price on a leather, let's say something is $6 a square foot, times it by 12, and it is $72 a yard. And you're like, holy crap, that is a lot of money. And this is where I say, yeah, that's why leather stuff is so freaking expensive. Did you watch my Designing with Leather video where I break down why leather is so expensive? And one of them is because of this kind of thing, and the other is the individual cutting. Go watch that video. Anyway, so with my cost being like this, I am looking at leather being more of a contrast fabric that I can use sparingly. I won't be able to do like a whole coat out of leather and stay within my price range. No, not so much. But I can do things like leather accents, like maybe a top collar with a welt pocket trim or patch pockets. Or maybe I can just do like leather sleeves, like a little hat tip homage to varsity jackets that have the wool bodies and the leather sleeves, very Americana. You know, I can do things like that. I can add leather patching to some of the Boro-esque effects that I had going this from the sketches last week. But because I'm looking at my costing, I know not to fall in love with a leather and decide I'm going to do a whole maxi skirt or, you know, a whole big like knee-length coat out of it, okay? Because that's not my price point. Unless I can get a leather that's like $2 a square foot, and then that stuff is terrible. And you know, me, I've worked with leather for so long, I can't look at cheap leather anymore. I'm terrible. Terrible snob. Not even sorry about it. So I know that this kind of stuff is not the most fun thing in the world, but for designers, it is one of the most important things. So please learn this stuff, grow your companies, grow your design lines. Give this video a thumbs up, and I will see you in the next video. Let's look at some more fabric today. Listen, okay, designers, listen to me very carefully. I don't know how else to explain to you that you need to go research fabric more than you currently do. Okay, I get a lot of questions about what paint do you use and what markers do you use and what paper do you use, and that's great if you're illustrators. Okay, I can't tell who's who when they're when you're asking questions. Not everyone announces themselves like I'm a design student, I'm a 30-year illustrator, whatever. But designers, stop asking me what markers to use and start going and researching fabrics. If you are in school or have access to any kind of school program, take as many textile science, textile design related courses can fit in your schedule. Do I need a basic broadcloth? I probably do. Don't want, oh, see, this is the kind of like plaid that I'm interested in, like a simple one. This is a simple window pane. Window pane is just when you just have the outside squares. It's a yarn dye twill. It's kind of fuzzy, but not overly warm. Oh, hey, I like that. Nope, nope. This is my 100% cotton folder. What's this? Cotton dyed chiffon. Oh, hey, I like it. Ooh, wrinkly. This is lawn. Bing, bing. It's got stretch in it. This is 100% cotton, and it's this much stretchy. I like it, but I don't like this color card. I don't like how stretchy that is. I feel like it's lying to me. See, this one, it only stretches on the bias. Ooh, I like that. What is this? Just cotton striping. Oh, this feels plasticky. So does that. I think of golfers when I see something like this. Ooh, I like these. I like these. Oh, it's river. Oh, yeah. Give it to me. This is doubled herringbone. Oh, that's cool. Reversible herringbone. It's very cool. Is this something I need? Does it fit what I'm doing right now? No. These are dope. Nope. Nope. What's Burberry cloth? It's called Burberry cloth. I don't know what they mean by that. So, like, you know how Burberry is known for their trench coats? Like, that's their heritage. Well, the word for trench coat in Korean is pabari. And so the way Koreans say Burberry trench coat is pobori pabari. And it always makes me laugh. Anytime anyone mentions Burberry, I hear an old Korean lady in my head that says pobori pabari. I'm terrible. Sorry, Mom. I love you. See that? Oh my God. See, like, you know when, I don't know if you've watched any of my print rendering videos, but when I see something like this and like students come up to me and they're like, how do you render all this detail? It's like, you don't. You don't, okay? Because you're scaling your figure down so small from life size that you're not gonna see all these teeny tiny little details, okay? My trick is always to take a fabric that makes you kind of crazy, hopefully a bit slightly bigger one than this, and throw it up on a board or a mannequin and step back about 8 feet and you render what you see from there because you're scaling down so much. There's no way you're going to get in with the little yellow, you might have yellow flowers, but are you going to get every single orange center of each yellow flower with a brown outline? Probably not. No, these are like bed sheets for kids. Bah. Well, see, I like this. This is like a really cool, subtle flower print. I really enjoy that. How much is this? This is what they call ditzy prints because they're tiny and ditzy. And some people call them Liberty prints because Liberty is a textile company that is famous for its ditzy prints. And so you know how people call tissues Kleenex? Kleenex is the brand that is so common that people associate it with tissue. And so you can ask for a Kleenex and everyone knows what you're talking about. Well, Americans anyway, right? So Liberty prints are like that. People say Liberty prints, they think of ditzy prints. I don't like any of those. I don't like any of those. I don't like any of those. I don't know. These are kind of cool. Shirtings. Why are there so many paisleys in here? Don't like any of those. Don't like any of those or those. See, this is Madras. And the fabric comes pre-sewn together like this. I don't know how they do it for less than $10 a yard, but they do. And so this is kind of what I was talking about in terms of trying to get like a patchwork effect without it being too labor intensive. Like maybe I could source a madras or incorporate a madras or get someone to do a madras in the fabric. Like I don't like either one of these, but I want to hold on to one of these as kind of a reference. Okay, just because I can't stop teaching ever. Whenever you are rendering polka dots, keep in mind that 99% of the dotted fabrics out there are printed where the dots are in some kind of orderly formation because they're a repeating pattern. And so when you're doing that, don't just randomly sprinkle dots, whatever wherever. Look at this is in an orderly diagonal grid pattern. So is this. So is this and this. Okay, so keep that in mind. Repeating patterns. I don't like any of these. What is this crazy collection of random headers? See, this is what happens when you get free stuff from your friend. You have to take the good with the bad. No, I love it. I love, fashion is like that. It'll come back. Oh, I like that. stuff comes, not everything comes back, but a lot of things come back. Who was I talking to about costume history? And it's like, you know, up to a certain point, there's no point in us studying costume history, because a lot of the time, history people study history so that we can learn what not to do again. We can, you know, just not have a Holocaust again because we learned from the past, right? But like, honestly, costume history, why? We keep reviving ugly crap over and over again because we never learn. We keep thinking that bell bottoms is a good idea again, and then we bring those right back, and then we're like, oh yeah, this was a bad idea, put those away. And then we'll bring them back again later because we never learn our lesson. This is an 11.2 ounce denim. See how thick that is? Ew, no. Corduroy. It was back in for a second, and then we're like, yeah, let's put that away again. I love this red. Oh, yes. What is happening here? I'm gonna put those aside for a second. Pima text. Da-da-da-da-da-da. This red. Brushed twill. You can see the brush. It's the camera picking it up. Come on, camera. Do your job. Can you see how the surface of it looks like it's been scoured and brushed with like a wire toothbrush or something? Lyocell cotton broadcloth. That feels kind of cool. Kind of drapey and matte at the same time. Oh, that's nice. Do I need it? No, not really, but it's nice. It's organic. Oh, but I like it. But it's nice. I like it, but it's nice. I don't need it. But see, now I'm thinking maybe I could replace some of the linen things that I had before that were of similar weight, because linen tends to be more expensive than cotton. So yeah, you know, keep thinking about your price point. Keep thinking about your customers' needs and your needs. Don't think about everything that's cute. I've chucked a lot of stuff that I think is cute. Some of it is terribly ugly. Some of it is really cute. But do I need it right now? No. Do the colors work right now? No. And yeah, you know, you can get things custom dyed and printed and whatnot, and order grayish goods from a distributor, etc., etc. But I like to start with what's in stock because everything is faster and cheaper that way. So I will only start really thinking about custom, push comes to shove, but not initially. Look at these cute little ladybugs. Oh, look at these little owls. They're so cute. Oh, God. I just feel like this is such a cute little whimsical thing. No, it doesn't work. Does it? I don't know. I think it would add like a cute little touch of whimsy. The white one and the indigo blue one. Okay, let's think about it. But yeah, someone was asking me the other day, Zoe, I have this problem where I pick too many inspiration images. And you know what? If your problem is you're picking too many inspiration images and you know that you're picking too many inspiration images, then stop. Okay, that sounds mean. Okay, I don't mean to be mean. What I'm saying is if you are aware of a problem, just freaking stop doing it. It's a much bigger problem if you don't know that you're doing it. But you need to learn how to edit. One option you can do to help yourself learn how to edit is if you have a million inspiration images, try to put them to like themes. Pick 2 themes. They don't have to go well together. Often, like some of the best design projects come from 2 clashing themes, somehow are fully merged together into one clothing collection. But just pick 2 themes. Okay, your 2 strongest themes, your 2 favorite themes. And you're like, I have too many themes, Zoe. Which theme do I pick? I can't help you with that. Okay, you have to figure out which 2 are your best 2 themes. That's where your personal tastes and strengths come from. So pick 2 themes. Pick images that fit into those 2 themes, and chuck the rest. Oh, I like this one. Oh no, I don't. It's knit. Why is this doing in this pile? If you're like, go through all your images, and whatever does not fit into those 2 themes, put it away for a future project. Nobody says you have to throw it away. Just save it for another day. You know, good inspirations are good inspiration images, and just because you're not using it right this second, ooh, I like that. I like this texture. Now, just because you're not using it right this second doesn't mean that you're never going to use it. Cool image is a cool image. Have I ever told you that my photo database of inspirational images is about 65,000 images? Yeah, things that I found beautiful on the internet, personal photos. Like oh my God, ever since I started getting phones with decent cameras on them, just it's been a constant stream of taking random pictures of weird flooring and, you know, leaves, mountains, weird snow step patterns. And but yeah, that's I think the best way is like try to get two themes going and then just have your inspiration images follow those two themes, so that even if you have a lot of inspiration images, they are somewhat pulled together in some kind of cohesive manner and not just random bajillion images. You know, I get some comments here and there about, oh, Zoe, I don't really do visual collages because I do stuff more according to mood. I'm more inspired by mood. Sometimes I'm inspired by music. And I feel you, because I feel that too. Like I am also inspired by mood and, you know, trying to keep a train of thought going. But it's harder to show that in these videos. Even if the Watch Me Design series aren't like straight up tutorials like my fashion design process series is, it's still really about showing you guys and teaching you guys about the process. And it is easier to show through more visual imagery than talking about what I'm feeling and what, you know. But yeah, I understand y'all when you say like I am inspired more by mood and a feeling I get towards a something and connecting that mood to a certain image. You know, I get that, and that's cool. You do you. If that helps you, yeah, go for it. Love it. If you watch my interview with Tae Kim, she is the designer at Witch Kim, and she is also one who is dictated more by mood than by, you know, a visual thing. We talk about that some in the video about, you know, how some of her designer friends find inspiration versus how she does it. And when you look at her mood boards, it's really more about like, she has these like really dark, moody images that really express that kind of mood, as opposed to look at this clown and look at what he's doing. And oh, that's cool. You know, instead of those kinds of things, it's like, look at this killer clown creeping in the shadows, being the creepiest thing ever. Those are great. Feel free to think about it in terms like that. But, you know, still at the same time, you still, like, if you're still working with a design team and you need to express your ideas to them, or if you're putting a collage together because you need to tell your teacher, whoever's looking at your portfolio, what the intent was, you still need images. You know, they just can be a different kind of image. The next couple of videos, I will be going over the leather swatches that I have. I'll be going through the fabrics that I pulled so that I can edit. I am clearly not going to use all those fabrics. I will be using quite a number of those fabrics because, again, remember how I'm playing with a lot of contrast fabrics and giant patches. Like that was one of the big design themes that I had going before. So I'll be editing fabrics and thinking about what I need, what I'm going to be using them for, you know, going through my leather swatches, doing some more sketching, kind of going back and forth to fine tune, you know, which swatches I would order for sampling if I were doing production, finalizing those fabrics, finalizing the color story, and then continuing to sketch. And as I sketch, get more and more exact. Okay, that first session of sketching last week was very just kind of conceptual and vague, you know, and then we're going to get clear and we're going to clarify and edit and all those things in the coming weeks. All right, so give this video a thumbs up if you love this series and want me to keep continuing this series. I'm only going to continue this series for as long as there's interest. Please share, subscribe, drop me questions, drop me comments. I hope you are designing along with me. go to the fabric store, go read the descriptions, feel fabrics, and go study textile science, go pick up books, go watch my Fabrics 101 video again. Designers, keep in mind always, fabric is your medium. These sketches, they're all just one step in the process, and paint is not your medium. Markers are not your medium. Fabric is your medium, and with any artist in any field, the better you are at understanding your medium and what it's capable of, the better of an artist or designer you can be. So go study fabrics, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Welcome to Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection, part 10. And in this video, like usually in this series, you guys are watching me draw stuff, pick stuff, select stuff, collage stuff, and that's what I've been doing all along. But I wanted to take a little break and address how I am going to design moving forward, because I have a personal design philosophy called the head and heart of fashion. And this is not an industry term. This is another zoism. My students started calling these things that I make up zoisms. My sayings, we're not made of magic, we're made of practice. These sayings, they started calling them zoisms. And this is kind of a design philosophy that I have, the head and heart of fashion. And just like any other physically healthy body requires a healthy head and a healthy heart, good fashion design requires a balance of both. Now, what I call the head is the logistics, okay? And not just supply chain and production and product development and having the right people working, although those are all important too. But strictly when it comes to design, what I mean is thinking logically. What is it that my customer needs? What fabrics are going to serve my customer, and at what price point? Okay, are my fabrics meeting the price point? And I mention this now because I'm at the stage in the design process where I've picked a bunch of fabrics. I'm going to start editing them now, and I'm going to start doing more sketching and garment development. And it's funny, like in the real world, if I was doing this with a design team, like designers fall into two categories. Either one, they start getting super decisive. It's like, all right, we're editing. We got to make decisions. We got to write purchase orders for sample yardage. Let's do this. And they just snap to it. It's no longer like, oh, this is nice, and this is nice, and oh, I like this. No, it's like, all right, they need 6 weeks to get sample yardage. These people, they'll send them to us tomorrow, whatever. And then they start getting organized. And then there are other designers where like, money? We have to spend money? I don't have money. Oh, okay. Now I'm stuck. Everything is so expensive. Why is everything so expensive? Okay, so most likely you'll fall somewhere in between the two extremes that I just vocalized. But yeah, so we're at the stage where we have to, choose our fabrics, choose what we need, bottom weights, top weights, okay? What does our customer need from us? My collection that I'm designing right now, I'm doing all genders. I'm doing multiple seasons, so nothing too light, nothing too heavy. I have a price point. Remember, we went through the initial costing, and so I know, for main fabric yardage, how the budget I have for each fabric. Again, it's always back to the customer. You know how I'm always saying, you don't design for yourself, you design for your customer. So think, my customer needs workout gear. And they don't want workout gear that's skin tight. Everyone is doing skin tight workout gear, but they're working out because they don't feel that great about their bodies yet. And so they don't want everything sticking to them. They would like some boxy, bright fun colors, but a boxier fit that they can feel a little bit more comfortable in until they get fit. Okay, that's my customer. So my customer is going to fit into this price point, and these are the fabrics that I can afford for this line that I'm designing for them. And this is how I'm addressing the needs of my customer. That's the head. And when you are designing, it's like going back to the customer. Is this a boxy silhouette? Does this move? Is it a breathable fabric that they can go jogging in? You know, going back constantly to the actual needs of the customer. Always designing back. Okay? Anytime you lose your way and you start thinking, oh, does this look right? Go back to what you're originally trying to help your customer achieve. The heart of design is really where fashion is. Any moron with a scrap of fabric can make a dress. Okay? That sounds harsh, but it's true. Garment industry, they make pants, they make shirts, they make underwear, okay? But the fashion industry is about evoking feelings and telling stories. When you take that garment into the dressing room with you, okay, it doesn't matter if you took 6 of your best friends, your most brutally honest best friends, and they're all hooping and hollering saying you look amazing in something. If you don't feel amazing, you don't want it. I mean, if it's a gift, you might be like, oh, okay, buy it for me, but you're never gonna love it. Okay? You have to get that feeling like, yes, this feels right. Yes, I feel confident and I feel like I can take over the world in this suit. Or I feel so utterly glamorous in this dress. Yes, I need this dress. Okay? Fashion is in those feelings. Now, this is different from being inspired by a mood. We touched on this briefly about how some people are inspired by a mood or a particular kind of music that evokes a certain mood. Okay? This is different. I mean, you might be inspired by anger, and a certain violence and forcefulness, you know, makes your dresses look really graphic and harsh with hard angles. But does that mean you want your customer to put your dress on and feel angry and violent? Not necessarily, right? So it's different from being inspired by a mood, and the mood and how a customer feels when they put on your clothes. Fashion is also in the stories. Okay? The easiest way I can explain this is, look at basics. Think about all the brands in the world that do basics. Look at this long sleeve black t-shirt. I have like 30 of them. Seriously, you've seen me do like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of videos wearing a long sleeve black t-shirt. You think it's the same one? No, I have like 30 of them. And they come from all different brands. And you can't tell the difference. You don't know, like, oh, is that a J. Crew one? Is that a James Purse one? You can't tell because they're all long sleeve black t-shirts. And yeah, unless you started examining the stitching, maybe, but you don't know. So why would I pick a certain brand of long sleeve black t-shirt over another? Think about it like this. Uniqlo, the Japanese mass market basics brand, versus The Gap, American, been around for a while, preppy, classic, basic, right? Now, for a lot of us fashion types, we would tend to gravitate towards Uniqlo. I'm generalizing, of course. We will go to Uniqlo because they are fashionable, they're chic, they're trendy, they're hip. Everything the Japanese make is hip and trendy and fashionable, okay? So when you say things like, I got this from Japan, people are like, ooh. Case in point, I shoot videos of hauls of art supplies that I buy all over the place. My Japan hauls have like 50,000 views. Everything else, a few thousand. Like, they're still popular videos, but not even in the 5 digits, okay? Everybody thinks Japan is the coolest. I agree, Japan is very, very cool. However, that's a perception and a story and a brand. And so you walk into Uniqlo, you feel more fashionable. because of this brand and this story that they're telling. Whereas the Gap, you have this Gap story. And for those of you who appreciate more the Gap story, you're more preppy, you're more classic, you're more Americana. That's the feeling you're going with, that's the story you're going with. And honestly, it's a long sleeve black t-shirt. Do you know where this one is from? I don't actually remember. I would have to look at the tag right now. I have so many of them. Our choices to buy basic t-shirts at specific places are all is the clearest example they can give you of how feelings and stories around a brand can really are really what fashion is about and what pushes the consumer into one brand over another. These feelings, these stories, these should be part of the DNA of your brand. Okay? If you are developing a brand for yourself, think, what is my story? What is my brand's story? And it should be your brand story, not your personal story, because hopefully you're going to be one of those amazing people whose brand lives beyond you. What is your story, and what is the feeling you want your customers to have when they put their clothes on, your clothes on, okay? And there is no, right or wrong answer. Okay? The wrong answer is a wishy-washy, not concrete answer. Okay? Where you're like, I just want to make some cute stuff. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with making a bunch of cute stuff, but I promise you, the most successful brands have a story and evoke a particular feeling. So it's like this, head and heart together. Okay, so your head says, my customer, I see a gap in the market. And the gap in the market that I see is that women do not have enough professional attire that is still chic and affordable. And I want to fill that gap. All the stuff that's out there that's affordable is just like party clothes and jeans, and that's cool. But women also need to go to work. Young women who don't have a lot of money still need to go to work. There's a gap in the market there, and I want to fill that gap. That's the head part. The heart part is when women put my clothes on, my brand's clothes on, I want them to feel confident. I want them to feel strong. I want them to feel empowered. I want them to have freedom of movement in these comfortable work clothes. And I want them to feel like they can go to work and do anything, and get that promotion and get that raise. And, I want them to feel like, yes, this makes me feel confident. This makes me look well put together and professional and chic. Okay? The head and the heart. And as a designer, you need to be aware of both and design with both. Even if your brand evolves later to include party clothes, to include lingerie, to include, your story the kernel of your story, your origin story will remain the same. I wanted young people to have clothes that they can feel confident and professional in. Maybe you move into a category where it's party dresses that are like cocktail dresses for more grown-up occasions. Okay? Like you don't wear these dresses to a rave. Do people still go on raves? I don't know. But you go to a cocktail party, you go to, weddings, dress rehearsals for weddings, work functions. Everyone needs clothes for those functions too. I just mentioned some very common events. So maybe you branch out in that way, but your kernel story is, I want young people to feel strong and confident when they wear my clothes. Okay, that's that feeling that you take away. What is your brand story? And if you're not building a brand, think about the project. It's like when you have a project and you're putting it together for your portfolio. Even then, for this specific project, how do you want the customer to feel wearing your clothes? Don't write a fucking essay, all right? Just a couple of sentences. I want my customers to feel strong and empowered in my suits. I want my customer to feel like they are pretty, that they're precious, that, they're desirable. Okay? What is that feeling? Because it's this feeling and these stories that you create that are going to carry you collection to collection, even when visible trends change season to season. So that's my design philosophy. Remember your customer. Remember logistically what it is your customer is looking for. What tangible object does your customer need or desire in their lives? And then what is that feeling that you want your customers to feel when they put on your clothes? As you're designing, remind yourself. When you're doing your final edit and you're laying out all your sketches and you're like, what's going into the final collection? What are the pieces that really stay true to the DNA of your brand? And so when your brain is going a million places because you just love designing and creating so much that you're just constantly thinking up new shit, and you're like, oh my God, I have a million new ideas, and the stuff that I liked 4 weeks ago no longer apply. When you get there, most of us get there more often than we like. Return to your DNA, return to your customers' needs. Okay? Give this video a thumbs up if you found it helpful. Share, subscribe, all those beautiful things. Drop me questions, drop me comments, and I will see you in the next video. Hey party people, welcome to Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection part 11. Last week I discussed kind of my design philosophy and approach. Today I want to discuss designing in groups. What is that? Basically, you have all these inspiration pages, right? You've done way more than me, hopefully. And now what you're doing is kind of separating all the different inspiration images and collages that you've done and separating them out and kind of pinpointing a couple of interesting things and designing with them, and then developing different groups. In this one, I was really into this image from the Rock and Gems book. You have this outer texture, this granular black texture that also kind of reminds me of truffles, reminds me of shearling, it reminds me of pebbles, reminds me of all kinds of things. And then you have this contrasting embedded, almost like glass roof shingles, tiles, and the contrasting textures and the shapes and everything all smashed together, I thought were really cool. And from that, I developed, don't look at that one, I hate this one. These images where you guys know I'm obsessed with pockets. Okay, so I was playing with this idea of the patchwork from the Boro influence, the pockets, which are an ongoing thing for me, and then, taking this kind of idea and turning them into haphazard patchwork pockets kind of group. And right now, I feel like they're a little bit literal, like I need to play with them. I like them as is, but I also feel like they could be a little bit more subtle. So I'm playing with that in this group. Everything still falls under all of my original umbrella concepts, but I'm going to play with these particular concepts in this group. I don't even know what I was thinking there. Don't look at it. And then these notes, those of you who have been following me around, I went to go visit my in-laws for a couple of weeks earlier this month. And so, yeah, on the plane, I just like to scribble notes and stuff, ideas on what I might do with them, different directions I could explore, corrections I want to make. I don't like this neck anymore, so I'm going to do a regular jewel neck. This group, which is becoming a group I like less and less as time goes on, was inspired by this collage. Don't look at this one. This one, I was kind of like going with the color story, but I don't think I'm going to really do anything with the texture here. But I was going with the collaging I had done very early on here, which I had recolored and rescaled. And I started developing these pieces where I have these sections of rib knit. And then I have these sections where I'm using the black stripes. And I might, there are a lot of options for what these black stripes could turn out to be. Like they could be binding, they could be embroidery, which I don't think so, but probably maybe some other kind of decorative stitching. But I mean, I really like this one. And so it's worth pursuing. I really hate this one. I mean, I don't hate it, but for what I'm trying to do now, I hate it. And this is not working. None of that is working. So this is, but you can see where this is coming from this, and this is one group, again, still under my umbrella concepts. And then these were some of the collaging fun, and I was doing some scribbling on how I could explore these concepts in real life. And then I was taking the borrow and rescaling, and I developed this group. And this one is, I love the large scale patching so that it's not actually patching, it's just panels. And then I was incorporating this kind of binding. This actually falls into this category, but this one is my favorite because I've got a big coat. It's got some of the banding, but it's a really traditional shape. And I like that. I don't want it, I've mentioned this before, but I don't want it to look too avant-garde. I do want to retain a sense of everyday wearability. And this one is getting a little bit out there, but I am exploring the idea of aprons and pockets. So you can see that within these separate groups where I'm exploring these concepts more narrowly, they're still playing with the previous concepts. And because of that, you're going to end up with a complete collection that still looks like they all belong together because you have overlapping concepts. You have concepts that fit under the overall umbrella. This group is a little bit different. I'm playing with the mid-weight linen and the rib knit trim, added asymmetrically, but again, I'm adding the giant pockets. I'm adding a little bit of shirring in with these panels to create different shapes. I've decided I don't want these asymmetrical hems, but I want to just straighten that hem out. And again, these pockets that are so big that they border on panels, giant pockets done haphazardly, and then patches so big that they're more like panels. You see how they are separate groups, but they're coming together in one collection. But it really allows you to explore each concept completely. This is a technique that is taught in design schools where you take your inspiration, whether it's the one given to you by a directive or one you have to develop on your own. So you still need to fit your groups under the main umbrella, but you're exploring these different themes. And when you watch a runway show or you look at the entirety of a lookbook of a particular collection, you'll see this. Like, example, you'll see a dress and it'll have like a small flower embroidery on the shoulder. And then a couple of looks down the road, you'll see a dress and it'll have that It'll be a very similar embroidery, same color, same type of flower, same type of leaves, but much bigger and more elaborate. Probably on the same kind of fabric. And then a couple of looks down the line, you'll see that same embroidery may be done kind of small and delicate just on the breast, on a blouse, okay? And then you might also see entwined in that collection a print that was developed using that same flower, but doing it as a repeating pattern. So you're exploring the print and different ways you can do the print, the repeat, playing with the scale, playing with the different kinds of repeats and the colors and what fabrication you're going to do it on. So in one group, you're exploring that. And then in another group, you're exploring the embroidery itself and how expansive and expressive you can get on one thing, and you know how it can be a simple, almost monogram style kind of emblem on another piece, but really still sticking true to that floral motif. I've been designing within groups for so long, it was automatic. Like even as I was doing it, I was kind of self like designing in the groups as I was getting started, because I'm so used to that way of thinking. And you know, honestly, sometimes when you're in this groove, sometimes you'll just keep plowing in this group and you're just like in here in this zone, like, yes, playing with all the placements and everything. And then another day, and this is another perk of designing in groups, is like, you don't want to look at this shit anymore. What, you've never had those days? Shut up. And you decide, I want to be looking at something a little bit more geometric today. And this group is kind of a mishmash. I've got the aprons, I've got the pockets, I've got the multiple pockets. I'm really loving this thing where I have the rib knit trim that is replacing a traditional welt pocket. And then I have the big hand stitching kind of outline of the pocket as opposed to a patch pocket. Just like a tiny bit more subtle. Here, I'm really getting more blusani. Like in this note, I was like, turn this into a short dolman, because boxy t-shirt dress, these coats are getting boxier and looser and drapier, boxier tees. I'm really like loosening up on top of incorporating the different elements. I still want to do something with this. So yeah, I'm really exploring, but I'm going to try to, in the next round of sketches. What have I been doing back here? Well, yeah, I was sketching on the plane. I was bored. You know, there's still concepts that I haven't explored yet. And you're kind of like, Zoe, this is part 11. Why are you moving so slowly? Like, you would not be going this slowly in the industry. Absolutely not. Okay. This is part 11, which means, like, I've literally been doing almost everything on screen. Okay. I have done very, very little off camera, which means, you know, with some of the time-lapse stuff from before and like some of the research and printing I've been doing, and of course the stuff I was doing on the plane, like I said, I've probably worked on this design project for less than 20 hours, which is half a work week in the US. Yeah, it would not take 11 weeks for damn sure to get to this stage. In a school setting, in a work setting, never. 20 hours to get to this point with the fabric shopping and everything, that's pretty good, but it would never be half a work week in the working industry, because you will never, ever be in a situation where you just get to lock yourself up in a closet and design and work on a new design collection the entire time, because you'll be sketching and doodling in between, answering the phone, having conference calls, checking your email because you're really expecting that email from Hong Kong to confirm that it is going to be a 3/8 seam allowance on that hem, specking out the new samples, sending someone to QA the TOP before it all goes to shit, you know, all the other things, that's what it is. It's like, yeah. So this has been 20 hours of work. Research, development, sketching, fabric shopping, um, you know, narrating all of it. Of course, everything is slower because I'm telling you all the things I'm doing as I'm doing it. That is what is happening right now. So I'm always trying to give you kind of like an industry translation of what is happening. Okay. So yeah, you would be developing and sketching, and after you've gotten more of your fabrics, I'll be editing fabrics and going over them and matching up certain fabrics to specific groups as I'm developing groups. And yeah, you will only get to work on this project like an hour here, an hour there, maybe not like an hour a week like I'm doing right now. But yeah, you'll only get like a minute here and a minute there during the rest of your work week. And school is the same. It's very rare that a student takes one design class a semester, okay? So you're going to have to learn how to juggle designing and developing a new collection while you are going to sewing class and taking your liberal arts credit and going to your apparel manufacturing practices class and studying for your art history exam. That's how it is. But designing with groups, I know there are a lot of students who are like, I don't like being that rigid, and I can understand that, but this is something that is very common in the industry. And you see it on the runways. You see the physical evidence on the runways, everything from couture all the way down to junior price point, mass market. You see that. You'll go walk into a store, okay? You can walk into a Lanvin boutique. You can walk into an H&M, and you'll see items that kind of cluster around a theme. Okay, you develop the theme. You think you're going to develop a design concept for one article of clothing? Okay, this is just like me saying you're not going to develop a really great pant pattern and then only use it one season. Oh no, you're going to use that pattern again. Because once you got something that makes someone's butt look good, you're going to run with it. Okay, and you're going to refabricate it and maybe change a pocket a little, but you're going to run with it. So again, like you're going to develop a cool concept and you're going to apply it in a few different ways to a few different garments, a couple dresses, a couple of blouses, whatever, and see it. Go look at what's the last round of shows? Fall 2017 shows. And look, you'll see like, oh, here she is using this 10-inch long pink fringe. Oh, here she is using it again, but differently. Here she is using it again, differently. Okay? That's generally because they develop those within a group. Like, I love this fringe. Let's play with this fringe. Let's try it on a bunch of bodies. And they're like, oh, I like this one, this one, this one, this one. Let's run with those. And then, of course, they disperse it in the lineup so you don't get tired of looking at fringe for like 6 outfits straight. Even if you kind of feel like it is too rigid for you, I do recommend you try it because it is an industry practice. It's good to get familiar with those practices and, don't knock it till you try it. Anyway, that's designing in groups in a nutshell. As usual, you can watch the entire Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series. It has its own playlist. If you're looking for more tutorial-based fashion design process videos, they have their own playlist. All the links are in the description box. I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Welcome to Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection, part 587. In this video, I'm going to be developing Group 1. Now, if you missed last week's part, episode, video, whatever, to recap, I design in groups most of the time. And if you don't watch that video and you are lost as to why I design in groups and what it means to design in groups, go check that video out. The link to the entire playlist, the whole Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection playlist, is always in the description box of each of these videos. And if I sound funny, it's because I have a blister on my tongue because I'm clumsy and I bit my tongue while eating hot soup, and yeah, So much fun. So I sound kind of funny right now, but whatever. So I'm developing the first group. The first group, it's like in no particular order. The first group, I just decided I was in the mood to work with these patches. So previously, I had talked about uh, using Boro influence, but also not making it look straight up Boro, but being inspired by it instead of copying it. And then we talked about that gem influence where I was looking at the black rocks with the gold shingles sticking out in every which way direction and playing with that kind of influence, merging with the Boro. And then just my obsession with pockets. So I was patching all these pockets haphazardly. And so I did those little mini sketches before. And now I'm taking that group and I am exploring, expanding, getting more specific. And now my sketches are bigger. Okay, I had a little 8-foot croquis, 8-inch croquis before. Not even 8 inches, they're like 7 inches. Okay. And now I have the 10 head so that I can get in and put in more detail and put in more thought and really explore the overlapping and the rectangles and the pockets. And I thought I would do a circle one, but the more I look at it, the more I hate it. So yeah, that's coming out. But, and then just to reiterate, this collection is going to be unisex. Everything should fit on a female body, male body, and kind of going for an androgynous look. And my goal with this is, you could dress it up and make it look much more feminine. You could dress it up and make it look much more masculine, depending on how you styled it. But the basic dresses and coats were going to be something all genders could enjoy. So shift dresses, shirt dresses, long coats, not maxi. But I'm feeling the longer length, below the knee, mid calf, right at the knee. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling the boxy, loose shapes. Okay. And then this red dotted lines I'm putting in are inspired by Sachiko stitching. Sachiko stitching. Blah, blah. Sorry, my tongue hurts. Yeah, I was just using a little. I know someone's gonna ask, but that's a Faber-Castell marker in white. And sometimes when I can't find my whiteout, I just use it to fix little mistakes. And I'm using, what am I using? A Stabilo fine liner. I have like a cup full of fine liners, and some of them are samples I've received as a teacher. Some of them I actually bought, whatever. I don't have a strong brand preference for fine liners right now because I don't really use them in ways where people would test them. Like a lot of people like paint over them with watercolors. I've never done that. I just right now I'm just using it as a pencil because I really want the camera to pick up what I'm drawing, more or less. Okay. That's why I've been drawing with fine liners this entire time. And yeah, so I am just designing. Right now I am coloring everything grayscale other than the red stitching because for one, I am interested in the idea of doing a black, white, and gray collection with red touches. Okay. I've considered that. I've also, and this is something that I was thinking about as I was pulling fabrics, as I was reworking the color story for the 17th time, that to do one color story where it's black and white and gray, and the gray markers I'm using are the Copic Neutral Grays, the Copic Natural Gray series. So I like it. It is very neutral. You know, their cool grays are very cool, and their warm grays are quite green. And this one is pretty in between. And so I like that. I like the idea of having that. I also was considering doing another color story where it is white and navy and grays. So I was thinking of, I do like the idea of a black and white and gray color story with red stitching. I was also considering like a white and navy and lighter blue color story. I was also thinking of a navy, white, and cream instead of the light gray. Cream, beige, camel sort of color story, also with the red stitches. And these were the things that I was thinking as I was pulling fabrics. That big yellow folder is full of the fabrics that I had pulled that I still have to yet to edit. So anyway, so I do like the idea of a black and white and gray collection, but also at the same time, it is a shortcut when I'm designing, because when you're coloring anything, if the values work, the colors will work. Okay, and so let me break that down for you. Value. What, for those of you who have not watched my color theory series, value is the lightness or darkness of a color. So when something has a light value, it's a light color. When you have a group like this, or a series of clothes like this, where a lot of it is color blocking, because that's what it is. I have like lots of patches and sections and trim, and it's very color blocking oriented. You want to make sure that the colors really stand out from each other, because otherwise, what is the point of the color blocking if everything is just kind of blend in together? And so you want to make sure that you have light colors next to dark colors, next to medium colors, next to light colors, instead of having like a sea of light colors. Then it just kind of, you know, if I had all these patches and they were all like pastel pink, pastel peach, baby yellow, you know, there's no pop. There's no significance in the patching because they all sort of blend together. And yeah, if you want a harmonious look where you don't have a lot of contrasting, then yeah, work with colors that have similar values. But, I mean, this, I want the color blocking to be a design point. I want that to be clear. I want to highlight the shapes that I'm creating, the angles, the squares. And so it only makes sense to make sure that my colors contrast. And the beginning of that is the value. And so I could put in really any color family in here, but as long as it matches the values, then you're still gonna get enough contrast so that you're getting the pop. So as I'm patching, okay, I do like the panels, the bigger patches, the asymmetrical pocketing, but I don't want it to look too craftsy, too quilted. But I'm playing with proportions. I'm playing with different methods. I'm playing with how to play with the top stitching. You know, it's still pretty early on in the sketching process. And, you know, what I want from this collection and what I want everything to look like, everything is going to be more and more finalized as I keep working. If you watch my fashion design process tutorial series, now this Watch Me Design Fashion Collection, this is very like watch me play a video game style sort of videos. These are not tutorials. I give a lot of tips, but they're not like straight up tutorial how-tos. If you want how-to videos, then you should go watch my fashion design process playlist. But, I mention in that playlist, in those videos over and over again, the design process is taking a nebulous, vague sort of cloud of an idea, a mood, an image, a song, and every step in the design process, as you pull inspiration images, as you pull colors, as you pull fabrics, as you start sketching the basic shapes, as you start playing with the fabrics and creating samples of different fabric treatments, as you go step by step in the process, things get more and more exact. You start firming up ideas, things become more concrete, things become more detailed. Okay? Every step in the process gets you closer and closer to, making things really firm up. And then, of course, when you get to the pattern making and sewing stage, that's like really when things are materializing. But yeah, this is kind of like an in-between stage where concept, color, fabric, those have all come together, basic shapes. I've already talked about how I want things to stay boxy and androgynous. And now we're coming in the interior with different techniques. And the next few videos, some of them I'll be sketching. I'll be doing designs for the other groups that I'm developing. And some of them will be where I play around with fabric and work on different stitching and patching methods, for example, so that, when I put my book together, when I put the designs together, I have 3D samples, real life tangible images of what I want these fabrications to look like. So yeah, but I will not be doing any sewing videos. I will not be constructing these myself. So as I mentioned before, I will just be doing these videos as long as there's interest. When interest tapers off, I'm just gonna stop. But the plan right now is to keep going until the designs are done and I'm doing flats and I'm putting together all the final boards so that I have a really professional presentation for a portfolio book. That's currently the plan, to take it to that point. So if you are interested in watching me complete this series to portfolio book level presentation, then hit that like button. That's how you're going to tell me that you guys are still interested in watching this series, right? So yeah, hit that like button, drop me a comment, drop me your questions, and yeah, let's just keep going and see where this goes and see where this ends up, because I'm having a lot of fun and I hope you are too. I hope you are designing along with me at home. I hope watching this inspires you to go places you've never gone before in terms of design. This is not a kind of design I've done before, so I'm having fun exploring. And yeah, share, subscribe, comment, question, like, all the good things. Yeah. Hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice not magic. And I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. It is the long-awaited, often requested, Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection, Part 13. Yay! Okay, enough of that. Seriously, I know it's a long time coming. It's been several months since I had posted Part 12, and trust me, I have been wanting to make this video. okay? I had this adorable, cute thing called Design Block. Oh my god, it was really annoying. So this video will be devoted to Design Block. What is it? Some tips on how to get rid of it, where I'm progressing with this project. Let's start with what I'm doing on the screen right now. I'm just flipping through the sketchbook development real quick on what I've been working on the previous parts of this series, just to kind of refresh you on the project. So the project was a seasonless, gender-neutral collection of mainly dresses and coats. And I wanted it to be for a slightly older customer, definitely like middle-aged and older. Of course, I'm always welcome to have younger people wear this collection, but the target is not teenagers or people in their 20s. I had decided that I wanted an eyelet lace or maybe a regular lace to work into the fabric board. And so I pulled all the lace headers that I have, and I'm just going through them. And I pulled a bunch of other fabrics, a few leathers, really beautiful print. I was running some errands the other day and this fabric store was having a sale. And so I got this really beautiful non-stretch denim for 50% off. Yay me. And I had some of the fabric from before, some yardage that I had bought before so I can play around with some 3D development. And so I pulled all those so that I can try to get to my final fabric board in this video. Now I'm taking all those headers that I had pulled before, because now I have a direction. Like, these are the fabrics that I'm using right now. The 3 leathers. I have the suede, the distressed lambskin, and then the washed pink. And then I have the beautiful pink and fuchsia and green print on a linen. I have the gray linen. I have the denim. I have the weird black burlap that I'm oddly in love with and I'm not sure what I'm going to do with. I have the white cotton duck as a nice bottom weight. And then I have my eyelet lace. I have my chantilly lace. And I'm going through some other things that I think would complement with it. One of the things that is important to my particular fabric story is making sure the blues work together. So when you're putting your fabric board together and you have several shades in one color, like you have a bunch of greens and a bunch of yellows, make sure that those colors work well together. Because, some people think pink and green is beautiful and some people don't. And that's going to be a matter of opinion. But if you have a bunch of greens together and they don't work, it's really like more jarring than a distinct color combination that you may or may not like. You know what I mean? And so I want to make sure that all the blues that I have in this group share an undertone, work well together. So that little ditzy print, the eyelet, the chantilly, and the denim, they all share an undertone. They're really solid blue, okay? It's like the tiniest bit on the purple side, but not purpley at all, not a blue violet, and not with any green undertones, okay? They're very like tints and shades and tones of true blue, okay? So make sure all those blues work together, those browns work together, those pinks work together to make a harmonious color story. Let me just say, I'm doing this voiceover in editing. I was on such a roll that I've already filmed part 14. Watch me design part 14. So this series is continuing. Don't you worry. I'm all in now. So design block, what is it? It is a designer's version of writer's block where, you're in the middle of a project, or maybe you haven't even started a project and you're just stuck. Can't move forward. It sucks. The opposite of fun? Yeah. So I want to talk about working through design block. And I know that some of you are like, well, Zoe, you could have just started with another project instead of just like waiting a bunch of months to film part 13. And yeah, this channel, I don't have a boss. I'm my own boss. There is no one that says you have to stick to this design direction. However, that is not the case for most of you who are in school or working in the industry. Okay? And if you are not in school or in the industry, and you want to be a designer, you should be practicing like you're working. And when you're working, your design director is not going to all of a sudden be like, yeah, Zoe, do whatever you want because now you have design block. Okay, that does not happen. And your teacher, all schools are different, but most teachers will say, this is the design direction. You need to stick to it because that's the assignment. Or they'll say something like, you've already come this far. It's so ridiculous to start from scratch. You're not going to have that time indulgence when you're working in the industry. And yeah, I have had a few months, and normally in the industry, I would not have that time indulgence. And that's one of the perks of being on YouTube instead. Honestly, though, I am one of those people who work better on a deadline. And I've never had such a bad design block working in the industry. And I think part of it is because the pressure to hit the deadlines and to be good on deadline, I respond well to that. Not everyone does, but I do. So here I am. So I wanted to stick with this project. I wanted to figure out a way to push forward and shift direction because I hated everything I was doing. I mean, that's usually what happens with design block. It's like first you just hate everything that you're doing, and then you get stuck. And I had gotten to that point where I hated everything that I was doing and didn't want to work on it anymore. So here are a few tips on how to work through your design block. Obviously, not everything is going to work for everyone's lifestyle, job, etc., but to help you get going, right? Number one, and these are in no particular order. These are just suggestions, okay? Number one, take a break. Step back. And when I say take a break, I'm not dictating a certain amount of time. That's just how it is. Go work on something else, okay? And it often helps to work on something that is like practically the opposite of what you were working on before, okay? That is a big part of the reason why I worked on that project where all the designs were inspired by football uniform padding. Okay, if you didn't watch that, I'll link to the playlist of that project where I just kind of spazzed out and started designing this super crazy, costumey, avant-garde insanity. I don't even know if you could call it clothes, really. Anyway, I did that. I had fun with it. I still need to finish painting the illustration. It's like 90% done, but I do need to finish the illustrations. Let me know in the comments if you actually want to see me wrap up that project, but whatever. So go work on something else. That really was like almost as opposite as you can get within still designing clothes as you could get. And I had a lot of fun with that project, and it was really nice to work on something so completely different, because this project, it was very gender neutral. It was, trying to figure out the right silhouettes, the right bodies, the right colors. It was very specific. I was thinking about production and, techniques that were friendly for production and all this stuff. Whereas with the football thing, it was just like, oh, look, let's see how crazy I can get. Tip number 3, go look at stuff, okay? That can be looking at pretty picture books or reading a good book, even if it means rereading a book that you loved, okay? Go visit museums, and they can be fashion related or non-fashion related museum exhibits. I encourage both. Anyway, go to museums, travel, okay? Whether it's actually going on vacation or taking a day trip somewhere that, is your favorite thing, is like, the mountains a couple hours out of your city, something that kind of takes you out of your own head would be great in lieu of like an extended vacation. Go watch a movie. Have y'all seen Black Panther? That was off the hook. Oh my God, that was amazing. Anyway, go watch a movie that you're really into. It doesn't even have to be a movie where, people say that the visuals are so stunning. Like, those movies are great, but you could just watch a good movie and really roll with the emotions of that movie and let that kind of lift you out of the slump. Tip number 4, revisit the work in a different setting. Sometimes your office walls are the most uninspiring walls in the world, and that's the worst. That's the worst, okay? Yeah, sometimes you need to leave the house. My favorite thing is I will pack up a few things in a tote and go to a coffee shop. Sometimes I like to eat lunch like off hours, and when the restaurant is really slow and you don't feel bad about sitting there for a long time. And I will do a solo lunch at like 2, 3 in the afternoon and scribble and doodle and take notes. You don't have to stay there for like 3 hours, but just being there for an hour and hanging out can be relaxing and invigorating. I try to do that like a few times a month, actually. If you are in an office, do ask your boss if it would be okay if you took the afternoon to go work at a coffee shop or something across the street and I will be accessible, I'll take my cell phone, but I would love to just get out of the office for a few hours, okay? And yeah, we're such visual people, many of us designers, that just being in a different visual setting can put us in a different mood. And my last tip is work on a different part of the same project. If you had been stuck on the silhouettes and the shapes, maybe you need to revisit your fabric board, fine tune it, okay? Like I was doing in the beginning part of this video, where I had gone through all of my old headers that I had sort of sorted through before and edited out. And I had pulled different fabrics, off camera in preparation to shoot this video. And I've put together a brand new fabric board. But, switching from the 3D aspects to the 2D aspects, if you had been doing draping exercises to work with the 3D elements and you get stuck, maybe you go back to sketching for a while. And maybe print development or working on some graphics, or maybe you had planned on doing an embroidery, so start sketching ideas for an embroidery. Or if you get stuck with that, maybe start doing some stitch samples, or, study up on beading techniques, or, go back and forth, okay? Because fashion is worked on the 2D and 3D level back and forth. And so go work on a part of the same project that you're not currently working on. Another thing I like to do, which isn't necessarily, it is part of design block, kind of, okay, is I switched up the croquis figures that I was using, because I had focused this project on it being gender neutral. And usually, regardless of what customer I am working with, I tend to keep my initial design croquis, the figures, pretty straightforward, just like standing straight up and down, or I will design on a flats template. Okay, designing on a flats template is actually preferred in the industry, so I do that a lot too. Okay, I go back and forth depending on what I need. But for this time around, I decided to switch to different poses. And, I had been thinking about a lot about this idea of gender neutral clothing. You know, there's that great Eddie Izzard quote. When someone asked him, why do you keep wearing women's clothes? He said, they're not women's clothes. They're my clothes. I paid for them. And it's so good. It's so good because, yeah, innately, clothing are inanimate objects and they don't actually have a gender or a sex. They're just clothes. And if you can fit in them, then you can wear them. I mean, people wear clothes that don't fit them all the time, so why not? I know that's my pet peeve, is people not wearing clothes that fit them. So anyway, I was thinking, you know, instead of trying to make it as neutral and in the middle of the road as possible, okay, I wanted to embrace things that were so stereotypically masculine and stereotypically feminine. Okay? And so with that in mind, I chose a couple of poses that are very stereotypically masculine, you know, legs apart, shoulders back, kind of like confident, you know, and a couple of poses that were stereotypically feminine. You know, a little lilt to the hips or a swaying walk, okay? That is, I fight against it so much because women can be however they want, men can be however they want, but I wanted to really like work with those stereotypes by giving the, you know, playing with these stereotypes, you know what I mean? And so what I'm doing in these sketches is sketching each outfit on a man, on a woman, or a male body and a female body, stereotype, and seeing how they look on different bodies. Okay, more straight up and down body, more curvy body. And in this video, after I shot this video, I was looking back at my design sketches and I drew them so that all the outfits fit the model. But I think I'm actually going to go back and redraw some so that it looks like both the male and the female are wearing the same size garment. And what would it look like, the same size garment on a smaller body? Okay. Because I am playing with these drawstrings and playing with the idea of adjusting the fit and shape of certain garments, playing with these drawstrings. So there is an aspect of that in the design, so I do want to play with that. So as you can see, I am playing with shapes and fabrics that people may think are more feminine, but I am trying to push the proverbial envelope with this collection. So I'm going to go for it. I'm playing right now. I have a renewed energy towards this project, and I have my final fabric story. I can play with shapes. You know, when I'm designing, I like to design shapes on a figure so that I can work out how the proportions work on a body, how fabric moves in a walking pose, things like that. That's why I love designing on walking poses. So I'm like kind of analyzing how the fabric will move while a person is walking, and that really affects the drape and the feel of the garment, right? But later on, when we get to designing the nitty-gritty of every pocket placement and top stitching and like all the precious smaller design details, I like to do that on a flat. And it's important to design on the flat because it will help you figure out hanger appeal. Okay? Hanger appeal is so important. Okay? And we'll get more into that in a future video when I start flatting these designs. But keep that in mind. If I forget, remind me. I'm happy to be back in the game. I'm so happy to continue this series. Please do give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today, if you enjoyed this video, if you are enjoying this series and want me to continue this series, please give this video a thumbs up. Please let me know in the comments what you think. And share, subscribe, drop me all your questions. Don't forget to check the description box for links to all my social media and links to related videos and other information. And I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. In this episode of Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series, I want to address a question I get a lot. Zoe, do I need to learn how to make patterns and sew in order to become a fashion designer? All right, before we jump into it, let me take one quick second to talk about what I'm doing on the screen. Now that I've finalized my fabric story, I'm picking markers out for my design sketches. Like an idiot, I was putzing around until I realized that I should be using my marker color charts. I mean, why did I go to all the trouble of making them, right? After this, I'm going to make a list of colors I need to buy, if any, and then I'm going to pull all the best rough designs that I've created over the course of this entire project. And then in the next video in this series, I'm going to go over each design and just really deep dive into the construction, round out the design, figure out the back, figure out I'm getting into each of these things, closures, all that sort of thing, okay? Now, back to sewing for designers. Do I need to learn how to make patterns and sew in order to become a fashion designer? And a lot of people, they follow up by saying, Zoe, I have so many ideas. I can sketch. I'm good at predicting trends. I don't want to sew. Everyone says designers don't even sew when they're working in the industry. Do I have to learn all this stuff? Before I get into my thoughts on the matter, just know that if you're going to fashion school, there is a 99.999999% chance that you will be required to take all kinds of construction courses, and that if you do not pass these courses, you will not be able to graduate. Let's parse this out. You say you have so many ideas. That's great, but design is not ideas. Design is execution of ideas. Ideas are only the beginning. Literally speaking, shoppers do not buy ideas. They buy the result of those ideas. They buy pants that make their butts look great. And they buy dresses that make them stand out at parties. And they buy coats that keep them warm in sub-zero temperatures. If you can't turn your ideas into physical clothes, there's nothing to admire on your runway. Your ideas mean nothing if you can't bring them to fruition. 2, you say you can sketch. That's great. Sketching is important. But yeah, sketching is not designing. Sketching is one step in the design process. And I say this as someone who teaches sketching. I love fashion illustration, I love drawing, and I understand its importance to both illustrators and designers. And yet, I'm first and foremost a designer, and I know that sketching is only one step in the design process. Sketching is 2D, and fashion is so very, very 3D. Designing is being inspired and learning how to apply that inspiration into something physical. It's about applying color theory to create beautiful color stories for your collection. Designing involves understanding how fabrics drape. It's about playing with details and embellishments. Design involves a beautiful fit, textures that feel good on the skin. Honestly, if you mostly only love sketching, consider a career in illustration instead. Number 3, you say you're good at predicting trends. This is a really subjective, nebulous skill, even more so than drawing. If trend prediction is what you really love, maybe you should look into fashion forecasting. Honestly, a lot of you would do well to watch my careers in fashion video. I'll link it down in the description box below. There are a lot of career paths in the industry that aren't clothing design. And I'm not saying, oh, you can't be a designer. I'm just saying, find the career path that makes you happy. Number 4, something you have heard is that designers don't sew in the industry, and that's why you think you don't need to learn it. For the most part, you're right. Designers mainly do not cut patterns or sew day to day working in the industry, especially if they're working for a larger company. But we know how. For designers, learning garment construction firsthand is not about becoming the most gifted seamstress or pattern cutter. It's about knowing how garments are constructed, and that knowledge helping us to be better designers, more creative designers, and more efficient designers. You must have noticed by now, fashion moves fast. Efficiency is important. Creative on a deadline, always, right? That's how we do in fashion. You know, you're watching me sketch right now, but I want to emphasize what's going on in my head as I sketch. Okay, things that are going on too fast for me to narrate in real time. But as I'm sketching, I'm referring back to my fabrics constantly. That's why I have them in front of me. I'm thinking about what fabrics are thin enough to do drawstrings and gathers, which fabrics are sturdy enough to take a nice big pocket to carry some stuff, because I don't like useless pockets, okay? If I have a pocket, I'm gonna put some stuff in it. What kind of zippers suit which fabrics? What are some ways to create those black lines? Okay, should I approach it like corset bone channels without the bones? Will I need some sort of understructure under the gathers to create the volume I want, and what kind? Can I get away with a tiny bit of tulle, or do I need something more sturdy? Now, I have a skin of washed leather. I have a skin of unwashed leather. Let's think pros and cons. Surprising to me, the washed leather ended up stiffer than the unwashed leather. So yeah, that kind of threw me for a loop, okay? As I'm sketching, I'm also putting together a to-do list, okay? 1, edit out the distressed lambskin. It's not working with the rest of it. 2, design more with the gauzes and determine if I really need them. Right now, they are a novelty fabric, and if I'm only going to use them like 1 or 2 times throughout the collection, then forget it, okay? Because I am designing, thinking about how this is going to play out in real life. And in real life, if you don't use a fabric often enough to meet the minimum purchase requirements, then it's going to get edited out, okay? So think about if I really want those gauzes, whether I really need them, okay? Number 3, do wash tests on all fabrics except the Chantilly lace. I'm just gonna assume that throwing Chantilly lace in the washing machine is gonna ruin it. You know, you have to put care instructions on all your labels. So, you know, things like blouse weight linen will probably do okay in the wash, but yeah, that Chantilly is definitely not. So next on my to-do list, go get a yardage of some Chantilly and some eyelet lace so that I can start playing around and scrunch it in my hand and do some mock-up drapes. Also the ditzy print. What is a ditzy print? Ditzy prints are any kind of print where the print is super teeny tiny. These are also called Liberty prints because the company Liberty is famous for doing ditzy prints. It's kind of like how people use the word Kleenex for tissues. Kleenex is a company, but they're so known for making tissues that people use the two kind of as the same. Now, if I were doing this in a proper design studio, I would be ordering more sample yardage of everything that I don't have yardage of. But since it's just a mock project, I have to go the retail route. Right? Also on the to-do list, play with patching methods. You know, do I want to do some kind of super obvious top stitching or try to keep the top stitching as subtle as possible? Do I want some kind of border? Number 2, I want to do some drawstring experiments to determine what shapes I get when the strings are pulled. If you recall back to the beginning videos where I was talking about how I would love to hit close to zero waste cutting, you know, that's kind of where I started thinking about the drawstrings. If I could cut as close to just pure rectangles as possible and use strategically placed drawstrings to create the kinds of fits and volumes that I want. So I want to do some experiments with that. And then I also want to think about what I can do with leather scraps where they look cool and not too much like elementary school arts and crafts class. So these are all the things that I am thinking about and listing as I'm sketching. You know, you don't have to know everything to get started. There's room for experimentation and learning in the design process. However, it helps immensely to start with a foundation of knowledge. The less you know about construction, the more you're limited to creating variations on existing clothes. And if you're cool with designing basics forever, go for it. No shame, just do it. Another point I'd like to add is if you run your own business, knowing how garments are supposed to be constructed and how they're supposed to look can really help you not get scammed by production contractors. People also leave me comments like, so-and-so doesn't know how to sew and they're so successful. Why do I have to learn? Listen, if you're as smart, creative, and resourceful as this person you're talking about, go for it. You don't need my advice. But here's a trend I noticed. Whenever someone uses this reasoning, the example designer is someone who is close to retirement age, already retired, or is died at a ripe old age. The industry and the world was so different back then. And the path that they took to success is not how designers find success now. Here's another way I see it. There are cooks and there are chefs. Cooks are good at following recipes and they can make delicious food. They're also pretty good at picking out good ingredients like ripe fruit and good cuts of meat. They toss out old spices, Chefs start by following recipes. They experiment offshoots of recipes and they create their own variations of recipes. And they're able to do this because they study their ingredients down to the elemental level. And they understand heat, different ways to apply heat to food, and how hot and how fast to get the effect that they want. And they play with all of these elements, and then they take all this knowledge and it goes into new recipes that they create. So listen, both cooks and chefs are perfectly capable of making tasty food. But I think you get my point here. Do you want to be a cook or do you want to be a chef? There's no wrong answer. Just answer yourself truthfully. Okay, what kind of designer do you want to be? What kind of designer would you be happy being? Don't think about society or school or peers pressuring you to be a certain kind of designer. Think about what kind of designer you would be happy being. But bottom line for me, for every skill you don't learn, you limit yourself to what kind of designer you can be. And moving forward, I encourage you, when approaching new knowledge and skills, don't think of it as, do I need to learn this? But what are the applications of this knowledge? And will that help me be the kind of designer I want to be? Please do hit the thumbs up button if you learned something new today, or if this video was helpful to you, or if you just enjoyed watching me sketch. Share, subscribe, comment, hit the notification bell, all those good things, all those ways you show me love, and I will see you in the next video. Hey party people. In this part of the Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series, I'm going to take my semi-final designs and flesh them out. Designing backs, sides, planning out closures, construction, all those things. For the sake of convenience and just kind of like ease of moving forward, I've narrowed down my focus to these 4 garments because I don't want to be dealing with like too many garments. People get confused as we move forward. I think it would just be easier to take these forward. And by forward, I mean we're fleshing out the front, back, and sides of this one. The next in this series, we're going to cover doing flats in Adobe Illustrator and starting our tech packs. And then after that, we're going to start construction on 1 or more of these garments. So that's what's happening here. So I'm drawing flats today. Flats are the technical illustrations for garments. The figures are not elongated. Your templates, first of all, everyone should be drawing flats on templates. And what I mean by that is using the same body for every single technical illustration so that all your garments relate to each other. It's like using a block for your pattern making. It all starts with the same body, the same customer, the same basic fit. So that when I use this template and I draw something really close to the body, I can make a little baby tee, and then I'll draw something bigger And because we're using the same body as a reference, you can tell that this one is an oversized tee and this one is a baby tee, okay? Like that. So always use a template. I have front, back, side templates. A back is absolutely necessary. You absolutely need to design a back for all of your garments. Sides are optional depending on how, involved the design is on the round. Okay, if you have like very asymmetrical garments, you have a lot of detail on the side, you have interesting sleeves. The sides are optional. Front and back are not optional. Longtime viewers of my channel know that I'm very anti-coffin garment. What the hell are coffin garments? Coffin garments are garments where you only design like right here. Okay? Just the part of your body people would see if you're laying in a coffin. And sometimes my students are like, wow, that's a real, you took that to a dark place, Zoe. First of all, this is not a term I made up. It's one I learned in school. So it is an actual industry term, not just Zoe being dark and ridiculous, okay? So you want to study the body on the round. You need to design on the round because everyone is looking at people at all different angles of the body, unless they're laying in a coffin. So have your sketches out, have your flats templates out. And it's always a good idea to either have your fabrics in front of you so that you're kind of paying attention to the feel. You can remind yourself of how much a fabric stretches when you're planning out darts and shaping seams and how heavy something is when you're thinking about, how much tailoring something is gonna need. So have your fabrics handy. And then of course, you're gonna need a ruler. And this is the only time I advocate drawing with a ruler, with a straight edge. I hate it when, like, I've had students try to draw figures with rulers. I'm like, mm-mm. If I'm trying to draw this long tank dress, I know that the pattern, the flat, is gonna have long seams. So I'm gonna want some tracing paper. I have my 0.3 mechanical pencil. I have my super skinny erasers. Let's do this. I'm gonna start with this one because it's a fairly simple design, good to demo with. Now, these style lines are asymmetrical, but the shape, the silhouette is symmetrical. So with all symmetrical garments or even partially symmetrical garments, what I like to do is fold my tracing paper, open it up. Make sure you get that center front line right on that fold. I like to get a couple of pieces of not sticky tape. Get some lint on there. Line that up with the center front on your figure template. So we've got our tracing paper that is taped onto our template. Our center fronts are matching up. Let's look at this design. We have a rather close to the neckline. It's round. I don't use this, the neck. Like, I only use it when I'm doing a shirt with a two-piece collar. That is going to be real snug up against the neck. For this, I want to give it a little bit of breathing room. And here's your shoulder. It's a sleeveless dress. I'd say that the bottom of your armhole is going to come down about yay down. And remember, we draw flats as if the garment was laying flat on a table. In any kind of garment, typically the front armhole will be carved out more than your back armhole. So you're going to see a little bit of your back armhole. The hem here, now you're not looking at it as 1-to-1 or whatever. You're looking at the figure proportions. Here I have this hem 1/3 of the way down on the calf. And so I'm going to mark that there. That should be perpendicular. And then coming from the armhole, I made it straight. It doesn't nip in at the waist. It's a solid straight tank dress. And so make sure you go past the hip like so. Actually, I'm gonna make that a little bit boxier. I don't want it to be a tight fitting dress. I want it to be loose and free and fun. So I'm gonna give like 1/8 of an inch space past the hip, like so. And then we square off the sides, because when you do the hems in the pattern, it's gonna be a 90-degree angle here as well. And it might not seem like a lot right now, but the wider the skirt is, the more obvious it's gonna be whether or not that you've squared off those corners. And there is 1/2 of your shape. And then what I do is I fold it up and I draw the other side. The shape is identical on both sides, so I wanna keep the shape identical. Of course, in Illustrator, this is even easier. You just like basically copy, reflect. Honestly, even if you had like one crazy sleeve that came out like this and whatnot, I would still copy and, and trace this part so that the garment is symmetrical, just like you would do in pattern making. Now we're gonna take these style lines. This one starts just on this side of center front, and it ends in between the armpit and the waist. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this back on the template so I have those figure references again. At this point, you may be wondering, Zoe, are you doing this flap because this is the one you're making? No, it's gonna be a surprise. So here, and it ends here, right? So we're going to draw that curve. It's a drawstring channel, so we want both sides. And then this one starts kind of halfway in here, and then it kind of disappears into the armhole. So we're here and we're here. And yeah, things do end up looking different when you're putting it on different bodies. At this point, you may be wondering, well then Zoe, why don't you start with an 8-head figure so that your bodies and your flats translate more one-to-one? And that's valid. A lot of people do end up choosing a more realistic fashion figure proportion because of that. A lot of people like to use a 10-head figure because they're really trying to sell the illusion of, the sexiness of the whole fashion thing. Fashion has both elements of fantasy and reality in it. And a lot of the time when you're doing these sketches, these 10-head, 9-head sketches, you're injecting a little bit of that sexy fantasy aspect of fashion in there. So anyway, back to this. So this one we have, let's see. There's halfway point of the thigh. That's where the second one is. 1/4 of the way down, and then just above the knee, right? So we're gonna go, here's the halfway point. So there's that one, 1/4 of the way, there's that one, and then just above the knee is that one. They're kind of spaced evenly, right? And then this one we have, that's the middle. This is actually the middle of the middle. The middle of the left. This one goes just left of center front, and this one goes just right of center front. And again, these are fairly evenly spaced. Now notice these angles jut in. They are not concerned with being right angles. And that's going to be important when you follow these drawstring channels into the back of the garment. It can be a little bit messy, your first draft. There's your design on flat form. And now we have to move the garment construction into the back. Draw a center back line. You know what we forgot to do? We forgot to draw the back neck. So let's do that. I'm gonna make it higher than the front neck a little bit. So at this stage, these parts come from the front neckline, so they don't need to connect in the back necessarily. But these do. They come right up to the side seam, and so you do need to address how they would continue to the back. Same as here. You need to address these three. The front part of these, they go straight into the hem, so they don't need to connect to anything necessarily. But you have a few options here. You can, this is coming like this and like this at the side, okay? And so we could do a few things. We could bring these up again, and you could have a V happening, or you could have them curve down into the body so that it creates a more sinewy effect with the drawstrings. Okay, that's up to you. You could just end the drawstrings there, although that's really a cheaper way of doing things. And that's kind of going into coffin garment territory. I personally like having the more graphic V look to it. So I'm going to V this out, but I'm gonna broaden it some, not make it so narrow. Don't worry, this is a rough flat, okay? So I'm just mapping things out. And then on this side, you know, we have the dress coming down. There's my side seam. And then again, we have it here and here and here. And it's coming across. Oh, wait, this should go like that, right? So how do I want it? This is coming, and it's going to be like this a little bit. But these parts are going to be on the other side of the garment, so it's not going to affect this look so much. I mean, I could do something where there's a lot of options here. I could bring this up to connect to these lines. If you wanted some sort of like thing bringing it together, you could again mimic this so that again we're having kind of like a V on one side, V on the other, you know, to mimic that look, bring that look together. You know, you could do something where it's connecting up like this. If that's the look you want, this is purely what you want. I like the V's. I like the angles. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to make this one broader and this one narrower. I'm going to bring this in like this. And we're mapping it out on side flats, but this is straightforward enough that you don't necessarily need to have final, beautiful, finished side flats to illustrate your point. Okay, you want to use these side flats to kind of visualize what the side is going to look like. One of the most important things is to figure out how to get in and out of the dress. This is something I say to my students all the time. All the time. Longtime viewers have heard me say this, but what is the difference between a dress and a sculpture? You got to get your body in a dress. Where's the zipper? Where are the buttons? Where are the snaps? Where's the lacing? How is she getting in this monster? I should have folded it the other way, but it's not a big deal at all. Just make sure that when you lay things out, everything is going in the right direction. This is the wearer's right. This is the wearer's right. Okay, it's connecting here like that. Anyway, so how's she getting in this bad boy? One option, which is a common option, is to do a center back zipper. But I have a drawstring channel going through, and I want it to be of use. I don't really want a center back zipper or even a center back seam to get in the way of that. Now keep in mind, this is not a center back zipper. This is just the center back line for reference. I didn't draw a specific center back seam. I could do a side zip. I have all this space here. Look, when you do a zipper on a full length dress, you want to make sure that the zipper at least hits the widest part of the body, which is typically your butt and hips. I can put in, let's say, an invisible zipper that stops about 2 inches down from the armhole and put that little marker there, and that is the length of my zipper. Now we have to think about the neck, because do you think you could get your head in a hole that small if you don't have a closure? So you have two options. You can make some kind of closure here, or you can make the neck hole big enough for you to pop right through. And keep in mind, this is a linen dress. It's a wash linen dress, but it's not going to be a knit. So you can't like stretch it over your head like you would a t-shirt. I actually like the idea of having buttons here. So I'm gonna draw that way better in my final flat. But there we go. And now I'm thinking, this is kind of a narrow dress, especially for how long it is. I think I want to give it a couple of slits. I'm going to put a slit here. And I like to mark that with just like the tiniest view of the back like that. We're going to mark the slits here too. Of the back of the dress there, like that. And to have two slits there that go up to the knees, a little bit more ease of movement. Now, remember, these are working drawstrings. And so I'm going to have the drawstrings come together at the sides like this. And I'm going to draw the bows. And I do want them to be working drawstrings so that people can actually play with the ruching and create different shapes on the dress. And yeah, I'm going to put them in the back too so you can see them in the back. Okay, one last thing I want to address is top stitching. I definitely want to do a close-up just to show the construction of the drawstring. So I'm going to take my big old flat template, and you can get all these templates at my Etsy store if you want to buy mine. And I do have all of these. I have the front, back side, left side, right side, the blown up one. Okay, so let's say I just want to do this detail. Okay, so we have the armhole. We have this. And this channel coming down. And then you're going to have, let's say I want a little, a tiny grommet the same color as my fabric. And then that's where the drawstring comes out. And then I want to talk about top stitching. When it comes to top stitching, some people like to do dotted lines. Some people like to do really light lines. When I'm working in Adobe Illustrator, for top stitching, I will do a dash line where the spaces are much smaller than the dash, than the stitch. When I'm doing hand flats, like I don't have the patience for that. I don't have the time for that. In Illustrator, this is so easy to do. And I've already gone over that in one of my Illustrator videos. So go watch my On the Computer series. If I'm doing final beautiful flats by hand, what I will typically do is, first of all, slow the hell down and make sure that these drawings look beautiful. Secondly, I will do details in a thicker mechanical pencil. And then I will go in with a really skinny pencil like this 0.3, and I will draw in real skinny lines. Oh my God, you know how like your pencil breaks just at an important part? All right, here's my other 0.3 pencil. Okay, so you want to go in with a much skinnier line and put in that real delicate line to designate top stitching. The only time I would use a dotted line for hand-drawn flat top stitching is to designate pick stitching. You know, and it's often shown in Western gear where you have the really thick thread and it's sparsed out like that. Okay, that's when I would do a dotted line in hand on hand flats. Otherwise, I would draw a really skinny line in a 0.3 lead. All right, to recap, I am at the stage where I am fleshing out my designs, developing backs, nailing the construction, finalizing all those details. Next time on the Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series, I'm going to be doing beautiful final flats in Adobe Illustrator. And I'm not going to be doing a bunch of flats in Illustrator in that video, but I am going to be in Illustrator showing you a bunch of tips and tricks on how to do professional flats. For example, you need to be doing shapes instead of random lines. We're going to go over that next time. And then after that video, after we talk about tech packs, we are going to be moving into garment construction. I'm going to have Mariah back in the studio. We're going to pretend that I'm the designer and she is the pattern maker, which that is actually what it is. So we're not actually pretending, never mind. And we're going to talk about the best way how to construct one of these garments and get going on that. Yeah. Okay. So you know the drill. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. If you want me to continue with this series, let me know in the comments because, yeah, you know, I need to know what you want to watch. And if you don't want to watch it, I'm going to stop making the videos. Right? Let me know in the comments. Let me know all your questions about hand-drawn flats in the comments section below. Things that you're hoping that I will address about Adobe Illustrator flats in the next video. You know, let me know your thoughts and, you know, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell, all those good things. And I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. This is the long-awaited part 16 of Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection. Last time, in part 15, I drew flats by hand. I took my quick sketches and I laid out the flat by hand, really targeting, finessing exact proportions and measurements on a realistically proportioned body and thinking about the construction and the closures. And now I'm going to do similar things in Adobe Illustrator. First of all, I always use a template. I believe I went over this in part 15, how you always want to use the same figure for all your flats for a particular customer so that all your flats look in proportion to each other for the entire project, the entire collection, etc., etc. And your flats template should be the medium size of your size range, whatever that may be for whatever customer you are dressing. And I sell this one. I sell flats templates, and I sell this one you see on screen in my Etsy store if you want it. And what I have done, when I use it as a template in this manner, I change the black lines to like a 20 or 30% gray, so they're less prominent, and I can draw with black lines on top. Normally, I don't scan in the hand-drawn sketch if I have one onto the screen. I usually have it on hand so that I'm constantly looking at the proportions and the design details that I originally came up with. But I scanned it onto the screen so that you, the viewer, can see what I'm looking at while I'm drawing. And as I'm drawing this, I go back, I redraw things, I draw things, I hate things, I delete things, I try again, I try this new thing, it doesn't work. And you may be wondering, is Zoe making all these mistakes on purpose to create a learning experience for us? Or is she in fact a moron? It's a little bit of the first one, and it's a little bit of Zoe is rusty. You know how I'm always talking about practice not magic, always be practicing, and I do. I practice a lot of things, but I also do a lot of things, and I haven't done Illustrator flats in so long, y'all. because, I used to do flats for people on a freelance basis, but ever since I transitioned more into teaching, my work has moved more into teaching related stuff. And so I don't have a need to do Illustrator flats very often. But yeah, I can still do it. And it's not something I hate doing, but I have to be in the right mood for it. You know what I mean? Like you have everything. I think everyone has those things. You have to be in a specific mood to do certain things. Anyway, flats in Illustrator is one of those things for me, but I cannot stress enough the importance of learning how to do flats in Adobe Illustrator for fashion designers. Illustrators, you don't need to learn this. And anytime, okay, if you want to ask yourself, do I need to learn how to do flats in Adobe Illustrator? Ask yourself this. Are you in a position where you need to ask other people to help you construct your garments? Whether that's a pattern maker, a sample sewer, a factory across town, a factory overseas, a grader, anybody that's helping you with the actual construction of the garment, and you need to give them instructions on how you want the final product to be done. If you need help in that regard, you need flats, because that is how you're going to communicate your needs to people, especially if you don't share a language. Okay? Good flats, pictures worth 1,000 words. Good flats are worth 10,000 words. Okay? So yeah, learn Illustrator. Okay? All industry, fashion design gigs, job postings will demand that you know Adobe Illustrator, Photoshop, Microsoft Word, and Excel kind of minimum. Those are the 4 that pretty much every job listing asks for. Okay, back to whatever I'm doing on screen, right? So let me just throw out a bunch of tips about using the pen tool. I love the pen tool, but there are some tricks that make things easier. First of all, if you're drawing difficult curves like this one and you're really good at drawing by hand, it might be good for you to draw it really neatly by hand, scan it, and then trace it. At least the first few times as you're getting used to drawing curves with your pen tool, and then you can start freehanding it. Obviously, I am struggling because I am rusty, and I was kind of like embarrassed and I was gonna edit all this stuff out, but I figure, why not? Just watch someone be rusty and just keep at it until, things get done, okay? Second of all, if you need to change the direction, okay, something like curves, you want to follow the kind of natural curve. So you would keep going, but if you want to change direction, like at a corner, then you want to re-click the endpoint to move direction. Another thing, if you want to finish a line segment and just leave it a line segment and then create a separate line segment, all you have to do is click the pen tool again or hit P on your keyboard, and your pen tool will start a new line segment as opposed to just connecting it with the last point that you did. If you want a symmetrical garment, what you want to do is select the part you want symmetrical, the top part of this wrap, hit O, which is your reflect tool, and then press copy. Okay? And so now I have 2 sides. And if you look at my original sketch, it is asymmetrical, but the top half of the garment and the sleeves are identical, so I'm not going to redraw that. I'm going to copy that, and then later on, I'm going to change the hem. By the way, please note the little note I made to myself, no armhole above my sketch, because you might be looking at the sketch thinking, oh, where's the armhole? I changed it afterwards. Sometimes it's hard to really see how the whole thing is going to look when you're only looking at a half of a garment, especially when something is asymmetrical or not a traditional shape. And sometimes once you do both sides, it doesn't look quite right. So that's what happened here. I thought it was a little too wide. And so I deleted that part, and now I'm making adjustments to this part. And then I'm going to recopy the top part of that drape. I did make things a little bit narrower, just a tiny bit closer to the body. And it may not seem like much, but you have to remember we're drawing these at what is this figure? Like 8 inches tall. But when it gets blown up, a quarter of an inch on a drawing is going to translate to a bigger difference, a much bigger difference in real life. If you're looking for more traditional tutorials, straight up how to do this, how to do that, step-by-step things on the pen tool, the Pathfinder tool, things like that, please go visit my On the Computer playlist. I do have some Illustrator tutorials there. In the vast majority of garments, you will see some of the back of the garment from the front, and so you need to address that in your flats, whether you draw them by hand or on the computer. Typically, necklines will be lower in the front than it is in the back, even on a turtleneck. So yeah, all these things, right? Understanding how the back of the garment looks from the front of the garment when it's laid flat like this also helps you think about hanger appeal. Hanger appeal is a really important word in the fashion industry, it's 2 words, hanger appeal. Hanger appeal means how good does it look hanging on a hanger? If you walk into any kind of clothing store, the vast majority of clothing is typically on a hanger and not on a mannequin or dress form. And so in order to capture the attention of the customer, it needs to look good on the hanger. Typically, if you have garments that are very intricately draped and looks kind of funny flat, they'll put those on the dress form. Of course, the most show-stopping, editorial, attention-grabbing things will be on the dress form. But yeah, most things are going to be on a hanger. And so, yeah, it is important that your clothing look good on the hanger because that's how people are going to see it when they're shopping. So when you design the back, you're also going to think about, honestly, except for the sleeves, of course, will hang down, hello, gravity. This flat is pretty close to how it's going to look on the hanger, just hanging straight down, and it doesn't have the curves of the body to appeal to you. Some of the drape is going to be lost, things like that. And then you're going to see the back of the garment, and whether people realize that they're thinking about it or not, it all plays into hanger appeal. So making sure the back works with the front, both in terms of how it's going to look on the body and also hanger appeal, is really important. For fashion designers, we do all these sketches. We sketch by hand. We sketch in Illustrator. We draw these flats. We forget clothing is not flat. Clothing is worn on the round. Our bodies are round. Our bodies get viewed at every single angle. And we want us to look good in the clothing from every angle. And so you have to consider what the sides are going to look like, how the seams flow from front to back along the side instead of making a really weird, awkward angle at the side seam. How the back looks from the front, how the back looks, how 3/4 back looks. Like there should be a flow. We should consider ourselves sculptors more than sketchers. You know what I mean? Sketching for designers is a means to an end. But ultimately, we're sculptors. Okay? We create 3-dimensional objects to wear. And that's really how I view us more. And people say this kind of thing all the time. Designers don't need to learn how to sew to become designers. I think people who, at the very least, learned enough to really understand the garment construction process make for more creative designers because they understand the body on the round and thinking about the body on the round and how flat patterns create three-dimensional shapes, how draping on a dress form can create shapes, how to work with the scale of the body, you know, how fabrics work, how fabrics drape as you cut, as you sew, learning all these things so that even later on when you're working in the industry that you are not sewing all these hems yourself, you have this intimate knowledge of these materials and how it plays with the body. And it does make you a more knowledgeable designer, a more creative designer, a more capable designer. Key Command Z to zoom in real tight. Key Command C to cut along the path. And so you can just trim a little bit of that end, just right in there. Get all super close, delete that. And then P for pen tool, add that. Minus sign, delete that middle random endpoint, and there you go. Always create enclosed shapes in your flats, because most of the time, vast majority of the time, I think all the time, I can't think of a time I don't do this, you're going to fill in your flats. And you may not fill in with a specific color. It might just be all white, or you might fill in with a pattern. Okay, most companies, larger companies, they do a complete line sheet showing all the colorways, filling in with patterns, and you need to have all your shapes enclosed, complete closed shapes in Illustrator to do this. So always draw closed shapes. Just get into that habit. So even if you have something that's a princess seam, a lot of people will do the basic bodice shape and then throw in a line for the princess seam. I would not. I would create an enclosed shape for center front and a separate enclosed shape for side front. Because you never know, later on you might use that same bodice and have contrasting panels. It's just so much easier to do your color blocking later on. All those pieces to work with are so much more versatile when you use enclosed shapes. So now I have enclosed shape for my front, top front, the back of my wrap, and then I have one for the front drape, bottom half of the wrap, and then the back drape. And now I'm going to draw these little shapes, and they're going to be, you know, when you see folds in fabric, you see the back of the fabric, especially when you have it, you know, shorter in the front, etc., like this. Whenever I do flats, I prefer coloring the back parts of my flat in a gray so that it's really clear what parts are the back and what part is the front. Just like I would manipulate line quality to express different things when drawing by hand, I use different stroke widths when using the pen tool for my flats. So outer silhouette things, I use a heavier line. And then when it comes to doing, you know, gathers and drapes and things, I like a much lighter stroke so that it's not as prominent. Another one of my favorite tools in Illustrator is the grouping tool, because it allows you to keep track of things in your layers. So all these gathering lines, you know, I'm going to draw all these gathering lines, and then I'm going to select them all, and I'm going to hit Command G. And it's going to kind of lock them together into one layer so that I can move them together. I can change the stroke width or the stroke color of them all in one go. Because typically, you know, when you have all these lines like this, you kind of treat them all the same. And then if you want to ungroup them, all you have to do is hit Shift Command G. Because the thing is, one of the beautiful things about Illustrator, and also one of the frustrating things about Illustrator, is the way their layers work. There's so many more layers in Illustrator than Photoshop. With layers in Illustrator, every single line segment or shape that you draw is a layer. or it's a sub-layer, it's a path within a layer. So you can open up all your layers, find all these paths, and you can choose one and work with it, which is awesome for someone who is really detail-oriented like I am. But at the same time, the grouping tool really helps you get organized. So maybe you group certain things that you're done working with and kind of put them away so that when you're playing with all these other paths and layers, you know, you can find other things more easily because you've grouped and organized other sections. You know what I mean? It really helps you kind of stay organized and on top of things. Oh, here's a question I get a ton. Zoe, when do you draw drapes and when do you draw things flat on a flat? You draw drapes when it's part of your construction, and you draw things flat when a drape on a body is not part of the construction. You see the top part is completely flat, but on the figure it's draped because it's a drapey piece and it'll hang from your body. It's a loose fitting thing. But in the construction, there are no cowls, there are no ruffles, there's nothing that creates that drape other than the way it hangs on the body. The bottom part, it is gathered, okay? And it is gathered into a flat part, and it does flare and hang some, and it does fold naturally, okay? So a flat is called a flat because you're supposed to draw it as if it were laying flat on the floor. And so those gathers, they would still be there if you were laying it flat on the floor because that's part of the construction, okay? And that's how you can differentiate those as you are drafting your flats. As you know, I would not consider a garment complete unless it had a pocket. And, you know, I'm a big pocket geek. I like to get the angles and the placement just right so that when you put your hands in your pockets, your arms are in a comfortable position. I like to think about how big the pocket bag is going to be and if there's going to be room for my whole hand up to my wrist at the very least, or my entire cell phone, okay? Things like that. My wallet, okay? How much room is there for a pocket bag? This last little bit is something I like to do when I am creating a presentation board with my flats. I like to have some kind of backdrop, a drop shadow, thicker outline, something like that. So when I want to do a thicker outline, what I do is I select the entire flat, I group the whole thing, I make a copy of it, and then I take the stroke width and make it like a 5 or a 10 or however much I want it. And then I drop it in the back, so I just have the heavy outline all around the outside of the flat. And it just looks nice on a presentation board. That's all. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today or just simply enjoyed yourself. And do let me know in the comments if you would like me to continue with this series. We're going to be moving on to tech packs. If you want, we can move on to like final presentation boards for a portfolio. Like I could turn this design project into a portfolio project since portfolios are such a big thing for a lot of you. Do let me know in the comments and share, subscribe, drop me all your questions. Check out zoehong.com for links to all my shenanigans, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. This is part 17 of the Watch Me Design a Fashion Collection series. And for those of you new to my channel, this is a series where I design a fashion collection from scratch on camera. And as you watch me work, I talk about whatever is happening on screen and related topics. At this point, I'm starting to create my final boards. Okay, moving forward in the series, I'm going to create a portfolio project to include a mood board, a market board, a color and fabrics board, boards for illustrations and flats, and a tech pack for one of my garments, and a croquis book. And yes, these are elements of a portfolio project, whether you put them in a book or upload them online, and you should watch my portfolio playlist for more information on that.
I'm going to show you the process in which I develop a mood board, and you might be a little bit confused because you're probably expecting me to be sitting on Photoshop right now or drawing something out. But no, here is what you don't do. You do not sit in front of a blank page, whether on the computer or pen and paper, waiting to get inspired. Okay? First of all, what is the difference between theme boards, concept boards, mood boards, inspiration boards? Nothing. They're all about the same. Mostly I've heard them called mood boards, but I've heard all these terms interchangeably. Question that I get a lot: Zoe, why do I need to learn how to make mood boards? Do you use them in the industry? What is the point of mood boards? Mood boards are to communicate the ideas and attitude and the core inspiration behind the colors, shapes, and textures. What am I doing on camera right now? Organizing this huge pile of stuff that I have accumulated while working on this project. Just so many sketches and scrap and swatches and ideas, and I threw them all in a folder. Those of you who are familiar with my studio know that I arrange projects on these massive cookie sheets. I just tossed everything on there. So now I'm organizing all of my many pieces of paper to prepare for the mood board, because the mood board is to communicate the ideas and attitude, the core inspiration behind the colors, shapes, and textures of my project. And I need to get all of my information and ideas organized so that I can communicate them the best, right? So that's what I'm doing. I'm organizing all my papers, putting all my croquis together. I'll put them later. I'll put them aside and make a croquis book later. And I'm putting all my inspiration images together in one pile. I'm throwing away stuff that I'm putting aside things that are no longer relevant. I don't actually throw anything away until I'm 317% done with a design project. But then I'm putting together my croquis and fixing things and, organizing all this stuff. Okay. So what should a mood board include? Mood boards are basically photo collages. I see these projects all the time where the mood board includes a block of text. I promise you, no one's going to read that. I promise you, your teacher probably barely skimmed it. Mood boards are not for excessive words. Yeah, you should put your title somewhere and a few words, but not a block of text, okay? You do that with your pictures. Pictures worth 1,000 words. Each image you choose for your final mood board should reference an aspect of your final designs. Example, these 2 pictures show the textures I wanted to create in fabric. And these 3 pictures show the kinds of silhouettes I like, all sharp and angular and geometric, and so forth and so forth. All of your pictures should generally mimic your final color story. Okay? It doesn't have to be an extreme, precise Pantone match with your fabric swatches, but you should, if your fabric story is all grays and blues and lavenders and very moody and cool and foggy weather, you do not want jarring orange, red, anything, or even yellow or green in your mood board, because you're creating a different mood. You see? So you want to stick to those same blue, gray, lavender colors for all the mood board images. So again, how do I get started? Go back to your sketchbook. In school, teachers will expect you to do artful collages and explorations in your sketchbook. And if you watch the beginning of this series, I did do some of that. You transfer the best bits of your sketchbook development to your mood board. In the industry, your mood board will generally be pulled from a folder full of saved images, whether digital or paper or some combination of both. Of course, your next question is probably, Zoe, why do I have to do all this sketchbook exploration in school? Sketchbook exploration in school trains you to look at images not for what's on the surface, but the visual possibilities that can grow from that image. When I look at a rock, I think of the colors and whether I should translate that to a print or a gradient or color blocking. And when I look at these textures, I think about how does that translate to fabric textures? Is there a symbolism behind all the geology research that I did I want to convey? How can I reference these rocks without literally sticking rock beads to a dress? I start thinking about the facets of rocks and how they can translate to a print or style lines or separate silhouettes or shape patches or a beading pattern or a pattern of decorative stitching. And I could go on, and maybe you need an extra minute to think about these things in the beginning, and hopefully you can figure these things out faster with practice. Sketchbook development is learning and practicing research, and when your brain is trained, because you've done this a bunch of times with a bunch of design projects, and now you're working in the industry, you can make these connections faster and more easily, and therefore you do not have to do those laborious sketchbook exploration exercises. And you may think now you can do all of that without the manual labor up front, but I seriously doubt it. You think you can play piano. You press the key and sound comes out, right? And you play the keys in the order of the composed music, right? And the mechanics are simple and straightforward. Okay, I can do that, you think. But simple is not the same as easy. Until you put your hands to keys, you only know the basic concept, but you don't know how to play. And when you play and learn music, you'll eventually be able to read a sheet music just by glancing at the paper and hear the sounds in your mind, even complex chords. And it's true for most things you learn as a beginner. People say you don't do that in the industry a lot, okay? But it's about practicing the long and slow way until you can eventually create shortcuts in your mind. You create a sort of muscle memory in your mind. Playing scales stop being hard after a while, and you don't have to practice those either. And it's the same for almost everything else you learn in fashion school. You learn the slow, meticulous way of doing things so you can get faster and smarter and more efficient for the industry. Listen, in school, for class and for your portfolios, the expectation is for you to create something sexy and enticing and beguiling to get people excited about your collection. That's usually the first board they see in a project. And this is especially important for competitions. In the industry, mood boards are used in a few different scenarios. One, your design director may put together a mood board for the whole team so that everyone is on the same page in terms of design direction. And eventually, maybe you will get promoted to a position where you will create mood boards for your team. I've been in situations where a design director will give the direction to the whole team in a series of slides, where the projector set up, we're looking at images on the slides, we have the images, there you go. But again, it's a series of images. Another scenario is you may put together a mood board so you can stay on track while you design your collection. Do you remember that time I asked for your top design questions on my Instagram stories? So many of you responded, and many of you told me that you get sidetracked when you see a new pretty thing unrelated to your current collection. Listen, take a picture, take some notes, file it away, and go back to your original project. If you have a mood board set up with all the images for your original project, then you can get your mindset back to your old project. Yes, there will be times when the new thing is so inspiring, you'll absorb it into your current project. But for the most part, document it and put it away for another day, and then go reabsorb your old mood board. In these work scenarios, the mood boards aren't these slick, super polished, fancy looking ones you develop for portfolios. They're generally simple, straightforward Photoshop collages of photos and drawings to communicate ideas. In recent years, I have been asked to put together Pinterest boards for projects. And Pinterest is pretty great for mood boards. You can search for images. It's super easy to create your own pin by uploading something, if I doodled something. And then you can edit the captions and notes to tell why you chose the image. You can include reference links, and you can create secret boards and invite people to view them by email. Okay? Whether your mood board is for school, your portfolio, or work, the basic content doesn't change. Again, each picture should reflect directly to a texture, a shape. Okay? And that's why you start by going over your collection again. Okay? Look at what final croquis you've ended up with. What are the final designs you've decided you're going to present? And look at the themes throughout your designs, and they will tell you what you ended up being most strongly inspired by. It's like, oh, it turns out I totally got into this Boro thing, and I just ran with these patchwork things. And as much as I loved the rocks in the beginning, I didn't really get all that inspired by them in the end. Okay. And so you start editing what images go into your mood board by looking back at the designs that you created. And you can only do that by sorting through your croquis first. The next thing I do is thumbnail a bunch of options. And by this point, I've already sat and looked through all my images, got re-inspired by my project, saw what I was really focusing on, where my brain has been designing, saw where my brain was leaning, and it's easy for me to pull the images, and it's easy for me to go back through my sketchbook exploration and be like, oh yeah, I love this, I'm keeping this, I'm gonna reabsorb it back into my project. I'll go more into my market board in the next coming videos, but basically it's going to show who my customer is and what market research I've done. And I've decided to keep with the cohesiveness of my boards. I'm going to take my mood board and I'm going to put it as a backdrop for another photo collage. If you remember in the very beginning, I created this collage of muses and potential customers for this design collection. And so I think it'd be cool to put the backdrop of the lines and everything behind these photos. And then, again, I'm going to take that same backdrop and use it as a backdrop for my fabric and color swatches. I'm also going to do some fabric manipulation samples and show how certain construction is done on the collection, and then format them neatly onto its separate board, but also have like a really light version of my mood board in the backdrop so the three boards all look cohesive. Yeah, I'm into it. It comes in waves, right? Most people who have done these kinds of projects before, they know, like, they get really excited in the beginning and they're all gung-ho, and then there's always this lull where you're like, oh, I don't like this anymore, but I have to finish it because I have to finish it. And then you have to like get yourself re-excited again. Yeah. Or some people, like, they hate it in the beginning. They hate the design direction they're given. They're like, this project is stupid. And then they kind of start falling in love with it eventually, hopefully. Anyway, here's a book on collaging that I found quite educational and inspiring. This is The Art of Expressive Collage, Techniques for Creating with Paper and Glue by Crystal Neubauer. While it's not about fashion design mood boards specifically, many of the explanations of materials and techniques can transfer to sketchbook development, leading to more interesting mood boards. And there's a lot to learn here. You know, studying the color stories, working with textures, layering, composition. I do recommend it. I think people think that it's like 1, 2, 3, work on your mood board, work on your market board, work on your color board. And it is sometimes, but I do like to kind of work on everything at once almost, so that everything looks cohesive, like I'm doing kind of everything at the same time. Everything's got the same look and whatnot. So I like to plan all the boards first, and then the next step for all the boards next, kind of like that, right? But your mileage may vary. This is just how I like to work. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today, or if you enjoyed my manic scratchety. Share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Check the description box for links to related content, my social media, my general shenanigans, and other miscellaneous info. Go have some fun making some mood boards, and I'll see you in the next video.